That too.
Chat, what's up?
But let's
How we all
go
doing?
ahead and dive into our first matchup. We got Cloud9 versus Leviatán. Now, the thing is,
You
during
loud?
kickoff, I think when the C9 roster came in, they had Oxy, they brought some new faces to the lineup, and then there was this feeling that this could be the league.
Yo, what's up, everyone? What's up? What's up?
Here. This could be them, really hitting another level, and it feels like more of the same from last year.
Look, day one C9, I'm 100% there with you. I was like, this is exciting, right? Oxy comes in.
What are my predictions today?
He's got the big,
we got NRG and Lev.
Aces in the first series, looking incredible.
That's where I'm at.
But the rest of kickoff was not that same story.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like some good moments, right, when they were playing some of these.
Lost 8 ranked games in a row. Damn, bro, that is savage. Take a little break. It's gonna. It's not gonna get much better than that. We need to just start again tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the expectation from them coming out of offseason was super high because of how much success they had, and also how much.
You can watch DRX versus Team Secret. How were they? Honestly, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Look really good.
Very, very interesting from them. But after that, I think
Lexi 50. God damn, people are hitting some mad numbers.
Everything else isn't kind of meshing, and I think you saw that at the end of kickoff.
Excited to see C9, new C9. Yeah, honestly, me too.
Impact, given the role that he was playing with that.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and dive further into Oxy here, right? Because I think there was a lot of question marks, right?
That's one way to do it, bed too comfy. Honestly, I went for that last year.
Brilliance is there, Mimi. I think we're just waiting to see when does that really start to come online in a consistent fashion for the C9 lineup.
Honestly, he was pretty good across the board. I was impressed with his debut. I think the way he plays dive agents is
new
really
emotes.
good.
Oh yeah, we got some new emotes.
I think he's a really strong.
We're gonna need to lean into more animated emotes. I have lots of slots to fill with that.
Especially for a rookie.
So maybe if people have ideas, keep your mind open.
Every single round, putting up insane numbers game to game. But it was when he was in his flow state inside of rounds, he was absolutely untouchable, right? When he locked in, he was bamboozling.
You need a sliggy one twerk. Okay, keep your minds more open than that.
With a very high ceiling.
You do not need that.
For sure. And I think that's something that Vanity does a good job enabling, because he is a kind of loose player that can go off the rails in some cases. And
what do you think about Rooney and Moose pickups?
The positions for that to happen is really good. However, once you go up against
the Rooney one's a little bit weird, but I think it's going to be interesting to see him on just like a fragging role, not having to IGL. So that's like a question mark for me in terms of let's see how he performs. Moose, I felt like Whippy was doing well. But Moose is like very consistent, probably deserves his slot in tier 1 in terms of how much he's been grinding and how consistent he is. So
Oxy seems like he has a great
I think Moose is a good pickup.
Here and feel fully comfortable, feel fully confident in order to unleash that full potential.
I think especially with Zeppa, he did a really
Moose
good job
is buying
of
great.
setting up
Rooney
the
only
really
Sheriff. Honestly, both of these players are like crazy
duelist.
legit on
There's
Sheriffs.
certainly a lot
Want to see
of
G2 of
positives to take away
Icy?
from
I
this.
have no
One of the
idea about this
individuals that
guy.
we're really going to be leaning on,
He has to be
looking to be a leader in this
outrageously good,
situation. It's
right?
gonna
Because
be
I'm hearing
Vanity.
rumors that he's
Thankfully,
playing
managed to get a quick
duelist.
word. Let's check it out.
With all the changes that were made to the roster recently, how is the team adapting right now?
We feel really good. Hopefully we're not scrimmers. I guess we'll find out today.
Sounds good. Best
Hopefully we're not scrimmers. Wait, they've been popping in scrims?
I just love that. Hopefully we're not scrimmers. Well, we'll see. The sky's blue.
That's something that I think a lot of people feel when they go into practice and they're frying, and they're like, oh, hopefully we can actually do this on match day.
But I think that's
a big difference.
Some Nelson, by the way. Thank you for the prime earlier, dude. Appreciate that.
Not been beating the scrimmers allegations.
Keza as well. Thank you so much for doing that. The Moose is loose, honestly. Hopefully.
Right, they looked insane, and then big game came. And they choked.
No rumors it was publicly announced that Leaf is the new Sentinel. Oh, okay, well then.
Kind of a vibe reset for them, but it's really interesting, right? Moose, a great prospect from tier 2. But I think Rooney is a surprising name to see back after kind of losing his spot with Cloud9 at the end of last year.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. Very surprising, especially given the fact that there was friction last year. What felt like in that LCQ.
Don't trust Scrimbucks. Yeah, I mean that's fair. They rarely. They set your expectations too high.
Very interesting. Now that it's a new, core, right?
Yeah, look back here. But we've got the cage set up for a new hamster.
Maybe Zeppa, obviously,
potentially tomorrow.
And
How do
he
you
is
think
a
it's
very
looking?
good player.
But the wheel in shot as well
I don't
could
think
be
he was
good.
that guy that was standing out, but he was pretty consistent in terms of
Hamster
what he was
Palace.
putting out on the table.
And he was also playing like every agent under the sun. Like he was the flex player for C9, Smokes, Sentinel. He was playing the Breach
Amsterdam.
split. And
I
felt
mean,
like,
yeah.
especially not necessarily in terms of individual fire fragging power, but when he was playing the agents like a
Make the
Breach,
cam
that have a
bigger
little
to
bit
show.
more global ability, right? When you position well on the Breach, you can influence 80-90% of the map with that stun.
Important
I
on the
thought
map.
he
Kinda
was
sick, honestly.
very, very good. And that was sort of watching, you know, from
Guys
over
was
across the
earlier,
pond.
yeah.
I was always Rooney on Breach, on split. That was his map.
And
for
for
me.
people who don't know, Moose, the other new addition to this team, he's really
Living
not
lavish, yeah,
He's been
it's,
playing Valorant since the beginning. He was on that LG roster that was like
dude,
popping
it's
off
big.
in 2021. He's
It's
been
big.
A,
It's like double the size
Shopify,
of what you
Turtle
guys
Crew.
can see.
He's consistently been on the best teams in Tier 2. He's a super consistent player. He's great on the Sentinel as an anchor, as the lurker. I think he's going to be a really good addition to this team.
Yeah, and
Make
you know
it-
what,
make it big so we can see the hamster. We haven't got the
major
hamster
pain
yet.
points that I saw in
Potentially
C9
tomorrow.
was that whenever they were on that stage, things weren't going
How did I
well.
sleep? I had like a little nap.
Look, you
It
could
was
like
the
what?
pressure, right?
Yeah, you could,
30 minutes,
I
maybe
feel
even an
like
hour.
Part
Feel
of the
good.
reason Jake might not be with the team anymore is you often saw in those big matches, him
Full
who was a
screen the
super
cam for the
consistent
stream in the
performer,
corner.
start to kind of fall apart a little bit. They had Zelsis on the team who was really trying to bring the energy up, but it felt like you could just like see it being wiped off the faces
and that's the
of
thing I'm
C9
going to be looking
times.
at Rooney.
Do you
I'm
think
gonna
there's
be
any point in
looking at Rooney and being
MCE staying
like,
at
hey, you've been
Maryville
in
if
this
they didn't
position
qualify? But
before,
he's
now
actually
it's time
doing
to
like
go ahead and be that vibes merchant.
uni
And I'm
there
really
essentially,
wondering,
right?
How did he grow
So I
in the
guess
time
so,
he
to
was
finish
out of Tier 1?
education.
Like, has anything changed?
As much as I like Rooney, I don't think he is that. He's not
He
gonna be
may
that
not be.
vibes merchant. Like,
May
he's
not
a
be.
pretty calm, cold, like kind of cold guy.
But even then, that's effective.
And
Even then,
he rescuing a whole zoo,
calm
yeah,
and
pretty
I think
much.
the real question for Cloud9
That's
is
honestly
that
the dream.
Because before it was
There was someone
Zelsis,
on
we
Twitch
established
earlier, it
he
was like,
the best in the world in that role. It didn't even work for them
Was
then.
it?
Who's
May I
next?
raise you Oxy?
I was going to say
It's basically just like a rescue of loads of
He just goes
cameras.
Super Saiyan every
It's
time.
like pretty
Works
much
out
their
for him.
dream.
All right, well, guys, let's move on though to Leviatán, their opponent here, as we talk about
Yeah,
a
similar to what
lineup
Maya
that
does.
came into this season very hyped up. Everyone was excited about them, and even though they didn't make Madrid, the teams that they lost to, Mimi, it was Loud and it was Sentinels. So not bad company to keep there.
Yeah, in my mind, this is the unluckiest team in VCT. They get seeded into a group against the two teams who end up going. They lose two pretty close
D9 go
games.
full
A 2-1
confidence and
versus
win the
7.
match based on
OT
new
loss
vibes. It
to
happens.
Loud. 2 rounds difference. They could have been the team making
just
it
want
to
to
the
know why
finals,
Baller
making
isn't
it in.
Ben PD with the 10 months. Thank you, thank you.
It was horrible.
They had no
and they got
practice, really.
destroyed in some of the other maps. Like their map pool wasn't deep. Some of those comps were not.
They
working
had
out.
2 weeks since Calm joined the roster to prep for kickoff.
Well, whose fault is that? I mean,
That's the management. That's the org's management.
Okay, a month and a half to prep while watching those teams go to Masters Madrid and get ready for the games.
Okay,
Like,
but you're assuming that they're going to do something with that prep without having
Yes.
seen, like, I don't know, two.
no, but I saw the foundations with this team, right?
You
obviously
man
have
Bean as well with the
strengths on
Prime.
this
Thank you
roster.
very
They
much.
pushed
Thank you for
Sentinels
doing that, bro.
and,
Thank you for the 4
Loud
months.
both to 3 games, getting a win off of both of them in maps. And also, I just loved their flexibility, especially on the defensive side. I thought their calling was immaculate.
Yes.
You could never figure out where
Think
they
about
were.
the Sem
Their
bind. Do they
pairings
have a
of
problem
who was
playing against
playing with who
Cypher?
was
Yeah, I don't think many
constantly
people will be
changing, constantly
playing
in flux.
Cypher though.
And that's the kind of calling
Ryan,
that gives me
don't
a
you
lot
worry,
of
bro.
faith, especially now that we're
Ryan,
getting into a
it's
longer
whatever,
season
man.
where there's way
We
more time to prep
we managed to
and
watch
I
the
think you're
first map and the
confusing
second map.
People knowing what they're doing.
How was the
and,
Polaris
people
games?
Having, like, multiple things going off the map with chaos.
No, I'm
I
absolutely
disagree. I
not.
think
No,
the game
go back and
calling
watch their
now
Icebox.
was-
It is so crisp.
Granted, I will say some of the, like,
I hate the yap. Sometimes the yap is
obviously you're gonna have that, but also
I like game talk.
Some of the
Yeah.
best teams in the world
Sometimes
haven't
it's
started
like
great.
very,
Remember
and this is
Asian
no
last year, the
like
early days of Loud.
shade
There's
thrown.
always
Sometimes
that
it's just
world
very
team, and you
generic.
add
That's
an
more just
addition
like
Calm that brings so
more
much
just
to a
like
team.
what the
I really
vibe
think
of the
this just needs more
broadcast
time
is
in the oven,
sometimes
and they can
for
be great.
this.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Com, who actually had an opportunity to speak with Smix. We'll do that, and then we'll argue some more.
Hey, Calm, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Great to see you here. I know that you have a lot to look forward to today, but just real quick, before I let you join your team and get ready for today's action, what are your expectations for your roster and this year now that kickoff is out of the way?
I think the main goal is obviously qualify for Shanghai and show our best version of ourselves.
Sounds amazing. Best of luck to you.
Sounds.
Thank you.
Now, of course, despite, moving to a new team with players from all different regions, Aspas still continue to enter to be Aspas.
Exactly that, Ryan. It's going to happen.
Grown to expect from this player.
Yeah, now, Golden Boy, that's what I think. But, Ball, I'd love to hear how you can convince me that Aspas isn't the GOAT.
Well, I mean, you're coming to me, but bro.
Wait,
do you know what my alt's name
What is its name?
Huh?
I was about to own you by this, but you're bringing it up yourself.
Do you know what my alt's name is?
What's your alt?
Aspas Fanboy 69.
For God's sake, why do I actually think that's true?
I'm not going to convince you that Aspas is not the GOAT. He is the GOAT. He's such a good player. And he played fantastic.
It's even better with the B-roll going on in the background. It's so good. It's so good.
That's my, that's my swerve.
Leviatán 5th.
That's the one bit I tune into, basically.
Just because Aspas is the GOAT, he should be on loud.
Wait, look at the roster around you. King, you have some of the best players in the world on this squad. You give them time, you let them cook. You have some great leaders here with King, with Calm, and you have strong coaching
let them
staff
cook.
around
We did a power ranking, man. That's just how I feel right now about what I just watched.
Back it up.
Back it up.
Yampy, hello mate, how we doing? 31 months, thank you. Is the hamster rooting for? Hamster predictions? Maybe that in the future.
See, I tell you, dude, bullies, bro.
You gotta group up with me.
It's crazy out here, dog. The streets is real. In any case, so folks, let's go ahead and take
How's
a
it going,
closer
Yampy?
look
How's
at
things?
Leviatan's 2024 roster, which is a global super team as
Super
rated in every respect.
It is.
Let's take a
But they're
look.
5th place, according to Arden.
Bueno, en Leviatán tenemos 2 jugadores de América, Estados Unidos, 2 de Chile, 1 de Brasil, y tenemos 2 coaches de Europa, que uno es de Bulgaria y el otro es de España. Así que mucha diversidad. Bueno, más que nada, yo creo que fue por un poco la ambición de buscar un equipo que ya tuviera como experiencia y querer ir como un equipo fuerte y no como underdogs, por así decirlo. Porque nada, en los trials el coach más que nada vio que había como más potencial con ciertos jugadores y que fue lo que se eligió y se pensó más en qué iba a aportar como en la experiencia de cada jugador y más que el idioma en sí. Bueno, obviamente trayendo a los 2 campeones mundiales, a Aspas y Com. Bueno, más que nada, todo se basa como en la confianza entre cada uno, donde yo estoy siempre en constante como tratando de hacer lo mejor para el equipo, tratar de hacer las mejores calls y que el equipo confíe en mí y pueda hacer las cosas que yo digo.
Desde Asaltos hay otro, Aspas jugando alrededor, Panchito con una baja, Panchito con segunda baja y Aspas hizo lo mismo, 3 en contra de 1, va que está luchando, cuidado con este tipo, ¡claro que sí! ¡Ahí está Com! El campeón del mundo le da la victoria a la Levianeta.
Y lo otro, estar siempre como generando una buena vibra, siempre estar diciéndole que están haciendo bien las cosas, que hay que mejorar ciertas cosas. Entonces, esas 2 cosas más que nada, que es ser un líder tanto como dentro del juego como fuera del juego, donde todos puedan confiar en el uno en el otro y obviamente en mí, y donde yo me pueda sentir cómodo haciendo las calls y lo que necesito del equipo. Obviamente al ver a Sentinels y Loud, que fueron contra los 2 que perdimos estando en Masters, sabíamos que pudimos haber sido nosotros, así que nada, más que nada motivación y más ganas para el Split 1.
Sideshow still in the UK? Oh, really? They sometimes go late, though.
So let's find out where we're playing and listen in.
Welcome, guys, to Stage 1, Day 1. So, sides were determined, and C9 is going to be Team A, and Level B Team B. C9, you will have first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
C9 ban Breeze. Lev, what would you like to ban? Ban Split. And what map would you like to pick?
Pick Icebox.
C9 pick Icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Pick attack. And what map would you like?
We pick Sunset.
Pick Sunset. And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Yeah, pick defense. And you have 1 map ban.
Ooh. Did they want to second ban this?
Ban Bind.
C9 ban Bind. And what would you like to ban?
We ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Decider map is going to be Ascent, and you have side select.
Defense.
C9 pick defense. All right, guys, best of luck today.
All right, so we have our maps. We know where we're playing. Mimi, I want to go to you real quick for this one. How do you feel about this particular draft? How did it play out?
Yeah, so I think, honestly, what's really going to be interesting to me in setting the tone for what C9 looks like with this new roster
the maps, yeah.
The last time we got
the
to
Icebox stuff is, like, limited.
They were playing 2 different variations of
I'm
crazy
hoping for
troll
some
comps.
cool
We
stuff
haven't really
for 'em.
seen it. So I think this is a good kind of idea setting.
My favorite
for
map's
what
not in the
ideas
map
they have
pool,
around
man.
the draft. Are they
Haven.
one of the teams going after the Harbor Viper? Are they one of the teams after the Gecko KO stuff? There's a
Love the
lot
Haven.
of options here. And Lev, honestly, it was their best looking map in kickoff.
Over the maps, in terms of the map pool, if I was on a team, I would at least try and practice Icebox, Sunset. Sunset, I would run Claw of Omen. Icebox, I would run Viper Claw.
Oh, so you talk all this about it?
That's at least what I would try and practice.
You know what? I got to keep these guys making.
And then if that looked good and that worked well in practice, then maybe you would try on some other maps that are like, in theory, Norders instantly good at.
Cloud9 versus Leviatán, NRG versus Loud. Day 1 of VCT Americas starts right now.
Just a rat with the 5 mums. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. So far, both of the teams in Madrid won the opening matches despite the lack of practice. Do you think this will continue? Honestly, I think probably not. I would be surprised. This is like, because the two teams here got wrecked, right, with visa issues. It's pretty sick, man. That was kind of sick.
So Lev obviously is a good team. They have some champions on that team, and they're not a team to play around with. Our expectations obviously to win. You know, we're not going to take them lightly, but we're also very confident.
Cloud9 siento que son equipos donde tienen mucho firepower y al mismo tiempo siento que son un equipo que improvisa mucho.
I mean, the obvious X factor on Leviatán is Icebox. You know, that guy's a shooter.
Siento que Oxy sí es un game changer. Tenemos que hacer lo mejor como equipo para negarlo y nada, que no se pueda sentir cómodo en su juego.
To win the match, I think I'm just gonna have to keep the vibe up, make sure for sure that
Amped, all my stuff isn't set up for it. I need some USB extenders.
Unleashed, I don't even think Icebox can handle it.
I do actually need to look into it.
Arena, it is finally time.
Always have one ready, but this one's legit as well. This one is
Please
legit.
welcome on stage your first team. It is Cloud9.
The others weren't. Others were less legit, probably. I can't even remember what they were, to be honest, Am. I think I've used this one before, but this one is, again, legit. C9 was pretty high up in the buying, right? The top 5, where were they in the top 5? In Americas. In terms of the 4th? I mean, honestly, the skin's pretty nice. All the teams that just have different colors are just raking in from that. Since when is Moose on the team? Yeah, they changed it up about 2 weeks ago and officially. Probably been practicing for a little bit longer.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for, the start of Stage 1 here at VCT Americas, and what a way to kick it off. You got Cloud9 versus Leviatán, and don't forget, make sure you go out there, support your favorite teams, get their team capsules, all right? Because, you know, we've been seeing the numbers add up, you know? Americas wants to try and be the global #1 in capsule sales. Come on, Sentinels, you got some work to do.
Surely America can be the #1 in capitalism.
Surely, guys, come on. In any case, though, two teams hyped up, excited to come out in here. You heard Vanity before saying, time to find out if we're a couple scrimmers. Calm, on the other hand, feels pretty confident in this Leviatán team. Of course, he should because of the weapons they have on there. This is going to be a very interesting
Lev.
They've got the weapons, now they've had the time
I mean,
to put the
Icebox
practice in.
makes
Don't forget,
sense.
like, even with only a couple of weeks to get ready
Sage is
for
making a
kickoff,
return.
Leviatán came in and were playing some
Icebox,
wacky
Sunset.
stuff, right? They were really experimenting with the meta, some Sova on split action. They were playing Harbor on multiple maps as well. The Reyna for
Honestly, if they don't change Sunset B site, Sage is kind of. I'm not saying it's a must pick, but I would say more teams should explore it.
Question around what their identity is. I think for a lot of people looking at these moves, bringing a player that they already dropped back into the roster.
How many capsules have I bought? Honestly, not many. I have Liquid one. I need to buy the Heretics one because I said to Nilzinho I would if they qualified, and they did. And that's it, bro. I haven't loaded up the game for a while. I might play this week at one point before EMEA. We'll see. Did I do the giveaway for Yampi? No, I didn't do that yet as well. That needs to happen. I should do that on point this week. I need to work out how to do it. I owe all the mods bundle as well. We should sort that one out.
He's got to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think too, for C9, they've got options to play heavier strong sides around Oxy as a player. I think by bringing in a guy like
I do, yeah. I said I would on the stream.
Absolutely lights out solo side anchor. Yeah, Seb's got how he can move around and still take aggressive angles, not just playing full passive. He's going to continue to challenge you even when he's on a weak side, isolated by himself. I think that type of player with firepower.
Doing a gaming stream, maybe, man. Maybe. Maybe before some of the EMEA stuff.
This guy's clutch too, and I think we saw him in Tier 2.
It'll be horrendous, man. I hate the first week when I haven't played for a long time.
Excited to see him on this stage, but I think he's
Might just spam DM for a bit.
of a level than he did over in Tier 2 back in the day, because I've seen him in pressure moments, and I think this is a pressure moment for him.
Yeah, he's
The
absolutely.
RRQ bundle? Okay.
For the side of Leviatán, I really look at Calm for this roster. I think in a lot of ways, he's going to be the guy who defines their comms. When you think about him back on EG, he's playing some quirky stuff.
That's how confident you are, Desk. If you want to do that, I'm so down. It's fine. I like the confidence.
But he also is a very vocal player. So I think a lot of that is going to depend on what he plays. But we're already into the agent select.
All right, let's see what we end up getting here. And you know,
Am I going to buy each team bundle Yampi loses to? Oh yeah, I said that on the stream as well.
Seen in Madrid, and then how they've tried to implement.
God, this is really, this is really racking up pretty fast.
Yeah, and I think especially for I was seeing some of the agents getting locked in early.
Where's Yampi, man?
Harbor was already something that Leviatán were playing for that safe, you know.
I have to get the foot one.
It's, you know, you got your bubble to get that spike on the ground, but it also gives you so much more flexibility to fight for it as opposed to just those solo Viper.
You guys are savage.
That really just have that default wall over towards the B side of the map almost always, and I think that's one of the things that allows Leviatán to be so flexible on both of their halves.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to change anything either. I think they.
Oh, I already know they're changing something.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Right. I mean, hey, look what Icebox is locking in. All I'm saying.
I mean, this comp you could play
Fantasy
with the Jet, you
Viper,
could
Moose,
play it with the Reyna. I think there's
Killjoys,
even
normal.
a world where you could play Brazen here, but I imagine
you just got me hyped up right now.
Yeah. I mean, you sold this.
Look, it's
Sage. He's playing Sage.
Yeah. No. I did see the Sage coming for C9, and I'm actually a big fan
so the
of
standard
I
comp.
think the Sage is a little bit misunderstood because obviously you have the safe plant. Also, retaking with the wall is so strong, but I think she can also let you see a lot
I mean, yeah.
space on the defensive side, especially with early slow orbs. I think you can control space around.
As the DRX games, do DRX look way better than I thought they were gonna look. I need to reevaluate some of my pick'ems.
You really hyped that up for nothing. But I'm with you on the Sage. I think also on attack.
My boy's gonna like Yoru or something like that. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It gives you a lot more variety, the Sage does, on how you want to fight forward, what space you want to take. Makes those plants way easier. But yeah, Icebox versus Oxy.
You do not want me to teach that, that's for sure.
Let's do this, shall we? The start of stage 1 starts right now, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got the Dapper Yappers. It's the one and only Vansili and Rivington.
I love being called the Yappers, but thank you so much, GB. Indeed, Split 1 has finally started, and we have a really good games in our hands, and a great way to kick off the season. I mean, you have a C9 that came with a couple of roster changes, hopefully looking revitalized, as Vanity was saying, but they got to play against one of the best teams that we currently have in Americas right now in Leviatán.
Right, a lot of pressure on Leviatán right now to understand what could come out of this game. The pressure that people are expecting Leviatán to
How did Foxy 9 look? Legit incredible. Like, I'm not even joking you. Legit incredible.
How close some of those series were in their group before we saw teams head over to Masters Madrid, and Leviatán just did not have a good time. So maybe fixing up a few of those. We also get the changes like
okay, C9 on defense, Lev on attack. And we get a double Sheriff on defense. How's the sound? Looks alright. Might put it down a little bit.
He is a demon with that Sheriff. Oxy as well is going to be holding one to start us off.
Lev insta default over towards B, stacking Harbor Ords. Recon goes close as the recon that you can't shoot from sight clears yellow, nice and easy.
Slow push. They're gonna get some space for free here. Pistol wall, Sage or pistol round. Sage wall is huge. C9 can easily gain the space they need, get that wall up, and really give Leviatán hell on trying to get back in here after this plant. See how
it's a nice shot.
There's actually no cove to be used here. It's just gonna be the wall game.
Especially on pistol. We gotta pay attention to Zeppa. Zeppa is the VIP, and that is the big reason why Lev are fighting on site right now. They know they're up against the Sage, and they kill the Sage. No wall for the retake. Really nicely done from Lev. Just a good understanding of what they need to do here against the Sage. Didn't want to sit back, didn't want to let them wall create chaos and diffuse. Just took it into their own hands. Dude, the Harbor wall lasts for so long. I swear, that was up for ages. Clean, yeah, that was very clean. It's good decision making as well.
Money's on the mind of Leviatán as we get into our second round. Rooney, Sheriff again. Why not? Just every time I think about it.
In terms of how they're buying, it's like a, it's a weird one, to be honest with you. It's like an old FPX buy, but with a Spectre instead of a rifle.
Absolutely. Doubled IGLing with Vanity, calling the mid rounds while Vanity is still at the helm with the macro. And to start things off, he was
this is nice from Tex as well, just making sure. Just taking some risks in terms of the 4-1, but the 1 has a ghost, so it doesn't get out of control.
Information on those extremities, but this mid push could avail. Give them a few frags here as they move towards that turret. Spotted out, but they don't stop just yet.
Sorry. Timmy saw a few, and all of Leviatán will start using a little bit of util and realizing that the A side is open. So this will be a pretty free play.
Wait, that's nice, by the way. They do their... So most people do their drone from, like, here. They did their drone from the top of pipes, and with that, you pretty much clear everything. Apart from, like, the box at the back. I wonder if that carries on happening, because in theory, this would get shut down by util. But if you don't know about it, you might struggle.
Never bad to get that Blade Storm up either. So just a wait out here for C9, wanting to go down mostly to this spike, but they may get found out before it happens. So Leviatán grabbing the first few, coming out strong.
Yeah, and that's a big gun. And we need to see if King can get this in time. This one throws back, we pick up the guns, nicely done.
What C9 have in store.
It was nicely done from Mazino, just juggling the guns, making sure they don't lose anything into this one. Hey, Tex went to buy an op. Yeah, they buy 2 rifles into it, and we do have the Spectre as well. So really good bonus. 1 away from the Harbor as well. That's very nice.
And in this bonus round for Leviatán, though, what's really important this time, too, is trying to potentially get the Reckoning out ASAP for Mazzino, because that's
yeah, I think that's the thing, Desp, as well. And it makes your crosshair go like so much higher with the drone. It's just the fact if teams knew you were doing this drone, you would get annihilated normally. Like people would just shock dart you.
Trying to get the orb control potentially.
A quick different look right onto tube. They back off. Just trying to make C9 think a little bit here on their bonus round. And a lot of attention is being sent up.
Does he do the recon to back of yellow? Yes, he does.
They're going to dart, and it's
Bounce
all
recon to back of yellow.
As they position themselves over towards A, so the Leviatán really
Did I
trying
miss
to
him?
mess with how C9
He was
might
gonna
be
do
positioned
it
on this round.
and create pressure back of yellow, but because they saw nothing over towards the A, the call comes in that they actually want to go B, so now he's saving his recon. The original plan changed from the fact that they saw no pressure, maybe?
Anchoring site now,
Or that they had full B
under
control?
1 minute's gone this round, so everybody's trying to get into a position that would matter on that first blood.
Right here, important. The lurk coming out on the A side, the execution on B.
All goes in over towards B, a lot of pressure. Yeah, and it just makes room for this luck, and Tex has done absolutely great here. Pulls his team back.
They have full A side control too in C9. They're just gonna have to wait it out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're playing. I mean, they're playing Icebox the best you can play in terms of like pressure.
So far to work the map, they go fast towards mid, which obviously is going to make weight. Almost pushing in here. Tex ready to defend.
And with that plan, Mazzino has a Reckoning available. Planet for a long
Nice trades. Really good trades. A great start from Lev.
Something that's a signature move here for Calm himself, while the rest of them are holding aggressively inside the A side.
Yeah, and they might have to save on this one.
The next refresh, and that's going to make it even harder for their last two players of C9 to try to move inside A. Attempt to try to save weapons.
Too far away from the alarm bot. The alarm bot is down.
Looking for these exits to save his weapon, and there's that double swing. Nice info for Calm. Mazzino with the swing out. Moose cannot connect the shots, and finally does so until it gets picked off here by King.
Stuck the landing, not the kill.
Like he was able to creep by it. A little
Maybe
pushback for Moose there due to the positioning at the end. Allows
Maybe
creep mid, and a great round from Leviatán. Full guns now as they come into this low buy from C9.
He got his.
From Mazzino, so if they need
Yeah,
to be sure
that's
to
the
secure
one.
this round, they can.
That
we
is the
already see
one.
what this slow play, this lurk is offering.
That's one of those ones where you know everyone saw it as well. You're the last player alive, you know everyone saw that one. I mean, he's not wrong. Welly, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the 6 months. I mean, yeah, probably might be nervous, to be honest. Okay, so bonus round goes to Lev, and they saved a good amount in terms of people staying alive, so the money's great. Chance to get the money even better.
And a Viper Molly put there as Oxy starting to come online a little bit as he gets a shot right down onto King. So the walls are out in that sense, up to Mazzino and the Reckoning, so we may just see that here for them to get by. And
Bro, Texas being the ultimate rat at the moment. They do 4-1 pressure over towards B, and he lurks onto A, and then this one on the anti-eco, he's literally just holding behind for people to push.
The first one now using him as a winning condition, finding first contact and gets a pick with the Sheriff is a great start for him on that side. That said though, Leviatán's playing this very cautiously. Reckoning being used against the eco of C9 because
yeah, and they want to just make sure that they keep their money good. They're close to a couple of ults as well. Dude, Oxy is solo making this round doable.
As much as he can from the top of the bridge. Yet, we have not seen Leviatán move in for a plant yet. They're just trying to clear it out first. Orb to come up, a lean towards the hallway of Kitchen.
This is Spike, by the way. Loses Spike top site, could be a nightmare.
Just got a pick there onto Oxy, so that's gonna make it a little bit easier. Giuseppa finally came in from the rotate, really long range with that beautiful Sheriff. And now Mazzino off the plan is alone.
What an impossible round to win top of site. Nicely done from C9. Huge shout out to Oxy. First 2 kills and then just made use of the numbers.
Remember, the team comes in beautifully distracting, never fully peeking, but baiting out the peaks of Leviatán and never fully giving up the kills.
And they put the harbor ult into it. They put the harbor ult to just make sure they could win the round, and they still didn't. They get 4 upgrades on guns as well.
But Oxy started it off with that one.
What a shot, top pipes.
What a shot. Gives him a little compliment as well.
Definitely recognized it.
Radicals, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 2 months.
Another one after that too to get them into
Good replay on this as well.
Oxy
Okay, Knives goes in. Oxy gets his op out.
They want a sight. Let's see if they can get some hits here. It's going to be a push onto pipes quick here.
Tom is one orb away, so that's why they're probably taking this one. Rooney close as well if he gets a kill. Another B default, and C9 have pretty much been letting them have this.
This cascade being pushed up by Mazzino on the other end. So call for C9, it's safe for you technically to move out towards the A site to pick up that orb. Rooney is one away
This
from
is the recon lineup, but again, this is worth knowing if you're a server because it goes behind here and it just can't be shot from sight and clears back yellow.
Now it becomes this game of how can Leviathan
even from here you can't shoot it. You got to be like real committed. It basically hits. That's a shame. Basically hits the little box on the left there that you saw.
A lot of what Leviathan did in the first few rounds got C9 disjointed from these early positions they're able to be safe in right now and feel good about the defense.
Exactly that, because you look at their positions too, a drone to look out at the 50-second mark, but they're playing passively towards this B site, but still in a position where they could actually add enough pressure to give a chance for the others to rotate around, and that's pretty much their game plan, it seems, in this first half to play on this B site. So there's finally the execution at the 34-second mark. Leviatán is trying to move in.
Excite again. Molly close. Spike goes in, just a normal plant. King's just fully committed. They expect someone to be committed? I mean, they should, but...
For this high tide to come down towards Snowman.
This looks like an awkward spot, but honestly, it's sick. Because he goes instantly down. You have so much potential to just own people. Tom has his ult as well, that's why he's playing so far back. That is pretty much the insurance policy. Ult goes in, you would imagine the server ult goes out.
The wall comes out on the defense. Here's the Hunters here out on the attack. Nobody on the spike yet. But there's only 2 players left, but it's a 2 versus 2. Actually doable now. Icebox is low on HP. A tap on the spike first. The recon dart misses, so you're forced to hand, but unfortunately there's not enough time. The last 2 players of C9 had to fall back.
Very nice from Lev at the moment. I would really expect this op to go to Oxy, and Oxy plays top of yellow. They're taking too much B control for free. That would be the most obvious call I would see coming in, and there might even be a timeout to do that, and this might make it too obvious calling a timeout.
Very early, so there's 40 seconds of kind of wondering. We don't really have a way to quickly flash through either to break this wall and get into the next quadrant. So a little pause there was all Leviathan needed from C9 to make sure they got away with it.
Honestly, it's sick and then immediately dies underneath there. Yeah, it is a strong pause though. I still stick to what I said.
Here for Leviathan is the orbs usually, when you're looking at this composition on that side of Leviathan on the attack, is the orbs usually thrown up and then you plant through it, but they somehow still manage to find safe passage to plant before and then use the orb as an extra obstacle rather to really fight against C9's attempt to flood retake. So they really got to figure out how they could work in tandem to really get rid of that orb ASAP so that they have more chances to really fight against, again, the double controller. That's very hard to get vision through.
It's Oxy really hoping he gets one of these opening shots too. That is not a fun game as an operator to be
that's what I'm saying.
I just need this wall to go down. I just need it to go down. If it does go down and you see Viper walls come up, you never get any angles and you're forced to push forward and hopefully find a Vandal in the fight, but then retake with the op.
Or at least see somebody in the early rounds, right? So this has been 2 rounds exactly that they posted him on pipes.
Okay, op goes out, and
I don't think he really shot
okay, it's a different approach to it. This time, instead of all of the util of Killjoy being over towards middle, they put the alarm bot here, so they want to try. It's a similar approach, right? But all they're doing is making this like a kill area.
They've actually gone away from trying to
just all of the Killjoy util to just help the Viper try and deny B.
Set from the attack side now, Leviathan is.
Oh, this is an aggro play.
Recon goes close, op walking. Like this change up, but honestly, it's looking like Aspas is very ready for this.
While the other 2 are pushing towards the tower.
Yeah, nicely done. He was fully on top of this as soon as the recon came in.
I was gonna say, if they don't come to you, you go to them, but Leviathan
Dude, Lev look.
ready for it.
Lev look very on top of it at the moment.
Forced to back.
Burrows, thank you very much, man, with the prime.
That is not a good sign for C9. Leviathan are reading just about everything they're trying to get a hold of. They're trying to position themselves for, and now we'll move up towards A here.
And that op is up for grabs too if Aspas wants to pick it up, but we'll have to see what the game plan is for Leviathan. Will they still want to use him to try to create that space? Again, double controller very hard to do with, and it gets an
that's a tech pause, right? What happened there?
Who looked like he was maybe staring at his radar for a split second.
Can't be a tech pause because someone's already dead.
Might be an immediate call to see. I mean, look at Zeba.
It won't get like replayed. because someone's already dead, is what I'm saying. You fell asleep? Nah, something wrong with the monitor turned off or something. We'll see a tech pause after this for sure. I reckon he looked away, but even when you get dinked, your instinct would be to move left. I'm like real confident something went wrong.
If anybody walks into screen's area, it's so hard to defend against somebody that's coming at you that fast, and how sure and confident Aspas is to take each fight.
Yeah.
You see A-Site having to be dropped almost each time here. And a big one here, Aspas as well, to open it up with a few kills and get him into sight.
Now you see the real value of the orb too, right? They threw it up on the A tower so that he can't get wall banged from spawn. A high tide to not allow players to run through from the spawn. And leaving Leviatán, they're hunting down C9. Trying to keep the guns away and keep the guns out of the hands of the C9 roster, but it seems to be okay now after this wall came through. 3 will stay alive as they lost 1. But they lost a huge op in Oxy. Thankfully, he has a Blade Storm to work with in round number 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can play a little bit more aggressive with that.
Man, that's savage.
Kind of the idea. You're like, oh,
in your buy round.
It does suck, but going with the Blade Storm next, a few more ultimates. They're trying to put every advantage they can into play. And some of that is being able to be more aggressive when you know that Blade Storm is coming up next. But what can they do? What can they figure out how to get past Leviatán here? It's been Leviatán aggressive A, then they went B a few rounds, so you're
he was dead either way. Nah, he would have it was like pixel angle just spawning and they would have gone back.
Every read from Leviatán right now is controlling C9's flow of the game.
Zing Shi, thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you so much, dude.
To put Oxy in a position to get first blood.
Absolutely.
But if he doesn't, or if they're not contacting into Oxy first, the rest of the team is actually still trying to use the utility around Rooney to work together, right? Find that 1 minute mark where those opponents could be. Once they figure out that the hit is coming towards a B site, for example, you're still kind of not ready for that type of hit to fight back behind those walls because you're still playing very passively. Yeah. So you'll have to think here as we do have a tech pause. It's a PC issue that we're going to try to fix ASAP, but once we get back in, that's probably the conversation now for C9 is once those comms are up and they're able to discuss with each other what they could do to fight against Leviatán, do they want to play a little bit more forward? Because again, the cascade that's being thrown from Leviatán on that B side, what does Vanity do if he's playing B? He's falling back already. He's playing back towards orange. There's no maybe 2-3 players set up to try to fight back on that area,
dude, yeah, Level looking
despite the scoreline being 5-1,
insanely on it.
You haven't really had a chance.
Like insanely on it. So good at this map so far.
The operator on the B side rather from Oxy, right? So there's still some room to work with.
One of the better Harbor performances we've seen this year so far.
Round 5, 6, 7, 8. When you start to get
can they
the
talk during the pause? Nah, no one can talk.
Now it has to swing very hard. So much money in favor of Leviatán right now in the credits that they can make choices. They can make aggressive choices, I should say. Things that put them in a bad spot by next round. But look for the trades in these fights where you'd normally play
hydrate emote. Yeah.
So that even makes
you can make that animated as well, right, Lexi?
C9 have to start to realize that. But yeah, you're right. They've got to get Oxy online. It does seem like that win condition that gets the team vibing. If this ultimate can come off strong, they have to get in Leviatán's face almost right away, like Oxy was trying last time. Because as Leviatán has been able to read the map,
I think I can have loads of animated
where C9 is going to be coming from
emotes.
Been spot on.
I think I looked at the other day when I was adding the new ones. I swear it was like 40, maybe even 30.
Right now, as you can't see really what's happening in the state of the game,
so
though, we can really tell you that at least they have the Blade Storm.
Get pop teams to just go wild with
C9.
that.
Rooney picked up a Hunter's Fury a couple of rounds ago, but haven't had a chance to really try to use it to try to deny plant, because even Leviatán are not using like these last 20 to 10 second mark to try to plant, so you're not really trying to create chaos out of that. So
C9 doesn't get tilted after that. Yeah, it is. It's like one of the worst feelings as well, and the fact it happens like after damage is done, so you know you can't reset the round as well. It is annoying.
Oxy was moving up on that belt side with the yacht. But the thing is, if you're
it's one of the harder ones to mental reset. Like a PC crashes or something like this, or a keyboard or whatever it is.
So earlier we spoke with King about some of the role changes they're implementing for Stage 1. So let's have a look at it.
Bueno, hemos cambiado un par de cosas. Hicimos cambio de roles. Yo pasé a jugar mayoritariamente humos. Tanto Viper como muchos mapas juego Omen ahora. Para que Masino se siente más cómodo en roles donde juega iniciador, juega flash. Entonces hemos visto una gran mejora en eso en el equipo. Y nada, también hemos estado practicando mucho como situaciones repetitivas, como muchos patrones. Entonces estamos encontrando mejores respuestas a las mismas situaciones como en muchos mapas. Así que eso más que nada han sido como los cambios importantes en el equipo.
At Hamster, yeah, should be picking them up tomorrow if everything goes right. Why it's ready. Goka, thank you so much. You know what to do, chat. Let's get some Oiler slugs in the chat. Thank you very much, man. 65 altogether, 5 right now, dude. You gifted tier 2 subs as well? Dude, I didn't know you could do that. That's insane, bro. Is that a misclick? Is that a misclick? That's a legit Oiler. Goka, thank you so much for doing that, bro. You're a crazy guy.
Yeah. But now we have a chance to come back in the game and really see if C9 could come back in this one with the 3 also.
Did you misclick? It's not a misclick, you're just crazy. Okay, man of respect, bro. Thank you so much for doing that. If you got gifted a tier 2, definitely make sure you say thank you. Wild guy, appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the support. I didn't realize you could gift above a 1. That's pretty cool. We learn every day. This is interesting because this ult makes a sound, but it hit the guy right at the back, so they might think there's people more committed over towards the site. Ult goes in, so much space taken with it. Dude, I'm telling you, the harbor, that's mental. He pops knives. Oh boy, that's way too confident. That's way too confident for my liking, man. What was that? He pushes through the wall and he pops knives.
For one of them, the low buy coming in now for Cloud9. Icebox
Had the knife, had the reload, yeah, but dude, he's so confident there's not another person watching this. I mean, the 1-for-1 is worth no matter what, I guess.
He gave him time to ramp up. This is why. Just floating around.
Oh my.
Floating around.
Yep.
Damn, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do anything when you got someone like that on your team. Wild. Turo the Maniac with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Steel as well. Josh, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Dude, where are you? You got a stream set up there as well? Appreciate you, bro. Dude, I've been enjoying your casting because I don't tend to do the flaming here, but you're always doing the flaming. So, and you're on the official stream, so I can't really say too much. But it is accurate. I do like the different approach that you bring. I think it's sick, to be honest.
This has been covered by a lot of the Killjoy utility for Moose in previous rounds, but they've seen it now. They have the option.
Exactly. There was no KJ utility, but Lisa body to spot it. So Moose using a lot of that util to try to find
still a nice round. This is the recon lineup that I was talking about earlier. They fully missed.
Head-to-head against Tex, but gets a little bit of damage.
Fully missed the recon, I'm pretty sure, unless somehow they got a way of shooting it, but I think that just got sent to space.
Double pump back towards the A site. Off angle held and won by Zeppa.
So maybe that isn't the lineup. Big amount of pressure. We have this stop the plant. Oh. Bro, nearly got double. 17 HP.
With 13 seconds left, Calm low HP. Attempts to go for a plant. Moose trying to find a timing, but with the Cloudburst gets away. Oxy with a knock kill onto Mazzino.
Yeah, Moose really didn't want to lose the round there. He was very tempted to go in and kill the planter, but didn't want to make it. The guy middle wasn't dead yet, so 3v5.
Recon dart coming out from Calm, spotting one player, and he's even going on a flank. So you're putting a lot of responsibility on Osmos now. Beautiful headshot onto Oxy. First tap on the spike, an attempt of a stick by Vanity. A spray as Runa gets the pick on the Calm.
Guys. Okay, I got worried because it was him after that other round as well. I thought he was massively feeling it.
Coming up with a big kill there.
WTF Rando Jen, thank you as well for gifting one over towards Josh, towards Steel. Thank you for doing that, man. Appreciate you. Rando Jen, thank you. And it's Guzu as well with the Prime, and Bad as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 12 months. Thank you for the whole year, bro.
C9's pick here. We see why Leviatán wanted attack. You know, you grab a handful of rounds, you feel good, you might catch a team while they're cold, and Leviatán had a plan in those first few rounds as they went from site to site, back and forth, especially bonus round where they go to
just because you can do it on the main stream doesn't mean you can come into my chat calling people frauds.
Go for the throat right away. C9 is now trying to put something in action. They're getting more aggressive.
All right, Oxy's trying to bait it out. Beautifully done.
It is.
Breaks the turret, gets away so that Zeppa can get the kill from the tower.
We're on my terms here, bro.
That's an early advantage for Cloud9.
It's tough love, yeah, it's true. I know you know him. We'll let it slide, it's fine.
Another 5v4 round. We saw the eco round they had with Sheriff start 5v4 and they turned it, so spells good things when they do have full guns.
Spamming the mods.
Focus on mid.
Get the mods to get him.
They do have clear on A. Vanity usually has not been playing yellow, so let's see how C9 tries to play it now.
So break the alarm bot for Calm to start things off. Cascade to move out, and first contact, again, Vanity falling back here to play inside the site. They do have a lockdown to work with here, so they might let Leviatán
Recon hit this time to know that yellow is cleared. Just get a nice plant every single time someone's fighting over towards site. Lovely kill from Moose. Does King. I mean, no, he can't use his ult. He's miles away from it. Can they even get a plant comfortably? Hey, this is actually very much on now.
Manages to escape as meanwhile we do have the plan from Leviatán. Aspas pushing forward, dropping Vanity. They can't get position.
Massive kill from Moose once again, by the way. Kill this lag.
There's only 2 players left though, Mazzino and Aspas, and those may be the only 2 players you need. The jiggle out, nice shot by Oxy.
Really nice shot.
Mazzino alone, headshot onto Oxy on a 1v1. Oh, he just...
Whoa, how did he... How did he know? Proud? Yeah, nicely done from them. Big round as well. Absolute nightmare for C9 as well. Just win 1 round. Next round they lose. Been the whole story, whole time. 1-9 loss bonus. No money.
Leviatán had a chance to then work the angles without worry of util getting dropped in. These first few kills, so good, but it just came down to this play. Boom. Rooney would have been able to come in and I think help reveal the entire site. Great job inside.
Gonna watch APAC later? Yeah.
Yeah. One on Oxy and another kill out Moose.
Should be able to get a nice amount of sleep, hopefully.
Onto the alt orb again. It's been a handful of rounds since we've seen this quick play. Usually it's just been Leviatán on the W.
Gets an insta heal. Oxy tries to run back out with the Sheriff. It is a lure buy for C9. And couldn't catch his opponent. With no more dashes, they're now grouped together. And again, Leviatán.
And they're more than happy to just put ults into these ecos. It didn't work out last time with the Harbor ult.
Could be getting ult on this one, or anybody with another alt orb. So they
tanking it a little bit.
Oh, Zeppa actually got hit. He thought he could get in the corner.
Everyone running in to save him.
And that forces Oxy to swing out and lose the fight to Tex. Meanwhile, the plant has come down as Moose unfortunately cannot connect the Sheriffs. Dash across on the other end. Zeppa at least gets 1. But it definitely looks like it's going to be Leviatán's round. So Vanity has something to say.
It was just an eco anyway. Nice round once again from Lev. Not taking any chances.
Trying to flush out Vanity, who upgraded to a Vandal. An opportunity to get things done, but as soon as the wall came up, the spray came across from Calm, and Leviatán have a strong...
How do I manage to stay awake? Bro, I love watching the games, man. It's not like I just do it for the sake of streaming. Like, I genuinely want to watch the games. It helps a lot.
That's kind of what we got out of King, saying,
The big factor, trust me.
situations, but able to come out with a different result because they've been practicing the situations and what outcomes you might be able to get. It's really neat to see Leviatán have these little changes and make these rounds work. There's just about everybody going high on that one. Just get the plant towards nest side on the defense.
Okay, another big buy round, and they got to go up against the Harbor ult and the Viper ult. Harbor ult to get side, Viper ult to win it.
All around once again. See, they slow down this A hit now. It's not as much control for that orb, just the cascade.
Poor Oxy so far has been guessing the whole half.
This is nice though.
Find somebody with this op, sees nobody towards B.
They are just avoiding
full
him.
info.
At least an early wall to just try to get him in position.
Weird to give them a G2 wall to plant, but
first peak to come out.
Oh.
Does get the wall bang onto Tex. Reckoning comes out to be replied by Leviatán. Slow orbs by Zeppa just to slow things down. Nice shot by Oxy. As Aspas was trying to find some verticality up on the top of Jenny. Zeppa gets traded out as he drops King. As the advantage continues for Cloud9. Locked down to prevent the plant from even coming through.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much though. They got to back down. Did they see everyone on site?
Good anchor right now by
they're looking for someone mid, so they at least only sold 2.
Expecting to get a party here. But if they can get a plant, there is Calm's ultimate. It would seem tough to use in this case, but never say never. Vanity's going to get the first peek here as the
Oh
rotation.
man, playing yellow with this low time is such a nightmare to clear. They have a Sova, but the recon doesn't come back until 10.
A one and done and prevent the plant from happening. Orb comes up early. As Leviatán slowly scaling up for contact. The fight against
And that's the spike as well. Yeah, little 1-2 on this. Very nice.
That's gonna make
Okay, they get to 3.
here from Azino, who does manage to get both picks,
No time.
but no time in the end. C9 so far, they get the third round, but there've been some very, very tough
It can
rounds to win
shoot.
on their end.
Oxy, yeah.
Becoming more cautious on how they're able to defend these rounds. Zeppa was even in a tight spot there.
Yeah,
They
scary
started
good.
to hit A last round, but the slow they hit.
Still have
keeping,
res, we'll keep an eye on if they can
Aspas
use that last round. They haven't been able to get 2 in a row, but maybe they can for the last round.
From Oxy. Bop. Goodbye. That
Next game, I got NRG. I've got 2 wrecked, man.
Apart. They didn't let it happen this time, and it worked out so well that Vanity could stay, right? Cool, calm, collected in the comms. They didn't over-rotate. They lock it in for possibly an 8-4 here. Ops on both sides as we get one coming out from Aspas now. Early info. B long as the drone goes towards A. So Leviatán go back to a little bit more of this default. Comp. One more.
Close.
Oh, God, that was
And
close.
got between both players on the A side, but at least there's information there. And now we'll just slow down
Vanity
Leviatán for a bit
insta
too, 'cause
pop
a
of
bit has been
Viper.
dropped
It's a
down on the B
weird
side
one
as well.
though.
Leviatán, well,
And it's so deep
with that, they're
that
gonna
someone
try to death
could
ball towards
time
middle.
over
Orb
towards
to
his
come up.
right.
Who's playing aggressively
I
inside
feel
the
too
tube.
comfy there. He is just holding it though.
Potentially spot first contact.
Holy, 3 people facing him.
contact.
Yeah.
He gets mowed down.
Good amount of info. Everyone rotates over.
Very
Still got
defensive
Sage Wall.
position,
Still got
instantly
Sage
gained
Wall.
by
Still
all
got
the C9
Sage
members.
Res, and it looks like they want to make a plan for it.
Boiler outside screens. Ready
Especially
to
with
get
the
the retake
wall.
on both sides. This could be
We
a
can
res
see
as
it's
well once they
free.
clear
How much
it.
util do they use?
Yep.
I mean, he just checked it.
And I like it. Zeppa made sure he let
That doesn't
down
need
towards
to
bottom
use
mid
anything.
just in
Cleared
case.
bottom.
And with that res, Leviatán thinks there's less
Wall to
players
get
now
info
towards
so
the A
they
side,
can
so
just
they
heavy
engage
rotate.
very quickly. Tempo up towards the A site. 3 players from C9 already waiting for them, but that's only 2 now left. As Zeppa gets dropped by Tex.
Viper ult as well. It's the good Viper ult with the cubby over towards here. Can they get the plant into it? Aspas gets the kill. Molly goes down, so they can't plant yet.
But the sprays are coming. Vanity's trying to find a timing. Azino solo on HP. There is that tap, the swing on the end. He does get that win up to Mazino.
Oh, that's a big win getting the plant down though, especially with the Viper ult up. Time was so low as well. Pretty much all came down to that.
Holding all the way back towards jail. There's only 2 players left now though for C9, and that's Vanity and Rooney. And make that only Rooney on a return in a C9 roster. On the top of the A tower. Trying to find at least something, being very quiet and silent. Forced to give his position away with the Vandal as he drops
Very
down.
nicely handled from Lev on this. Dude, this was a very strong attack half from Lev. They really didn't make many mistakes. Very impressive. I think that was the best Harbor I've seen all year. As in 2024. Obviously last year, Harbor was pretty strong. But
Cloud9 didn't have any idea what was going on in sight, and they're like, we got to get back quick.
Aspas 19-6, yeah, he was farming.
Was not being read well, and I think Leviatán preyed on that the whole time, that they just had to know on this 9-3 first half.
At least in the beginning, sometimes they're able to get these first bloods for C9, but it always comes down to the second and third kills. That always comes in the side of Leviatán. Yeah. But at least
Harbor, I mean, I don't even know what fragging he was on. I'm literally just purely talking about the util.
All right,
and like how much
we
they capitalized on it.
off with a very hot, very aggressive Leviatán, and it feels as if, Bala, that this Lev team certainly, I guess, you know, they dotted their I's, they crossed their T's. It feels like this is a team that has a solid strategy here.
Yeah, I think this Icebox looked great at kickoff, and it looks great here again. They're doing a lot of very good things in terms of working the map. Their defaults are perfect against dealing with Oxy. He hasn't really been able to come online outside of a few specific kills, but I mean, moments like this, Icebox, this is the reason why we love him so much.
And you know what he couldn't do back in lock-in when or kickoff, sorry, on the Reyna? He can't do that.
Yeah, I always do that so much.
Going crazy through the walls. I mean, he looked for a couple of those aggressive pushes in post.
Neil, what's up, man? Tomorrow, bro. We haven't got him yet.
The other players of Leviatán going forward in their post plants. That's
I'll make
really
it
what I wanted to see
make a
on the
big
B
screen
side,
once they make the
especially,
appearance.
with this Harbor comp, Leviatán were challenging C9 forward in every single post.
Well, now we have a situation here. C9 coming into this
3.5
What does C9 do?
or 3-3.
Back into this. It does feel like when Oxy has those openings, he can have some impact. But right now,
Neil,
they
don't
like
live long.
just full
They're like
control.
it's like 2 years
The
basically.
defense obviously is going to be a lot different. You have here this attack from Cloud9, a very typical one that we used to see all the time with the Sage. And I think this is one where you have to have more control of an approach going into this, whereas on defense it kind of was multiple different ideas going all over the place, kind of playing pretty passive on the B side in general. Here, I think you're going to be able to see them play a little bit more coordinated, and it's forced. So I'm very interested to see how grouping as a pack with Oxy in the mix has actually going to enable him to get a little bit more value on this half.
The tough thing for C9 is
Try and give him a good little life though.
Lev are so flexible on their defensive side. I think it's better than their attack, or at least it was back in kickoff. So they have a monumental task ahead of them.
That's right. It's going to be an uphill battle, 100% for Cloud9 to be able to pick up the Icebox win. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters.
Jesus, no. That's pretty traumatic.
An uphill battle for C9 to kick things off because, yes, there was some light at the end of the tunnel sometimes, but it definitely seems like it's crumbling here towards the end. And, you know, the last time Leviatán played this map, it was just Aspas waking up one day and saying, hey, can I play some Reyna? And then they said, sure. And
like you're using chat as your therapy. No.
Something more to their tradition with a Jet.
Wasn't on purpose, yeah, dude, I hope so.
Also, you kind of need Oxy to wake up at the same time.
Well, we're going to be checking in on you, man.
If he's going to be on point,
gotta ask all the players about your coaching style.
Aspas has no chance against Oxy.
It's a safe space. Honestly, thank you for sharing, I guess.
Oxy this time around. Four of them grouped together towards
anything else you got for us?
And Rooney trying to find the late info. He has a Sheriff once again. The recon dart went out early, so he has to use his body to try to find some pushes.
Neat little play here. They can set wall up at A. Cloud9 already have. They still have Zeppa's plant, giving them a little versatility on how they can fake 3 at A. So they got the numbers game for Cloud9. Once the wall's up and the plant's down, it's how they control the post plant that's going to be the question.
Is smoke meant to hit here? I mean, it blocks vision.
And some goes for Leviatán.
Double block vision of this. But then you never extend further. And then you just have this as you can be on any angle. Honestly, I kind of like this. And then you pick it up, and then you have after plant, and then you have double molly. That is nice. You've got to pay attention to Mizzino at the moment, who has Cove. Similar situation with the Sage. Just Cove up, defuse, create a lot of chaos. But the mollies are the one. Speaking of mollies, Moose also has 2. We've got a recon as well for Rooney. This is a very hard retake for Lev. They probably just get wrecked by after plant util. One molly goes in from Vanity. Another molly goes in from Vanity. Vision block. Do they have lineups from Vision block? Yeah, I think the util's too much here. Very nicely played. And that's the one thing that wrecks the Cove, right? It only stops bullets.
Nicely done.
We saw a similar situation with the Fnatic game, to be honest, on a few rounds, right over towards A, where they couldn't break the util and they just got stalled out.
A big pistol round necessary there for
it was a nice round from C9 though.
So
can't do too much against that.
Pressure relief, but they gotta keep frying here as we watch again.
And that's the beauty too, right? The amount of util that's left, double walls coming up, it doesn't even matter. Yes, it'd be nice if maybe your first contact like Zeppa and Oxy could get one for their troubles or something like that, but if not, they had that last resort for C9.
Jesus, chat, stop. Chat, I was joking about the sharing.
The pistol round.
I'm not sure this is the place for it. Holy hell.
Has an idea here of how the attackers
keep it Valorant based.
3 on A first time.
That's Nil's fault. You can all blame Nil for that.
For round 2. Doesn't matter.
Nice little flick there too. Great way to gain that confidence. Tap and tap against the eco of Leviatán.
Yeah, and that's a strong start for this one. We have a little bit of damage in terms of an armor rebuy.
Oxy opening up these rounds, whether or not they're pistols on the other side or not, just starting to get that flow.
Yep.
Give them those kills.
They're allowed 2 deaths, and they swap guns. Yeah, give me a pistol so that I can fully just run at them.
And not give up any alt orbs, so we might see some hunting here from Cloud9.
Exactly. You see it juggling around. Oxy's going to be one moving forward with the Sheriff to give him
confidence.
confidence.
Yeah, and Moose needs to be Moose needs to really be careful. This might be a step too far. As long as I at least like that Oxy's going close. So if he did go down, he could pick up the gun.
Running around and hunting. Tex just hiding down towards the bottom. And Elise is able to take down Oxy.
Okay, didn't lose any guns on this one. And they even picked up the Sheriff, so Rooney can drop this over, or he can just keep it into this round. Or we just buy, like we were planning to do, and just have a Has there been any Imilad camps? Only in the timeout.
Just a little bit of utility over the side.
No raging or nothing yet.
Work with there, so Oxy not needing much in these instances. Just slow-mo death. All right.
Right, big bonus, and we just save the sheriff instead of buying into this one, so money is really high. You imagine Rooney not even buying armor, by the way, so like they're really taking this as a bonus. Money is crazy good. What the hell is this?
And that's probably the position as to why he's
goes top site maybe for oh, goes back up here, and then they split through, so it would scan this. Yeah, nicely done from Tex, to be honest.
The rest.
Ooh. Oh, that's unlucky.
Vanity snuck through though. He might get an opportunity to take down Calm.
And he heard him.
And looks back towards the kitchen, knowing that he heard the rotate from at least one player, and that's Aspas. Mazino has to watch the window now.
Drone goes in, so they know where they both are, though. Rooney hasn't been able to pick up a gun yet. A good reposition from Vanity.
Oh, the jump peak. Very smart by Mazino. Identifies two because that was the drone, so they know both are near tube now. Big information.
This is actually a scary round. What do they do?
Smart play, so they can just play super back. Everybody's flank is covered. And Mazino's making sure this operator can't be lost.
This is good.
Yeah, and now they can make sure that the swing is good after hearing the sounds. Mazino did fantastic to get one.
Hello, Vanity falls, and Leviatán will get their gun round, but they still lost 3 in the process. Not too bad for C9.
So they're like, oh, Aspas has an op. Great. 22-7. Exactly what we wanted to start facing after we got a pistol in the second round here. Because that bonus
Not through mid there. See, if they got the kill, if they got the fast kill without Mazino getting one.
On this one made you wonder. You're like, oh, wait a minute.
I get what you're saying, Despolo. It would have been safer, but also this is all question marks, really.
All right.
Ollie goes to middle. It's going to break the turret unless this Sova shoots it.
Aspas has freedom to fire from Jenny now.
Sova shoots it.
Turret. Timmy's saved.
Expecting it. Well, that's a knee shot. Calls the crouch.
It's patience.
He crept under it, no way. Oh, they get there. So now Aspas has to play this one pretty careful with that draft or the dodge up.
There was such an early drone though, so they don't get the information of 4 players in the site. Yet Oxy still gets the opener. Mazino trades it right back, and everybody else is brought behind by Viper Wall.
Arbor goes in. They don't feel comfortable to plant. This means they can go spam the wall, and now planting becomes a real issue for C9. We gotta see some mid-rounding here because they gotta create pressure elsewhere. That's probably way too hard to take sight.
Insane to me that it's going to be the spike moving up towards the tower, knowing that the op is there to try to contest it.
Yeah, I think they had to be more patient. Lovely from Aspas here.
Another kill with the operator. Looks back up, denied by Moose. Gives a chance now for the last 2 players of C9 to move inside the A site. Still Mazino in the back though. Another great anchor.
Moose in the 2v4 makes it down to a 2-on-2. Has to do it all. Nicely done from Mazino. I mean, Aspas did great. I think C9 had to just either commit to the plant, which I think would have been doable because it's only a harbor ult, and the plant is like good for the after plant. That's probably what I would say there is just commit to the plant. It's only you getting stunned. Or once you've kind of committed and you haven't gone for the plant, they gotta make sure that they push elsewhere with some control.
And Aspas gets a kill on a wall, but he also gets killed back. The walls are creating such weird angles for both teams. And picking up a few of these frags from as we get a quick pause.
Anyways, you could buff Harbor for ranked. The thing is, it's pretty legit in pro play, so there's always going to be those agents like Vipers. Especially these wall agents are the main ones, the ones that aren't that good in ranked. I mean, honestly, Viper is good in ranks, but people just don't lock in another controller, like the reverse Reyna. There's always going to be these agents, some that are better for ranked, some that are better for pro play, and you can't really just balance them all for both.
All right, we enter into round 17, 11-5 here for Leviatán.
Double controller is rare and ranked. It must have been
dropping now with Blade Storm. He drops Rooney and Vandal.
It must have been more doable with Clove though, right?
That game point for Leviatán's pressure.
You got to play around those Blade Storm in that lockdown, right? Anything in your favor and your chance.
People still insta-locking Clove at the moment, or is it kind of faded off?
Give you an opportunity to keep the economy low against Leviatán if you convert this. And although again they have to go against
Okay, timeout goes in, massive round, especially considering the econ, right? We've won this round, so this would be a reset. So these two, well, these three can't buy. To be honest, 1-9, they would have 2-9. So C9, it's still doable. Lever probably playing too good, but it is still doable. This is actually going to hit this time.
Molly up. Goodbye this time. Very cool. Take out the turret. We've seen a few of those as well going towards kitchen and KO plays.
Bro, their confidence is just so high. What was the cue to swing here?
You're gonna take it any day there for Tex. So
Did I miss a recon or something?
The Star Duel is down once again for C9.
Coming back. Blade Storm no go for this one. Still towards A. They can hit, but it's going to be tough. Zeppa gets a plant here. They can get res up, but it's so far away. You don't even know if it becomes an option. 1 minute left on the round, and Lev's happy to let him take the site with 4 for the full retake.
And you talked about that kill that could activate an important ult for Leviatán, and that's Tex. So they actually
With a
have
plant,
lockdown
Zeppa gets
to
ult.
retake against Moose's initiated lockdown on this A site. Leviatán
One goes in. Do they just go for a G2 plant, or they try and get a more site control?
C9 to get the plant down.
Site control.
They have to play
Zeppa has res. Does he go all the way around to bottom and middle? It's at least tempting. Because Tex has ult though. Oh, Tex no longer has ult. Lovely kill from Vanity. Definitely worth in terms of the trade.
Waited by Leviatán on the top of the heavens. Zeppa almost got a pick there, but once again too far.
Oh.
And on an island, cannot res any of his teammates, so he falls. But at least takes one down with
Mazzino
him.
low.
Rooney trying to find
Big play.
his own timing. Here's a rotate coming out.
A really
The
big
dome
play.
Coming up as well. Swinging across, gets that pick, but again instantly gets
Lovely.
traded
I'm
by
telling you,
Aspas.
Mazzino right now,
In the end,
like
fundamentals
silent
are
MVP.
there
Aspas
for
is obviously the
Leviatán.
MVP because of
As
how
now they
much
push to
damage
map point.
he's doing, and like he is just fragging out of control. But Mazzino is like the silent MVP. Util's outrageous. Every single time there's like a big duel that would like decide if it's a close round or not, and he's winning it out. I think he's playing so well right now.
3 in a row there, that last one being a post plant. Leviatán doing a great job of either just stalling C9 or being able to get these retakes. Just the trades instantly behind each other.
Well, nice. Get up, Aspas. Nice.
Team is pumped up.
Yeah, level look really good. Really, really good. 25 to 8.
Quick forward play. This has been the setup for C9. This 4-1, a little bit of a lurk here from Moose. Able to be on the right side of the map. And your
Aspas said, dude, the ACS must be through the roof. The high, I didn't be a high 400.
Stack from Leviatán. Really playing retake on a site if they wouldn't be.
This is looking good for C9. Go over towards the site where there's only one person playing delay. Molly goes in, smoke goes up, everyone's really far away. Tex has Killjoy ult for retake though, so do they try and play fast? Keep an eye on the luck that is ready to shoot it if it goes down across this wall. Try and see it from this angle.
Heels coming through as they get out of the Viper.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, and they're all just playing a little bit more aggro, right? The plan, because they have the Killjoy ult, is very much in play.
Comes out. It's going to spot 2 players there just under the tower, and Leviatán starts moving in. Oxy still gets the first pick. They want to Tex, so that's locked down, denied. A second one through, dashing forward, trying to find a third. There is support from top and bottom. Does get the third before he
That's
falls
lunacy.
Advantage still for
He's
Cloud9.
very calm
Blade
in that
Storm out for
situation.
Aspas. The lurk from Moose with the Guardian, but traded out by Vanity at least. And this will be all that they wrote now for Leviatán. Aspas trying to fall back and save his operator, but C9 will get the round.
Okay, nice. Good round from C9. Definitely, I liked how they played. They just went close because of the ult. And then Oxy's just a beast.
Great job on the
Attack
tank.
op.
A bit of a struggle
Sova
towards the end.
ult.
Yeah, everybody
Viper
going
ult.
down
Res
these
still.
battles as it seems. But Cloud9 not hesitating to get back in. Oxy swinging through with the 3K there. Exactly. what
Yeah,
they
right.
needed
It
on
wasn't
play.
great. It wasn't great timing for that.
Almost back up to Blade Storm 3 ults here. For
I was gonna let it
Cloud9.
slide.
It's not going to be that 4 towards B, 1 towards A. Everyone's stacked here, but it is going to be a stack for Leviatán. At the other side.
Another round of avoiding the
C9
full
getting
pass
the
and
retake.
stack.
Want the retakes
And
are
they go
working
super
for
fast on
Leviatán
it
as
as well.
much. This could be a bit of a comeback, but we'll see.
Imagine he gets one.
If you get one, it'll be nice. They'll get one.
Yeah.
Almost the second one.
So close to getting the second. Yeah, Rez goes in on this one. Just need to get every single round.
Right now for Cloud9. That's a Hunter's Fury and a Rez against a Thrifty from Leviatán.
So much. I mean, they save Lockdown and Reckoning just for another round, right? Round 7 of, or I'd say round 20. I would say C9's round 7 win.
Unless Aspas pops out for the Guardian, but yeah, definitely at this point now, both of them falling down, so no ults available. There's the shots that came a little bit too late. Third kill comes through. It continues to be very expensive right now for Cloud9. Snakebite lineup with the orb. The tap on the spike keeps him at bay. And Vanity has to push forward now because he doesn't have any more orbs. Wall on a defense, the spray. Aspas gets the pick. It's halfway, and Rudy has to get
Holy, he actually had to hit it. How on earth did that become so close?
Oh. The gas going down right in time.
It was so close
for the shot.
That was insanely close.
Oh, you thought it was saved there. Calm looked like he had it. And saved King on the defuse. 4 ultimates ready. This is what I meant. Like, that round was so close on the retake. This one, they are just going to overload whatever site C9 takes, as we see Zeppa holding it off. But that shot from Rooney, able to Red Bull clutch that round.
Aspas 1 away from the 30. 9 deaths as well. It's 29 to 9. It's so stupid.
Rooney coming back as if he's never left, right? Great shots on the Sheriff, great shots with the op.
Oh, the Jets
timing on this as well.
Other.
There's the 30.
Gun a little bit too long, so Aspas is ready for that.
He's going forward.
Looking for a second kill, and
His dash has run out and he's going forward.
All 4
Throwing to help him out.
Towards this B side, Aldrone even to clear towards the front, allowing even Aspas to pick up the op if he wants to. But instead, he'll cut rotates, pinning the rest of C9 towards this
This is a big kill if they get at Harbor.
has to jiggle to find that info. And here's the Hunter's Fury coming out here now on the defense.
Guys, is it done, right?
That's one to fall. Reckoning even slow down the push. Mazzino gets the perfect read. The wall comes down. The swing out from Zeppa. Nice little flick. Gives a little bit
with
of
that kill,
hope
they
now
can
for
plant.
C9 to enter
Killjoy's
this
still
piece.
alive.
Remember, these
Aspas
ults
has
coming
one
on the
smoke for the
defense.
alarm
It
bot
doesn't
if he
matter for
goes
this fight now,
slow.
'cause they have to lock down on the
I mean,
damage
honestly,
from
the
next
alarm
two.
bot's in the
So
cubby.
winning condition for
Oh
C9.
no.
Try to take down 10.
Oh no.
As well with the lurk. There's the ult first.
Just reaches the
But they
outside.
go
know
past
what
him.
portion
This
of
is
the ult he's
wild.
got
There's only
beat.
one kill for him to get now. It's not too bad, and he's in the Viper ult.
Wait, Aspas is going to call it at least. There's a snake bite into the pit. Aspas looks back.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I can get more. Yeah,
Yeah,
not the best plant. You gotta hit this molly, but then at the same time, it's probably getting shot. Yeah, nicely done from Lev. Honestly, very impressive from Lev. They looked fully on top of this. Aspas ends on what, 31 to 9.
Cloud9 for the most of this Icebox map, finding ways to route them, finding ways over and under the utility, if you will. They really, really put Aspas online here to do well. 31-9, like quietly, but not quietly. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely wild stuff here from Leviatán to start off. And this
But did
is
two
what
people luck mid because they thought they were gonna go close and use a Killjoy ult, so they wanted to be like in position to trade them. Basically, they were trying to double luck because you would think there would be one lucker to kill the ult, and then one person would play, and then the other person would like late play and kill them as they're trying to rush the site or at least get the ult. It was the right play. Killjoy ult comes in there, they can just stick the actual spike. It's just the fact that they ulted further back, right, so it looks a little bit weird. As in the Killjoy ult was further back. Radium, by the way, sorry, I think I missed that, man. Appreciate the Prime, thank you for the 9 months.
Anything less.
Well, with that, we'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll see if C9 could push this into a third map, or will Leviatán close this on a 2-0.
I gotta make a new playlist for this one, America.
Excuse me, would you
you mind taking a picture with us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
Again, for all the new viewers that are here that we might have picked up, we watch pretty much every region apart from some of the China games. And if you miss any games, we have a VOD channel on YouTube with just every VOD, basically. Just records, just uploads. Nice and simple.
Only on Verizon.
Yeah, if you ever want to watch something or work out how a game went down, best way to do it. Isaac, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you, thank you. Tim, welcome in. If you're here, Tim, make sure you say thank you. Isaac baits us in with 1 and then goes for the 8. Yeah, crazy guy. Thank you so much, Isaac. Appreciate you. 1,070 altogether as well. Make sure you say thank you to Isaac if you got gifted a sub, and let us spam some Oiler Slugs in the break as well. Thank you so much for that, Isaac, man. Thank you very much, Isaac, bro. Okay, gonna spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Aspas 281 ADR. ADR, really? Yeah, that's stupid. That is actually stupid. That's stupid. Okay, I'll be right back. What is ADR, average damage per round? So he's doing 280 damage per round.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. No te la puedo creer. Consigue aquí una doble baja.
Smick standing here with Coach Gokid after an amazing map #1 from Leviatán. Really quick for you, we noticed that there was a switch made before on Icebox. Icebox was on Reyna, and now we see him back on that Jet. And we see why. He had an amazing ace, but tell us about some of the reasoning as to why you made that change.
Honestly, we think both Reyna and Jet work really good, but it's nice to mix it up. Jet allows you to get a bit more operator, which obviously on Aspas is insane. So it was also him feeling it. We can play with both, and he was feeling like Jet, so we just went for Jet because it's a nice switch up and it works good.
He was feeling like Jed and he got us that wonderful ace. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
So it seems like Icebox just goes out there and says, I think I want to play this one this time around. And they did just that. And then he drops a 30 bomb. That's crazy, bro.
I mean, I think that's pretty cool.
That's
to
amazing.
be honest. Because like one of the things that they're missing when they're playing like the Reyna, for example, is the ability to have that verticality and especially fighting aggressively over an A main, B main on defense. So I actually really like that read where they can get a little bit more flexible map to map.
I also love how differently you see him play sometimes depending on the role. I think he's really good at like taking the right fights depending on his agent. He's a top-level player no matter what he's playing. And giving a star like that flexibility is awesome.
Let's not act like switching from Reyna to Jet is some sort of revolutionary thing.
Yeah, last I heard, it was a real crazy
VCT
pick.
Americas.
He was farming though, and all of Leviatán was, to be honest. They right out the gate, they won that pistol, and since that moment, you kind of, other than the time they got ecoed, you kind of saw them working all sorts of corners of the map, and it was working really well.
100%. I think Tex had that big round. He was able to walk all the way up into A main. They played another round, leaving King inserted down by jail. They also did a lot of mid work, not just with one player late in a round, but also 3 players walking into tube, clearing it out, freezing the round. And if you're C9, you're just wondering, like, where can they be creeping up once our Killjoy utility starts to fall down? Lev were really good at using time and sort of freezing and hiding information to make C9 worried.
Yeah, and the way that Icebox was playing around the harbor was really reminiscent of him on Loud, right? They did a great job, I think, of kind of setting comms darts in the right position around that harbor utility to set Icebox up to take some really good opening fights throughout this one. And it was the same deal on the retakes, for the most part, looking real clean in the second half. I think the synergy looking at really a higher level than what we saw in kickoff already.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive. I mean, something that Rivington Vantilli pointed out that I just want to give, shine a little bit more of a light on. Tex, only person with more first kills than Icebox in the server, right? So really showing his impact.
Lurks were going crazy.
Yeah, his lurks were nuts.
Honestly.
He was really putting in that work, and it does feel like this team is starting to gel together. But now as we take a look at the other side of the field, let's see what's going on with the coach of C9 as we have Smick standing by.
Smick sitting here with Coach Emmy ahead of Sunset. Coach Emmy, obviously, Cloud9 has made some roster changes with the addition of Moose and Rooney. How has practice been going with them, and what do you think it is that those two bring to the team?
Practice has been going great, to be honest. We're actually frying everyone. But I think when we got into here, we're just playing not to lose. But they've been great additions. They've been comms, which the other people didn't, and they're very proactive. They just didn't show in that first game.
Well, hopefully we're able to see some of that better on map number 2 for now. Thank you very much for taking the time, and best of luck on Sunset.
Thank you.
Coach Jimmy noted there the aggression that we were seeing from Leviatán, and it did genuinely feel like, guys, and Paul, I mean, you noted it really early in the game, like it just felt as if Leviatán did whatever they wanted. They got spike down, they just pushed forward. Even when it was a detriment to them, they still did it. It's very clear this team is trying to just aim for that style, that aggressive play style because of the weapons they have.
We also, I mean, the Viper Harbor works in tandem with that
That's
idea
true.
in general, too. And I think the tools on the other side, Cloud9, don't allow them to really get a little bit more initiative. You saw so many times where Leviatán on attack was pushing forward into the B side. As soon as Cloud9 put that wall down, they're done. They can't go forward anymore. Like, they didn't have any chances to push forward. And I think that's because of the comp, to be honest.
I also think in the first half, we saw a lot of players from Cloud9 honestly taking risks. I think of the round that Moose is like
All right, I'm
sitting
back.
in
I was trying to solve the lights out, and they were just flickering
There's
like
a lot of
mad.
moments where solo anchors, individual players, get picked off by a Leviatán that was doing a great job of working the map there. And we had this debut from these two players, one returning, one new to this Tier 1 stage. And honestly, I felt pretty good about some of the stuff we saw from Moose.
I thought that, like, it was weird because I thought
of the moments where, you know, the shots
there were some whiffs in the first half.
Yeah.
Okay. We
definitely I know Moose is a sick player.
X9 Rick.
Every time he's the last one
Eric,
alive,
maybe?
it's like, oh, no,
Rick,
he's
I'm
just
just going
not
to call you
gonna
Rick.
be-
Thank you so much for the Prime Bro. Appreciate the 2 months.
VCT Americas
Thank you for doing that,
Stage.
dude.
So it's also nerves kind of play a little bit of role into this as well.
I think the last big LAN he played was like the one match at LCQ 2021 before the LAN.
Lions Peak, yes, it's probably too bright.
And the thing too, Rooney, I mean,
Lighting
stats
feels a
didn't
bit
show,
too
like,
bright,
he had a
but-
great performance, but there was moments where he had that impact that you remember from last year's Cloud9 with the Sheriff. sheriffs, multiple rounds.
Yeah.
Still having that first, that one kill when you just needed one person to get a gun, and then all of a sudden that catapults. That sort of thing is what Rooney brings, and he delivered a little bit, but not overall. I think both of them kind of had weak debuts.
You know, 50% headshot rate here. Right, he was yeah, he was great that game.
Because a couple of goes, because of winning that
Big fan of that game.
half. I think the scoreline makes it look way closer than it was. Like, that was a blowout for Leviatán. They were in control of that one throughout. They were dominating in all the rifle rounds, and a lot of these Cloud9 players just weren't hitting the same way that the squad was for Lev, especially when it came down to that synergy,
mediocre bot as well. Thank you so much for that, man.
Where Cloud9 is trying to flood onto a site together, just not setting up to
with the Prime as well, getting involved. Thank you for the 6 months, man. Thank you, thank you.
And see where we're going to be going for Map 2 Sunset here. Of course, you know, I think that there are a lot of ideas. We've seen tons of ideas implemented in Madrid, right? Some great, some not so great.
He's back. He's lounging again.
We saw C9 implementing some ideas.
That's how much energy it takes. Gonna nap in between.
Yoru on this map. They weren't playing a Sentinel like
memories.
It was wild.
I deleted that from my mind banks.
Yeah, so memories are bad.
No, it's back.
They're horrible nightmares, actually. Like,
Calm before the storm. Yeah.
So we get that again here, right?
No, no, but like also I think it is a little bit to do with like the changes they've made, because are we putting Moose on smokes? No, I'd much rather see him on the Cypher, right? Like on his bread and butter, especially on a map like Sunset. I want to see him back on that.
Also, I wonder how much time they've actually had with Rooney and Moose, right, in the lineup. Like, is it Madrid when it started? Like, when did they actually make the changes? When were they actually able to start practice with these two guys? Because I think what we saw in Icebox was very comfortable type of choices, right? Kind of scared choices you might say, because it's
that's what
way
Coach Jimmy
back.
said. Play to lose, not to win.
Is that not Pikachu?
Well, in the comp sense is what I'm kind of talking about.
I don't know.
That's
I think that comp is fine, right? I think it's a tough match against the Harbor Viper, but
I think that comp is still good, to be fair.
It's good, but also when you're talking about Cloud9, who was playing like Deadlock and sort of that stuff, and a team that's playing Yoru constantly, like.
I mean, I would
just saying that you like
me and Shambles, bro. We can't be comparing Wingman to Pikachu.
Wants to be creative.
That's like that's literally Pikachu at home, bro.
An identity was taking risks versus the team that's going to the old default stuff.
And this is way more comfortable, and so that kind of shows.
Which I am in favor when you're an underdog in a game, taking some risks with the comp, taking them to a different map, like trying new stuff. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, it's what do you have to lose, right? I mean, you know, worst case,
the game.
You lose, but
Yay, Chamber tomorrow, maybe. I've got a bit of hope for that.
You're going up against a Leviatán team that a lot of people weren't giving you the time of day against.
But also, I think we're reacting to game one. I think all of our opinions was Lev is going to be the stronger team, but C9 have been saying they're owning everyone in scrim, so they're not coming in weak.
Look at the agent select. Leviatán is stealing the loud comp, going for.
I was wondering who was going to do it.
Well, but this is the weird thing, though. It's the loud comp, but there's no Viper, and I think that Viper really enables the no dive comp, like the double
just
flash
Omen
because
only.
you can chop the map into much smaller segments. You can fight through your walls
this
much
might be.
easier. The Cypher
I mean, sure, they picked it. They must have a lot of faith into it. I'm a fan, or I mean, honestly, everything works on Sunset. I feel like it's probably the most open map at the moment in terms of what you can play.
Activate a couple more lurks, but you're absolutely right. That Viper, I think, makes it a lot harder to mid-round on the attack.
Icebox is going to fry on Phoenix.
Was there a Sky on the other side? No one really plays Sky on this map.
When's the last time you played an agent besides Jetta right now? Like, this is crazy.
We gonna learn today,
Aspas on Phoenix, dude, that is scary though, to be fair.
We're going to send it back over to your casters, the tag team stylings of Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you again, GB and our friends at the desk. Indeed, I kind of agree with Bola. I think Aspas is just gonna fry on Phoenix, and maybe one of those days, like remember when they won that map where it's like on Icebox, like, I'm just gonna play Reyna today.
How do I feel about the Zeta Chamber? Oh man, gives me a lot of faith.
I think it's gonna pan out quite great.
We'll have to see. I mean, if it happens
Notice how it was the easiest map as well.
Oxy fuels fire.
Correlations there.
Goes off. I mean, this could just be an absolute explosion here for the Phoenix, for Leviatán.
Great puns. I love
as strong. Hey, we gotta get a few in there throughout the season. Okay. Giant Radianite hole blown through here as both Worlds of Omega and Alpha.
But they do bring a good note on
Lexi,
the desk.
you
There's
off.
no Viper coming out from this composition either from Leviatán. So
all right, let's get into this one. We got C9 against
there's going to be a
Lev.
little bit more of a death fall if Texas is just going to be watching flanks, or if it's going to be King just trying to use the lurks here.
See you soon, Lexi. Thank you.
Look at the lurks later. We have first contact at middle from Tiles. And the first one to answer is once again Leviatán. And Oxy falls at the beginning, watching it from the market.
The mid take. and then group up, head over towards A, which is retake. We got camera early info, kill trip, and it's looking like C9 are going to re-clear the question mark that was made over towards middle, so they might be able to go fast behind. The thing is, Tech still has a trip, and he hasn't used it yet in terms of behind.
This is going to be a weird.
How the hell did that one go?
Oh, they're ready now.
Yep, especially after that jiggle from Calm. That's 3 coming back. A high flash, a paranoia.
I go above to check all the sight. That's nice.
1 versus 1 to jump across. Zeppa wins that fight.
They don't have too much map control, I say, as Tex takes a risk, pushes through the smoke, and they're not going to expect him here. Lovely push from Tex, to be honest. Realized that they needed some map control. Everyone's probably too late. That's a lovely heal from Zeppa. Both of them getting healed.
The defensive side for C9 as we have players full HP trying to retake.
Just pushing forward. Lev get a few quick kills. Vanity to peek.
Whoa, Tex.
Head-to-head against Vanity. As Mazzino still holds that sight down. Traded out by Rooney. A tap on that spike and a tap of a stick. And that corner towards Dice has never been cleared. King gets the easy pick. Vanity trying to make some noise just to bait him out. And it's King that jumped instead.
Okay.
On to
Works out pretty well. Tex did kind of win the round though, even though it was a moment where he was sleeping for a little bit. The push through the smoke, yeah, was the one. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what they're talking about now.
They did not expect to lose the sight anchor in that situation. And then here, good hold on sight. They're looking towards spawn for that regress, and it actually comes from inside.
Full eco, no one doing anything crazy, and they are just sold on this. The double rifle buy with a Spectre, and then they're allowed 2 deaths.
Moving right away on that first round as they stack 4.
And you can always get a good, always get a good buy if you do it cleanly.
Mazzino's got a few on
Your bonus.
kills, but we see Oxy grabbing him up on one side, and I figure Phoenix would be the one to do it on the other.
Perfectly done here for C9. At least you're on an eco and you're trying to get that ult up, rather, the showstopper ACP onto Oxy. Even when you're looking at the roster for C9 for this map, it kind of makes sense. The roles that they're currently playing, all very strong in that specific role. So there is a chance. We haven't seen too much of C9 since
only missed
really
the mark, right?
I guess the offseason at this point. They tried some Yoru and stuff like that on this map. But this is a fairly confident lineup that he can have here for Cloud9 on this.
So nice from Lev in terms of this one. Worried that one person's holding over towards A, stun, across, bit of pressure to try and make sure that it's 2 people. Shout out to Oxy, just pure confidence pushing them back. They get the info that no one's here, they can go stack over towards B. Do they get there in time?
Ready to hit B. All the util floods in. They should be getting a front sight plant here.
C9 had a perfect read after that 1v1 on the east side. 4 players through.
Whoa, that's fast.
There's finally a trade coming out
Well,
from Cloud9.
I mean, at least it can happen to the best.
Zeppa's trying to find a timing, looks into the wrong corner. Calm picks up the easy kill. This will be GG for the round. Oxy low HP at 13. Underhand throw. And doesn't want to give an orb away to his opponents. I'll take that any day. Smart play.
Yeah, I mean, that is
chip armor, trying to do a little best of both worlds, but going down in the end. You can only do so much in there, and you don't want to give the alt orb.
Min-maxing his demise.
Exactly. Exactly. At every point in time that you can. All right, Leviatán. Interesting to see. We saw Mazzino and Tex on the one side. They put the
and then with this one, they get the 2 guns into it, and we are having a lovely bonus. We've got 2 people. They still have the light armor, but they didn't see a outlaw here, so.
Expect to see those full protocols coming out on each
Recon
one.
deep into the corner, which kind of means that you have to commit to shoot it, be main controllers. I mean, there's a lot of agents and a lot of ways of taking it. This is one of them. Phoenix ult, 1 away.
That was a question for us.
And it looks like a classic at the moment. B farm of the orb over towards the A farm, and honestly, C9 should be on top of this at one point, so you might even see this get reinforced a little bit with the Omen. Maybe they put some smokes over here.
Once again, it was trying to contain the A side as Oxy's the one trying to push forward with Zeppa. Themselves trying to control space on the A side, try to control orb if they can. He was ready to pounce. That dog was ready to pounce there, but Zeppa just staring through the eyes of that dog. The lurk here from Tex.
Oxy has double satchel.
Nice fault line out from
yeah, might want a nade to stop this orb.
Really nice escape, expecting that too. It kind of thwarts the fact that they want to play off the fault line. Oxy
Wait, did they get the orb? Is the orb gone?
Safe. But is it enough?
Feels like
Can
the orb
team
is gone and I
rotate
missed
quick
it.
enough? Leviatán
Otherwise,
paused for a
Aspas
moment
gets
to
that
get
all
the
day.
util out, and it might be just enough time for Cloud9.
There was a one-way being
30
thrown there
seconds
towards
left.
that left side. A smoke in the end when they got the flash contact and elbow. But this gives an
All
opportunity
people
for
here.
Leviatán to just flood
Viper
like
goes
all
in
that
off the
util.
contact.
Uh-oh, flashes galore in all
Wow,
angles as
nicely
Calm
dive
gets
from
first
Calm.
blood to Rooney.
That's
Another
impressive that
flash
Calm
coming
wins
through.
that.
Oxy's fully blinded, trying to stay alive.
15
Nice
seconds.
headshot though onto Mazzino as the spike falls. There's 13 seconds left on the clock. A second kill
Oh, lay ult as well.
came out from Aspas.
Ah, nicely done from C9. 4 people on the site.
As he gets that pick, but there will not be enough time. Running through the protocols, Boost and Vanity fall back to save the weapons and also win the round on time here for Cloud9.
Oxy doing the dance inside sight. I gotta see it again. What was that separation between Lev out the smoke? It was somebody ran spawn, and then Oxy had time to just dance around the box, get back in position, and get the safety here. The dog just grilling.
Well, you saw that util that came out.
Oh, okay. He was pinging out the trip.
So for them, for Leviatán, they thought that it was fully cleared.
True.
And Oxy, all he did was dance around the left side. He had no pressure on the left side because of these one-ways that were being thrown by Vanity in. That was probably the perfect thing to allow Oxy to get these kills in. That kid keeps smiling.
Great defense. B main control instantly again for Leviatán.
And that's one thing here that C9 will have to start identifying, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. There's an early curveball, and now the orb's being taken by
2 away
Mazzino,
from
so they are
Breach
trying
or
to cycle
texting
objectives with this
control
orb, but
of
that's the name of the
middle,
game right
and
now
it
for
is a
Leviatán.
4-person late
C9,
take a middle.
They have to try to fight, but they're fighting mid instead.
Don't know how many people he heard push
they'll
there,
get
but I think someone else made
for that,
footsteps,
so
but they
we'll
don't
take it.
actively go
Moving
into
back
B.
around. So they know Lev is playing the orb game. That's something that Rooney can hear inside B. It's something that's going to happen. You see Rooney throwing the Viper or the snake bite out every so often, just trying to do a bit of damage, get some armor off, and chip him away. And this mid to market play could be huge.
Only good for that one kill, unfortunately, though, as they had the
Could've got a
players to
lot
at
more
least
on
try to
that.
set up some sort of crossfire for Cloud9. Advantage still for Leviatán as the hot hands gets thrown at the staircase. Zeppa runs through for
Very
a
good
bit.
timing on this one.
Here's the spike
Really
going
good
down,
timing.
and he's hoping to get one. The blaze wall up, finally gets the pick there onto Aspas, but doesn't know that there is this player right here that
Zeppa
lurked
gets
through.
another kill, he gets
Zeppa
Seekers,
tried to
and it
clear.
is
There's no
worth.
util left to try to get information for Cloud9. So it has to come down to the swings and the trades. And
Nicely done from King. They managed to double up as well.
They
The
were
big
thinking
buy
he was
rounds
cut close to the
goes to
corner.
where
With
Lev.
The time that you saw the swing off that paranoia, they were expecting somebody to be tight left, not just standing right in the middle there with another off angle. So nicely played. Good.
Is it going to be another game where C9 can never get 2 rounds in a row?
And this mid fight super aggressive. You see C9, like you said, wanting to get their hands dirty right away, wanting to find out what Lev is doing.
Yeah, because we talked about maybe trying to control B main, but at this point, if they want to fight back towards middle, they'll give the orbs anytime they want. Getting control of mid will not allow any lurkers to happen on a split towards B. And maybe potentially
Instant
with the
recon
combo
over
they have, they
towards
can have a
B.
better
4
retake
people
here
waiting
towards
for it, so
the
they're
B
trying to
site
just
in the
abuse the
end.
fact of the default.
Now looking for timing to contest towards the B site with a tap
All
out of
goes
the orb,
up.
but there's nobody from Leviatán there.
Yeah, I mean,
with
Tom is
the
just
spray
on
as soon as
this.
the wall came up, gets
And it's a
contact on
Viper,
one.
and why would Viper be
comes in
pushing
swinging
alone?
for the
So
rest
ready
of
for
the
more.
way.
That is a
So
gun. Instant reaction
be
after
King's
seeing
turn.
2 is
Gonna
to
save the weapon.
head over towards A.
And make sure they don't get it. There's the step he needs.
Yeah, that's too obvious at this
And
point.
that's nice. One person just holding the gun on this one.
Easy stop there.
And
Slow play
you would
towards A.
imagine
Lev
Aspas
continue
gets
to
the
set up this
plan.
default too, where
I mean,
you
they still
see
think someone might
King
be
is
an A.
mid, the fall
Whoever gets the
line's
plan
ready
is
from
kind of
tiles
fine.
from
Mazzino gets his
His
ult.
plant will
Aspas
actually
gets
give
his ult.
Mazzino ult, so they can start to think about future rounds on this. And all they have to do is hold off Cloud9. C9 here. Pick up a few of these.
Yeah, and they
weapons
got rid
may have
of. Oh no,
fallen.
they didn't get
You
rid
can
of the gun.
see Oxy's like, is they still protecting this? Not just yet. So Showstopper and Seekers for next round too. So C9 aren't too far back here from being able to even up this game with the power they're bringing into the next few rounds.
Yeah, and they don't mind playing a little bit more forward at this point as well. So
Yeah.
that Oxy could actually help out to maybe go for any type of trades if Zeppa gets contact now towards
Yeah,
A.
looks like we're
Not really
saving
trying to
one
play
and
the
trying to do a bit of
because, again,
damage
you don't wanna
from
give these
Zeppa.
orbs away to Aspas. He's already one away from to run it back as he's moving forward with the rest of his teams, trying to find these players that are trying to die to Spike potentially.
I was thinking, does Aspas go hunting? But it looks like Mazzino has to, or Mazzino or Tex have to buy. for something
Luca,
next
yes, I
round.
do.
I mean,
We saw a very good example of that earlier
Spike goes off.
in the GE Zeta game on
down, we expect to
Icebox.
see Zeppa go in there. And Oxy's gonna hold
where they went into a stack, but they could have avoided the stack by having one person with a ghost just like checking it out.
Get mid control. Take a little bit of that. 2 rounds ago, we saw C9 trying to stick their foot in that door. It didn't work too well. They did get the trade off, but they're losing one. So if they can just get control,
It's like comp dependent though. You don't want to like rely on it, but
market or at least top mid.
if it's something your comp struggles with, it's good to have in the back pocket.
Maybe even Tiles control would mix up a lot of how they start their strategy. Towards A again to start though with a lurk from King. Insta-util.
Flash where the recon lands as well. Another big fire rounds. Rooney 1 away. I mean, there's multiple people 1 away from their ult. Vanity, Rooney, Aspas.
Oxy set up really for a camera showstopper, but it gets instantly broken, this camera. So you might not be able to set this early trap play.
Just spamming the potential trips.
Tech is ready. Yeah. Trying to find a dog too, and
And they don't get too much info from this because Tex has been doing this all the time.
From Tex, they don't think that there's more players behind, so C9 will opt to save their showstopper for now.
Yeah, I think C9's done a great job of kind of reading overall how Lev starts the rounds. We saw the fault line from Azino almost go straight up pawn shop towards the dumpster this time. That's been the blast pack escape for Oxy. So instead of from tiles, they went to change it up towards pawn. Now
imagine that's
it becomes a contact play. But C9 giving Lev a hard time on these starting setups now.
Yeah.
Seekers goes in from middle. 2 of them instantly go towards A. Holy, he uses his ult to protect himself though, so we only get 1. Nice reaction from Aspas, but it's still managed to get another one. The over rotate came from C9 because once we did the Seekers from middle, 2 went over towards A, so it looked like an A hit, especially with the ult used. And they were just not expecting a 2-person walkover towards B. Spike just gets here in time. Ollie's going to insta-flood. They got no util to get out, right? No Sky Flash. Oh! Oh! Damn, what a hero nade.
C9 found the timing with the util to get these kills.
Hero nades. That was lovely from C9. What a great round from Oxy. And they used what? These 2 ults?
From the pawn shop play to mid. Oxy never really saw too much play with who they were playing. I think it was Zeppo maybe up there too. And yeah, this shot.
Beautifully done by Rooney there. Swaying towards the enemy. You saw it. They still had the snake bite available. That's the attempt to try to get the plant in that corner first, then the paint shells because of that showstopper. That was very nice.
Let's go for a plant here. Yeah, is it hindsight? I didn't see what was in market though.
C9 retakes, especially after losing Vanity there. Ultimate comes right away from Com.
And that's all the util down on this B side.
I imagine there was a recon that hit this.
Now Rooney to play an off angle at the entrance of the B side, and there's that lurk on market. B side now open. And
I was watching that, like, I looked at that on the minimap and I was like, wait.
But that's the thing you mentioned, right? The change of tempo that you saw.
So just to C9 win another round, it's looking like they get money reset again. And they're going to have to save. Looks like a Lev save against Lev, but honestly, in terms of the money as well, pretty much got to accept this one.
But now you want to make sure here that it continues on as the round, and the rounds in the map continues here on Sunset.
So just the dwindle down of this timer. Leviatán doing a great job. I was going to say last round, as we saw, taking late B, but having A pressure of keeping this default.
They would love to do damage here, C9.
In a way that's causing Cloud9 to basically
if I was Lev here, I wouldn't be going too heavy
for
the guns.
What the state of the game is.
If they don't take any risks, they can just make sure they have numbers.
Elbow, maybe?
Yeah, there's a flash. He's down. Zeppa stuck in the elbow.
Yeah, at least did a bit of damage there. He has to pre-buy armor as well, so not too bad at all.
I mean, you can't really ult right away towards A.
Same story as Icebox right now.
Can you ult towards B to start off? It's kind of hard to get that in a good position unless you're just denying something, as C9 call the timeout here. So it is going to be a bit of a lower buy.
The map is attack-sided slightly.
And they're going to have to come out with something, as this looks like it could be a runaway with the amount of money that Leviatán has, with the amount of ults that are going to come up. So what do? The mid pressure has actually gotten Cloud9 a favorable trade, and each time they do it, Tiles control has been Leviatán's all the time. So something in mid may be the answer to at least separate the power that Leviatán feels like they have in this default setup.
And it's tough. You're mentioning
Level looking good, yes. I agree. Very good.
I mean, towards that B side, It's going to be a tough one.
They
because
just come around market if you use it main.
Exactly.
Otherwise, the same, you know, vice versa.
And you have to make sure that it reaches far enough to even deny the orb, but they have such good util on the other end for Leviatán to just counter that right away. So maybe trying to get that pit and tempo towards the middle would be potentially the play if they want to up the tempo that Imi wants right now out of C9.
All right. Let us see.
It's towards A, at least to start, where Rooney's position is. For Leviatán,
Managed to squeeze out a buy
like
with
nice
the
little
save.
Spikes down towards
2-4 loss bonus on top of this.
Flanks, watching the pushes. It's going to be text towards this A side.
Okay, this is the difference between a savage half and a relatively close half.
Looks like they
I say relatively close, it could still be like a 3-9-4-8, but
So like Phoenix and the Cypher may try to sell something towards A, but no, Tiles control again is Tex is met with that one way. We'll see what Aspas can control. So they actually just go for control over the orb of A. Very nicely done. I mean, it's a set, but now if they go through mid around to A, this could make things sketchy here for Cloud9's defense.
Vanity was trying to play on the top of News.
they were so ready for that reaction of the contact.
But couldn't get that
They
kill
were
on the
so
top of
ready
mid,
for this
forced the fall
setup. It's
back
not
in.
even.
That was
It's
the
not
other
even fair.
anchor piece on the top of middle. Zeppa got smoked out, was trying to find information, and then he got picked in the end. So an early advantage for Leviatán. And actually, it dwindles down the defense that you currently have here from C9 because one has to be planted towards the A side. So it gives a lot of room for Leviatán to work middle and anywhere they want from there.
They have such good protocols out of this. Normally, you could almost say to yourself, all right, let them have mid. What are they going to do from there?
Yeah,
But
it's
how
pretty nice as well.
explosive
Just
they
once you get the
become.
first kill,
Mazino's
just
utility,
cutting sounds, and then you
running
just wait for
forward, it
them
seems almost
reactively as well. The stack does come in towards B, and do they just cancel this? They saw two. No idea about Omen. Omen could really farm this. They know that Omen's here once the flash goes in. Does allow them a kill though.
An assist to allow Oxy to get the kill onto Aspas. Vanity playing the off angle right in that tight cubby.
The great gamble stack from C9. Lev cut Sound, create a lot of question marks, and pretty much they just guessed that they were going to be going into A. You see all the pings as well, they're just talking about the numbers that were here. A very good call from Vanity in terms of stacking over towards B. I mean, it makes a lot of sense with the early info over towards A. Not many people are gonna heavy just go A like this, and they also had map control if they did decide to do that.
That is the question. Cloud9 still looking at a few ultimates, but those are going to be in the play, in the protocol with Omen, with Vanity on his ult and Moose.
And you saw with those picks though, right? They didn't
Okay,
really take
let's
too
see.
much control of top
Can they
middle
get
here
2 in a
for
row?
Leviatán. And the game plan
They
from
just
them
can't
so
get
far
2 in a
these
row in
9 rounds
defense.
or 8 rounds rather that we just saw. They haven't really been pushing up middle to pinch from behind. It's just really default 3-2 from this B site or just plow towards the elbow towards A. But this is slowly being read by C9 as they have 3 players here to get ready for that push.
They look angry. It looks like they want to
Yeah, and this can literally just be contact, sidestep, flash, and then go back in.
That Noya in Vanity's hands is almost the light on the fuse.
Guido clears over towards middle, doesn't see anyone.
They have control of the orb though, and they've pushed up.
Meanwhile,
really good
retake over towards A, and Tex has done good at taking a lot of space.
Oxy here, that's going to tempo up the push from Leviatán towards his A side, but Moose has trap kills all across the board here. If he gets smoked out towards spawn, you can just hopefully get a tag or some kills. Nice little flash at the same time. If you're going to try to run through, you could get tripped over. As Leviatán is looking to exit or enter towards the A side. Nice little win by
Damn,
Tex.
double.
Even a second one thrown out
Got all the
hat,
space
and
on this
that's
round and got the
remaining
double.
3
That's
players
mad.
Potentially here, having no choice but to save. Yeah. Especially now that Aspas is pushing forward.
Yeah, they
with
just
the
can't
run
get
it
2 in a
back,
row.
Keeping them at bay. And look at Com already lurking out towards
A really
the
good round
market,
from
potential
Tex.
from behind.
Of course he is. The perfect lurk too. Nobody.
Oh
he's just
no,
getting
how many
back
is he
at
good
every
for?
player.
Hello. Just holds it out the spray, forcing him towards Com. Unfortunately, can get a second one, but you definitely do see the rest of Leviatán hunting down C9 towards the market now. Thankfully, Rooney's still alive, so he can put the wall up. Decay onto Tex, gets the pick. We might do Iron Man at this point. King's close by, but you definitely see the last players. They don't have too much money to work with here, so the last 3 will.
Yeah, they save enough guns though, so they don't have to eco. Still a nightmare with the money.
We look at that round, and I think it becomes a round where C9 is happy to allow mid open, and they play control over a site. Here, they give up too much space and it bites them. Like Tex walks right into the site. It's all contact play, and Leviatán just takes the shots that they need. So a little too much space being given in one round. They control it good and find the middle ground. Lock down Leviatán. And don't give
Op
as
goes
much.
in,
Again,
so big
Tiles
change
has
up.
just been
Oxy
home
gets the
ground
op
for
out.
Lev. Once they
Camera
get mid,
aggro.
they listen to the map. They start to read it. See if they try to
Recon
go
goes
for that
in. Could
once
just
again
take a
here
ping
as
after
we're
this.
back into the early rounds. And that's a miss. So close to the hand there of Aspas.
Yeah. And it was off a camera, debated out, but at least
That's
able
what
to
they
rotate
need.
back towards the market. That's tiles down. So you talked about this tiles control. They found it, but somebody still made it through. It's King just waiting to see if it
Can you shoot it from bottom and mid so they don't realize the timing? I like this a lot.
Perfect timing to come across head to head.
Yeah, and as we could see, Vanity was just not in for that. Heard the shots and saw the shots from bottom mid. Oh, lovely call on this one. Always nice as well in terms of taking back A control. Spike goes in, still doable with King. C9 did good here.
An opportunity to win a 1v1 right here.
Oh, this is so on.
Spike now picked up. Recon dart available. He's just going to use all the time in his favor to add a little bit more.
Well, that makes it hard.
Wasting out or forcing out the neural theft. The ping across, the spike plant down, the sprays attempt, the off-angle position now by Com. The double swing in the end, but it's C9 winning it. Now we're making it a closer game finally for Cloud9.
Yeah, good control there. Rooney with some.
Yeah, it was a nice reaction from C9. I like the mid rounds idea for as well. From was this King?
Being able to pick apart Leviatán in mid is definitely what C9 can focus right now. Yeah, you want to play defense.
Not getting two in a row though. Maybe, probably.
But I feel like if Led's going to
look at this.
this many fights in mid, there's a way to get that trade. There's a way to play it so they're going to go down. And there was Oxy's operator. They don't have it again. It's going to be in Vanity's hands now as they start to switch it up. So not even the positioning, but the player. We'll see how they one way here, Vanity, and then I think he'll go towards mid as they try to shut down on this pressure Lev can create from that part of the map.
So they call the wall down, and there you go, beautifully done.
Little revenge there, huh, Vance? King goes down from the
Very
push
nice
last round to Vanity's hands now.
Did they take down the
They're gonna be
smoke?
able to
The
regrab
solo
gun,
smoke?
Get that stinger out of their hands, but still have mid control. Something they prioritize.
And right now, since they lost a smoker for Leviatán and you're playing single controller, you're going to have to start using your Cypher and Phoenix together potentially to block vision as you're
Full
moving
contact
through. So
somewhere.
you're eliminating the fact that you could lurk around, but as I say that, it's Calm trying to sell a fake towards this A side with the L drone as Rooney's waiting. The walk contact play back into market. It's traded out. Showstopper out.
Oh,
And it gets swatted out by Aspas.
what a shot.
There's that blaze
Oh,
wall
man.
back towards the spawn. Big flash putting Moose away. Zeppa running through. There's that cage, and he's burning down from the hot hand. Second flash blinding
This guy
Moose once
double
again.
flash.
And as they're playing back and forth with utility for C9, they can't capitalize on a kill.
They're just trying to get out of MOBA.
Exactly. And it gives enough chance here, enough time for Khan to meet up with his two teammates to try to isolate this B site.
Lovely
Nice
play
shot
from
by
Zeppa there.
Spike down B.
As now the paranoid comes through, now committed towards this B site. It's up to Moose to wait. 18 seconds left with the first tap. Calm playing the
They know they're out of
off,
flashes
moving
as
forward
well.
with a jump spot. Oh, couldn't connect the shots, unfortunately.
Big
All
round from
around the
Zeppa.
silhouette of Zeppa.
10 seconds, more time,
You definitely
sure, I'm
do see
believing.
once again
This
with
time,
no matter what,
not a
it
thing.
was going to
2
be
in a row,
C9
first time
round,
we've seen it
and
from
they're
C9 in
one
terms of their
round
defense.
away of tying up the game, and this
Finally
is
happened for them.
a different story than that first map on Icebox.
Yes, it is. C9. Even the trades we saw a few rounds ago, I think it was Rooney and Zeppa who had pushed up towards A, or awesome shot by Vanity. The swings they were doing off each other looked much more coordinated, just tethered to each other, able to anchor the shots. They were missing a lot of that in the first game here. And looks like they have ironed a bit of that out. Operator still here, going to be in the mix for the final round of the first half on Sunset.
Silver ult,
And
Omen
to
ult.
note
That's
as
pretty
well,
much it for
I mean,
this
we're on
one.
the first half,
We
but
see some double
Leviatán's
kills.
first
Flash goes in
play
middle, they see it.
on Sunset as well.
Recon
So
goes
we're
over
seeing their
towards B
first
main,
go
no
with
one
Aspas
shoots
here
it.
on
They know
Phoenix,
B
the rest
main's
of the
clear.
squad as they formulate their attack side.
The Phoenix? I mean,
Still
the
tiles
flashes are
control,
good,
go back
especially
to
when
this
everyone's playing
default
double
play
controller.
across.
The main thing is there's no like
without
real
even
choke
anybody
points
ready, it
apart
seems
from
like
B
they're
that you
just
need to dash through.
to
So
make
that's
them
why
think
like
twice. Rooney
the solo. That's why the solo
You saw the other
The
end, they're
solo
trying to control middle.
Phoenix can be decent. That was 6 shots by me.
With a fault line. Instead, it's
3 in a row as well, it's looking like, unless something mad happens.
Crossing over gets dropped. As this is a great chance for
Maybe they're
C9
warming
to get
up. This is
flawless.
still a decent half for sure. A
Bring that
little bit of
confidence
attack
and
sided,
carry it over
6-6, they
towards
take
that
that.
second half. Com's going to use, once again, all the time in the world to make C9 antsy and hopefully punish some mistakes. But C9, you definitely see it. A pit on that spike, and they're just going to hold it.
They're like 38 seconds. What do you got? And it's going to be the op from Vanity. They bring it up to a 6-6 first half. And it was interesting. Oxy with the op, Vanity with the
Nice
op,
off.
switching around how to figure out where Lev was going and understanding that mid was a lot of that starting priority. A lot of C9's focus in the beginning was for that B main control. They expected Icebox to want to hover orb and just eat it up and ult after ult. But that wasn't the play, and it took a little bit for C9 to figure it out. But they did, and Rooney back in action is feeling it.
Yeah, all they had to do there is continue their own protocols and their own game to hold that, and they were able to make this to a 6-6. But at least until we start the second half, let's toss it down to Smix and the belated birthday man, Papa Com.
Thank you very much, Vanzilli. Papacom, it is always such a pleasure to be able to speak with you. I know the last time I had a chance to have a chat, it was very clear you were very, very nervous. You were absorbing all of the energy of what was coming off of the stage. Now that you've done this, you know, many times, you've seen your son on stage lift a trophy, become a world champion. Has it gotten a little bit easier?
I think so. Him winning the world champion, him being a world champion, it's kind of like, you know, he's accomplished at the top level. So anything after this is gravy.
What was that moment like for you? Because obviously for the EG fans and all the personal fans of COM, it was amazing to witness, but I have to imagine it's different as father to see your son go on this journey from start to scratch.
It was surreal. I mean, the arena was surreal, the crowd was surreal, the Cinderella story was surreal. I mean, it's been an amazing experience.
Indeed, and now obviously he's on a new team. Talk to us. Does he like to deliberate some of these decisions that he makes, or does he talk to you afterwards? What is that relationship like?
Yeah, he always comes to me for strats. No, I mean he's accomplished so much. He's bringing so much intangibles to a team. He did it in a crew. He did it in EG. Now I'm hoping he does it with Leviatán. He's both someone that brings a team together as well as inject a lot of good ideas. So he builds a team up.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Papacom, as always, for taking the time. We'll see how this map goes as we throw it back to our casters, Vanzilli and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Smix.
Thank you very much, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for the prime.
Team deathmatch servers all the time, and I see him tweet about it. And you know what? Another thing, I wish I'd looked as good for 25 years old there. Happy belated birthday there, Papa Com. That's at 6-6. C9 able to fight back now in Leviatán.
4 classics.
We saw that they were working a little bit towards this side and went towards a
When was the
different
last time we
game
saw
of mid,
4
and C9 was able
classics
to
for a
read that
pistol
quite
round?
well. It's now time for Leviatán to play the defense. They start things off with some information gathering. We saw the Skybird being thrown early by Zeppa that finds no contact towards middle. And C9's looking to get the punish into market. A little bit
People
of
here.
love taps there onto Mazzino, forced to fall back now at the staircase, and instantly 2 players going to meet up with him.
You just see him creep into market here all slyly, ready for the protocol. They're setting up for a market play. They
Pressure
may
over
get
towards
backstabbed
middle.
Here if anybody, or if
When
everybody
they put
starts
this
to run
wall up, it's
through.
pressure that they can be
Cypher,
splitting
U2
middle.
is at A,
So
and
in
I
theory,
think
they
that's
would
been
have 2 people at middle once they
clearly
put the wall
identified
up.
here.
And then,
Good lurk
in
coming
theory,
in
you're hitting a
from
site that
Moose.
only has max 2 people
may
on because you
actually
put the
revert
wall
on
up
this
and
if he gets
could have
far
got through
enough
mid, I guess.
Right now, C9's just waiting for this smoke to
This guy's
dissipate,
kinda
right?
doing
They
work.
pinged out towards the left side of
This
the
guy's
board, they
actually
pinged out towards the map. They want to make sure
clearing
that they
all the
clear
middle
all of
right
that.
now.
But all
Really.
of this time,
You got to keep an
wasted
eye on
to
the
clear
luck
this
on
area.
A as well.
You see the position from Leviatán already ready to set up these
Again, they're
crossfire
going to go
fault lines
back.
to even delay
Rotate
them.
goes in.
This
It's a
is
lot
it. This
down
is the
to
big
how
one
much
right
space
here.
Moose gets.
walking
It's
in.
very much
He's
down
gonna
to
be
the
able
skill.
escape, believes a trap coming through head-to-head now against Tex.
He knows Tex is back, but he doesn't know where the trips are. Doesn't want to get himself caught. Oh, no. Moose takes it upon himself to go in.
Might be a fast flood retake.
Exactly
They got
what you
Omen
wanna see
Flash.
from a new player. Feeling
Get a
confident to
Omen
make it happen.
Flash.
The plant's going to go down, and all this
Wasn't
power
great.
from that pawn shop side could come through from C9 on this post plant.
Hot hands, paranoia, shock darts doing a lot of damage here on to C9, but Oxy still gets a pick. Another flash out through the smoke. Oxy gets a second one. Ping shells out. Vanity holding the smoke as players of Leviatán
Classics.
down. One more left to go. It becomes a flawless.
Classics, though. I'm telling you, classics are so good, bro.
Round. The mid play, they find out where the breach is. They actually go towards the Cypher util in the end, but know that dealing with that Cypher, dealing what might be set up after they start to go towards market, really nicely pull Leviatán.
Should you stop buying the ghost? Probably.
This lurk from Moose, as big as he is, can squeak in.
Classic is very good for a free gun. The right click as well.
Go partially through the round. Huge stuff. And then Oxy, just classic Oxy, if you will. Nice nade to come out as well.
We're seeing it too from the composition and firsthand that there is a lot of util.
Okay, Lev on their eco decides to try and get as many orbs as possible. Well, I say that they just get the orb. This creates a lot of pressure as well. They get vision on this, and we get an early rotate. They might be able to get close to flood in. We'll see. Omen Flash is not bought. In fact, Lev buy literally no util on this one. They don't buy anything.
A Vandal or a Phantom, you gotta pick it up right away.
Yeah, definite chance for C9 to just farm a little bit here. Double. Sorry, that's a lie. 3 rifles, 1 Spectre.
They shouldn't take or suffer too much damage. Even through the one-way, a quick shot for Moose to collect 1 for himself. And this is going to be a spike death for Leviatán if they can help it. It's going to be hunting.
Exactly.
Oxy going forward, says with this ghost,
You check right though, right? Maybe not. Was at least just the ghost, so it doesn't matter too much.
Clean.
Wanted to farm with the ghost.
Start off the second half. They actually
Didn't really get a chance to, but it's 1 orb closer to the ult. And the good thing was they at least threw the gun away, right? Threw the gun to someone else. Hunt with the ghost.
So that C9
Nothing wrong with it.
is still in there.
Other than maybe check the corner, but
to bring a little bit of it back out here. Vanity and Rooney able to get the calls that are really working against Leviatán's early rounds. But is it going to work for the bonus? That's the question. The rotations won't come as quick, and Leviatán is going to anchor these sites a little harder. We will
bonus is
see
great.
Zeno living in that market area for quite some time to be able to affect both sides of the map. And we'll see how much C9 favors or just conditions towards A in these next few rounds. No mid control right now for the team. Those pings look like it's a send it.
Lev playing the classic fight one side, retake the other.
Oh, shrouded step on the top. King couldn't capitalize on the kill. Oxy's actually still quite
Oh, kills here. They get sight for free. Say for free, I mean a little bit of damage. Moose still has a trip, puts it down towards spawn, has a cage, also throws that spawn. Rooney has double molly to play the after plant. I have no, I mean, is the smoke? No, okay, picked up the smoke and now the smoke is on the spike. So we do have lineups for this one and we see no one coming behind to pressure him. This might be hard for Lev. They need to retake a little bit faster than they think. It works really well, the smoke on site. You can hide in it and then you can molly as well. Okay, molly goes out now. I think they're done by the mollies, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But there is utility on that spike to delay that defuse out of Leviatán. And all that time that it took for Leviatán
really nice from C9.
Wow. It's Icebox all over again.
Yeah, very nicely done. Haven't really seen lineups on this, and I thought this was great, especially putting the smoke over there. Use the smoke to go into the site, pick it up, and then put it back here.
Good bonus, right? Getting a lot of that.
Impressive.
All right, Lev.
Classic V1 strats. Yeah, we lost to this on LAN, pretty much.
Sorry, the Phoenix.
Haven flashbacks.
And the breach to come in with so many flashes, but it just didn't clear enough ground. Only that early part of the site, and C9 were still ready to defend a lot from the
also, yeah, the smoke on site, it's just so multi-purpose, it's sick. Like when they flood initially, you can just, you're right, in terms of like Gecko, KO flashes going over the top, it's just gonna block everything. And then also, once that guy dies, that's then your like protocol to, so basically, what happens is you up the smoke when they're entering to the site, the guy hides in it, then you drop the smoke so that he's like not flashed. And then when the guy dies, that's when you throw your molly as well. So it's like, it actually kind of has multiple layers in terms of getting your timing of the mollies as well. Yeah, it's just sick. That's very nice.
So the control right now, will it be trying to work towards that middle? Will we want to try to get flankers now from Leviatán just to make sure here that C9 can't set up outside of
For sure,
the,
Luca,
outside of
for
the
sure.
side?
And for the
One of the
last
extra
round,
reasons
you know,
why
they
it's just
call
such a
upon
strong
Oxy.
agent, right?
Blast forward by himself towards Dumpster, pushing forward through the one-way. Doesn't get hit because King doesn't expect that on that step up already, and they start to flood the site. Little ways that C9's trying to up the tempo to get through the defenses of Leviatán here. So back to a default setup, more so that Cypher at B.
What
for
agent?
Leviatán,
Viper.
A little bit of B main control, and now breach over towards A.
Of course,
Yeah, they
Viper.
went for the recon dart now from the top mid just to get information. Fault line.
One hero gun
Potentially,
saved.
If there was more pressure coming out from C9 at the ramp, and then King to come out with the Sheriff, but instead King will get posted and will use his body to get information. This rifle that was saved though by Calm in that previous round, you saw that he still has 1,000 credits rather, and didn't want to buy an Owl drone, so they don't really have too much util.
Yeah, and they're
to
just waiting
find
for
the
aggro, and they
mid-round
really
information.
think that someone's going to
It's
go
gonna have to
aggro at
come
one
down
point.
to really try to play more passively, trying to find some sort of punishment here on the over-aggression of C9. And there's that first contact, and King's already falling back.
Flash goes over towards A. A dog went towards middle, and they vision block middle as well. The dog cleared all the right side, and there was vision block here, so there is pressure.
They just take control of B main as the spike's going down, so a lot of time for Cloud9 to set up here once they take down King.
As they take down King, Mazzino
Bruni's been really good on this map.
So far, you definitely saw trying to do a hero play towards the dice. There wasn't enough defensive plays and defensive players to help Leviatán from the dumpster, from the A link. Now it'll be a similar story. Make things expensive with the Phantom, dying to the spike, trying to find a timing here as Calm swinging out. Then Zeppa punishes him.
Have a go on it. They're just going to fight, so they can't pick up the hero gun.
C9 to close up another round. So Tex moves forward for a 1 kill. Trying to salvage something. Maybe the Phantom, maybe some more kills. Icebox just waiting patiently for the first contact, but could not get a
Very
kill
nice.
in the end. And that's C9 at 10.
Cloud9 are
My favorite
running
comp at the
just
moment
as
on Sunset,
B,
still
not
Paper
default
X.
towards A, but the same strat
I think
towards
they're
A.
a step
Everybody ready to
ahead
push
still.
in. Rooney watches the back a bit.
Probably
They
the
feel
only map I would
comfortable.
say that their
Why
comp
change
is
it
like
if
a
it's
step
working?
ahead.
And
The
they
comps are a
head
little
into
bit
sight, almost like it's unstoppable.
a little bit
right
wild
now
in
with
some of the other
numbers
maps.
they're putting there. Let's see this replay one more time, and just a simple hold. This obviously a lower
Stage
buy
comp,
leg,
yeah,
so
I'm just a big
it does
believer on
become a very
Sage on this
comfortable
map,
route for
especially with
Cloud9
B
to
like
start
this.
getting these swings in once they have the sight.
And just with how people
But
are playing the
yeah, a
meta
lot
of like
focus towards
fight
A
one
here for
site,
C9.
retake another.
Not a lot of mid control, not a lot of
Which
rear
means that the
control
Sage
on
is
the
good when
flank.
everyone's saving
They're
util and
just
destroying
going
into
forward. It seems
sights.
to work. This is going to
The
be a
hell
different
is this
look, though.
kill? Just bottom and middle,
Go
gets
towards
smokes
mid
off,
pretty
just
hard as they
spams.
just lose Vanity.
Exactly. Calm all it did was spray down towards the smoke and contacted for a kill wallbang. Aldrone coming up and we're trying to answer back with their own wallbangs, but Oxy couldn't get it. Aldrone still hasn't been.
Aldrone spotted 3.
So that forces players to push into the market. He gets 2 pings out of the
This is the
Aldrone,
first ever
Tex
time I
with
called
the
it an
Flash
Aldrone.
comes out, Cage comes
Call
out,
it a
that
drone.
saves actually Zep at the same time. He counter flashes, but Aspa still holds the angle. And finally, C9 decide to fall back. Too many cages, too many block views. As Aspas finally starts getting activated there. He had a very, very slow map so far. I think I saw 6 and something. So that's maybe another plan now for C9, trying to avoid not
Breeze comp.
only Aspas, but
Breeze is pretty
the
open.
Cypher
Heretics'
util
Breeze
on that
look
B
good.
side, which is potentially why we're seeing C9
Genji Breeze is
continuously
interesting.
towards the A side hit.
Yeah,
The
it's
defense
a
is
lot
still
easier to make sure you get into
weak,
A.
I
Even
think.
if you get trapped, somebody can shoot it for you. You're right. We have not seen any B play here from C9, and when we do go market, Lev has a crossfire ready for it.
Yeah.
And they're already watching from top mid to make sure it's pinched as well and nobody can get a flank. Leviatán putting a little stop to the bleeding there.
When Giants played Sage, what didn't I like?
That's big.
Well, we honestly, even though this is probably going to be like a 4-hour long stream, I don't think I have enough time. I hated everything about it. It's literally easier to just say everything about how Giants played.
And C9's just trying to find a better timing to maybe
I hated that game, man.
push back towards the A ramp, but a second one-way smoke just thrown here by King. We'll slow things down for a bit.
Smoking mid.
In their defense, Sunset was
Missing
way
it.
better than
Almost
Breeze.
got that. Trying to hit the tripwire just so someone has to think about market. But the A play that's going to come through and King falls.
There you go.
The breeze really,
play this time around.
Breeze
One
really
touch
got me
under
in
the
a
other's
foul
round.
mood, dude.
King
So
punish him.
painful.
Look at the pivot.
Fnatic played
Leviatán
Giants next.
focusing on top mid
Yeah.
and A site.
Fnatic should be fine unless Giants somehow do a huge 180.
Who's trying to take control of middle right now, and he's not going to hear any of this so far because it's just a walk across. TP now towards the spawn. It's a fake now just to make sure that you're trying to keep Leviatán out towards the A side, and here comes the hit.
And this is what we talked about. C9 has been going A, conditioning towards that A.
Good plant, and they can get over towards B. They plant against the wall. Is it the classic? 15 seconds until we get a smoke. Com is on the flank behind. There's a big jewel. Take out the Omen.
Just got caught, so they have to try to push a little bit more. There's that nice pick by Rooney, a tap on that spike maybe, but now here comes a shot denied by Mazzino, but instantly killed by Vanity. Aspas trying to move
Don't even need to use the smoke at the moment, it looks like.
Isolating, trying to
Have a Viper smoke onto the spike as well with the mollies.
There it is.
Okay, nice try from C9. I mean, nice try from Lev, to be honest. At least they had someone flanking behind, they kind of know about it.
C9 won that duel, and it's their turn to be 2 rounds away of closing out Sunset.
It does get scary in those moments. You're like, wait a minute. And the amount of times we've seen Oxy get shot out of his ult this series, that hurts too.
That is also very true,
The showstopper comes up, and it's gone down twice, I believe, almost in a row now. Yeah. Vanity starting to clap back with some of these shots, feeling good. We'll see, 11-7, 1 point off that game point.
Lev struggling from the C9 cast of winning 1 and then can't win 2 in a row. Oni's in the bin after this, and there's only going to be 1 round left, but that is huge. Not even sure if any of them made the flash, to be honest.
They've done a lot of these setups at the beginning of the round from Aspas and Tex, and this is the first time that C9 tries to just tempo really quickly towards B main. And they were
the Heretics Icebox comp, yeah, that's very strong.
It's late now in
I like a lot of Heretics stuff at the moment.
Giving a chance here for Leviatán early.
Hopefully Nilzino is not in chat, man. I've got a big head.
See what that Aspas and Tex hold at B looks like. Cam sees them, they throw down a gate, they get out a flash, and just start lacing through with the Phantom sprays, and specifically the Phantom sprays, so they can't be traded back as easy. Here we go towards A, dogged out, Rooney almost got util caught, but he fires back.
That's crazy that he re-swings to pull out his weapon too, so Com was not ready for that one.
Oh no. Oh no.
Rolling Thunder then answered back from
the 1 round to actually make it doable.
Aftershock out as well. Does it contact? No, he's made it towards the back. Now Zeppa is tucked in, 30 HP. Weapon now back out. He doesn't get the kills. Oh my god.
Nice 2v4. Rooney is smashing him a little bit. What's he on? 20-10. He's been really good. This attack has been nice to watch.
Before that they're swinging together. C9 so much more in sync. I think that one was thank God we swung together.
Oh yeah, the flash just went through the cage. Oh man, that's actually really nice. Cage goes in, and then you think you have a bit of space, and it goes just beyond it.
And both swing through, gets that pick.
He's like, no, I was leaving that one for you. I get this one, you get that one.
What is the FAD map?
No worries.
Ascent.
Fast push again, straight into B main here.
And already
Instant reaction of them taking B main as a push up middle with 3 people. Omen flash hits 3. Can flash back. Trip on site might wreck them a little bit. See?
There's that first tag.
Yeah.
And Oxy already falls. Dog now towards the back of Dice, he gets stunned. Trying to get these sprays, trying to stay alive behind the cages, giving time for Leviatán to rotate across as well. Now towards a dumpster. 2 kills coming out from C9 for 1 of Leviatán. You hear that running back from Aspas. There's that pick, a pinch now.
Yeah, nice kill from Moose, and they could just go kill him. Could just go kill him, right? It's a no.
He's now pinned back
Guys,
the back of the A site.
have the confidence.
Now for C9 to close the map on a 2 versus 1.
Moose's lurks this game have secured some pivotal rounds right now for Cloud9. They're going to get the plant.
I mean,
it's going to
should
be
still be okay, you would imagine.
A little bit tougher here if it's going to want to be a push from Aspas and for them to spam through.
I saw someone pinging exactly like on top of it as well.
Here, can he get the transfer? C9 set up in a bit of a contact crossfire here.
And he has no utility, and right now you just have to run the main protocols now.
Yeah, and the fact that he hears that it's this plant, you really think that someone's over towards market.
Just making noise, saying, "Come at me, bro." Tap it onto the spike. There's that first jiggle. And see on the other end, Moose is just waiting towards Long
Nice
B the
invade
whole
with
time.
Vanity, yeah.
So they're
This
just letting
Plants who
Vanity
really
win
thinks it's
that
one
1v1,
market, one hill.
and he will.
Okay, very nice from C9. This was very, very good. Rooney deserves a big shout out. And honestly, just the playstyle with the Viper was cool. We've never really seen after Plant Viper util like this. That's sick.
That was so strong from Levin. Game 1, you wondered.
And they had a rough defense half as well. Their attack half was just legit.
To right the wrongs and come up with what they need, but Oxy came online, facilitated some of the plays by himself. A lot of good plays throughout, and protocols coming onto that attack side as they hit Leviatán hard.
It almost feels like what the desk was talking about here on that first map of Icebox, where C9 gave so much room for Leviatán to work with, and now it's the chance for Leviatán to give C9 so much room to work with, and now they both exchange maps. And we'll see now the conclusion on the third map on Ascent, and that will be coming after the break.
Looks better right now. I mean, map dependent. Feels pretty open. Okay, I'm gonna spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. Lev still looked fine on this map though. That's the thing. I think they just came up against a lot of stuff that people wouldn't be doing in practice, and that's hard to play against. Okay, back in a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings. puedo creer. Consigue aquí una doble baja.
Cloud9 showing that they have plenty of fight still left in them as Leviatán are licking their wounds as they get ready for map number 3. But they can't wait too long. It's going to be coming up real soon, and it's going to be a good one here. Golden Boy alongside Mimi, and the champ is here. We're joined by Alexis from Shopify Rebellion. Alexis, it's good to see you. Well, you're in the screen here.
She's in the wall.
She's in the wall. You're in the walls. But how's everything been? It's been a minute since I saw you. I think last time was in Berlin.
Everything's been good, yeah, won champs, but at the moment I am shaking on the verge of throwing up every 4 minutes and not well.
Okay, all right, we'll get to that in a second. Did want to ask your thoughts, though, on that matchup, because it seems like that reaction's coming from the matchup itself. How you holding out over there?
I'm okay, honestly. I was a little nervous, more nervous first map, maybe because Icebox was just farming, dropping a nuke. But the next map was really, really good for C9, so maybe I won't throw up today. We'll see.
Okay.
That's a good change. I want to ask, obviously, you're very familiar with Moose. He's finally gotten his big Tier 1 opportunity here. So for people maybe not familiar with him, not familiar with that whole journey, I'd really love to hear kind of, like, what did it take for him to get here now on this Cloud9 team?
Well, he was playing Counter-Strike for a long time, and then he swapped over to Valorant, and, you know, he got his start with SR, his main start. And then he's been taking a little break, and now he's on C9, and this is his first franchising debut. So I'm really proud of him, and he's really excited to be here.
How did all of that come about? Just, you know, from the outside in, it just seemed like, oh, Moose is on the roster. Whoa, that's random. I remember seeing that name a little while ago. So, like, was it just a long conversation that they had, or like long talks that they had about getting on the roster? What was the? Do you have any inside scoops you can give us, basically?
Well, after SR, he was playing on YFP, and he says that that's one of his favorite teams he's ever played on. And if you watch the Tier 2 scene at all, he was farming with that team.
Yeah.
He had a good game pretty much every game that he played, dropping 30s on Viper and KJ. So I think C9 probably saw that, and when Whippy was dropped, that Moose was probably the first person that they looked at.
Can you give me like the pitch? What's he like as a person? What does he add to a team besides just being sick in the server?
Well, honestly, on the outside, he's pretty cool, calm, collected, like very chill guy. But in game, he's very hype. Like he's actually, I think, probably the hype man for the team, along with Oxy. Like he's very funny, and he gets along with everybody really well.
Yeah, well, that's you know, good to hear. I think you know, with Cloud9 picking up this win as well, I'm sure that they're going to be quite excited going into Map 3. Also, do want to get your, I guess, thoughts on the series as a whole, because it has been an incredible start here for both teams, really. And from your professional opinion, like, what are you seeing from Leviatán that, you know, kind of has you excited? Is there anything you're seeing on the C9 side that has you excited? What's standing out to you?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably not the best person to ask for professional analysis because I am just watching Moose on the minimap. But I will say,
I respect that, dog.
First map, Icebox, it's hard to shut down Ospas. Like, he is just an insane player. Like, there's not much you can do when this guy's dropping 30 kills. Like, there's not even a lot of anti-stratting you can even do when this guy's farming.
Yeah.
But second map, it just felt like maybe Leviathan's A was kind of weak. It seemed like C9 was rushing A a lot and having a lot of success in that area. So yeah, that was my analysis.
No, not bad, not bad. Anything else?
I mean, it looked great in that second half there.
Jeffy Lowe, thank you very much, man. Dude, 38 months, Jeffy.
Plug. Obviously, you're just a world champion coming in after winning Stage 1 already for Game
What the hell? Thank you for that as well, mate. I am brutal with the 30 months as well.
I love Moose. I love you, Caleb. I hope you win. And also, watch me. I'm co-streaming the games right now, so if you want to come hang and watch me simp, it's at Alexis.
I respect that.
Are we going to get to see you come to LA ever?
Yeah.
For one of the games?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. 100%. I'll have my own little sign. I'll have this little plushie with me, probably.
No.
Oh, is that a Moose plushie?
Out with a plushie, too? I thought I saw one.
This was my plushie that I had at Champs Finals as well, and for GC.
That's so sweet.
Well, that is just freaking adorable. All right, Alexis, well, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure.
Troy as well. Appreciate you, Troy. Thank you for the prime.
Maybe one day in the walls. Maybe one day I'll get you on the analyst desk. Can I goad you to come here and drop some analytical
Heck
stuff?
yeah.
All right,
I'm
all right.
down.
Consider it a plan. Okay, well, we'll talk to you soon. Take care, Alexis.
Thank you, Lexi.
Looking forward to seeing you out there in GC. All right, and of course, we want to give a massive shout out to all the Game Changers players. Don't forget, you got, what is it?
The open qualifier, second one going on, or the first one for the second series. There's going to be 2 more, and that's just for North America. Let's focus up on the rest of the series. Because we got Ascent coming up. Leviatán losing a map already here, I think.
Lewis, you're not a fan of the Phoenix on Sunset.
To be a 2-0, they were pretty favored in this series, and now C9 really have a chance to kind of make something incredible happen.
And let's go ahead and bring in the rest of the peanut gallery here. We got Bala, we got Ender. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and talk
Maybe he
about
hasn't been getting the wins. I'll give you that much.
To map 3, because if you would have told me at the beginning of the series C9 got a chance, I would have been like, I don't know, Icebox just dropped 30. So this kind of mixes things up a little bit, Ender.
I'm still just in shock that Bala thought that Lev were going to be the clean number 2 team in the league. Like,
am I being gaslit? I'm so confused. All right, well, let's see, though, what we're going to be getting into this one as we get ready.
Any cope for an ISO? No, dude, that's not happening this season. No point in putting the time in.
This is a team, again.
Make it work.
Always.
You got to use the vulnerables.
World champions.
And then it's just like, if you're using the vulnerables, got to put a lot of time in. Probably only good for a one and done. So it's like, why would you do it? I still think it would work. Like, I trust me, I still think it's good for like one and dones, but in terms of the time put in, it's not a thing.
In a lot of those retake rounds was
Stuff
really
is just
good.
way better
I was
at the moment.
especially impressed on that Sunset with, on their defensive side, a lot of those floods that were coming out. It was really reminiscent of the success for Leviatán map 1. So I think kind of carrying that energy into a map like Ascent that we're probably gonna get.
Yeah, I think that's the best. I think that's the best change. Make the wall stoppable, different speeds also.
Locking in that normal comp. Oxy back on the jet. This is a great chance for him to carry that momentum.
I agree with you, but also the problems are back now because Icebox, we're going to
We
switch
just
over to the other side in a
see
second.
everything
You're gonna be
standard.
locking in the jet, like certainly, right? We're not going to be playing the Phoenix, so the op is going to be back online.
Oh, we get a Viper. Jeez.
What happened, Ender? I thought we were certainly going to see the jet.
Am I watching the Pittsburgh Knights in 2021? Okay.
This is wild. Honestly, so the
Man, I tell you what, we used to, when I was on Liquid, this was like the one thing, this was like our kryptonite. I think we lost to every single Sage we played on Icebox, on Ascent. You have to play it so different, you have to default break this wall all the time, and maybe, like if you don't get practice against it, or if you don't have like a IGL that feels comfortable calling against it, it's very hard to play against. So it'll be interesting. I think a lot of this is on vanity. Really, with some of the calling.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how
the Liquid Ascent comp looked pretty cool. It's probably the best Viper usage I've seen for a bit, at least smoke-wise. It's still a lot of T1 stuff though. I'm not sure it works with multiple reps though, Lewis. We'll see.
Of the Americas for the VCT this year.
I'm wondering.
Yeah, because we haven't seen some Sunset. Now they came out with Sunset. Maybe it wasn't the best Sunset, but now you're coming out with Ascent with a brand new comp with a lot of question marks. You're playing solo initiator. There's no scan. There's no heart sentinel aside from the Sage. How do you really hold the sights? This is all going to be answered now in this third and final map.
And C9 kind of maybe just absorb this. They get to kind of play default play. This might actually be right up their alley.
Okay, we have
unless
we have a weird comp.
Really ready to torch the map with this one. I'm interested to see how they do use the raise. How they actually get themselves into position. We just heard Ender talking about how much easier it is to get around the map.
What are they? Man, they put a KO into it. It's a really weird comp. No Sova, and you instantly see C9 playing over towards middle, making sure the fact that they can't kind of scan and get rid of this area.
Definitely big control on middle, and of course a Viper in their composition, but in the hands of Calm, so there is no.
In terms of the default, wall across covers middle, covers short, and we have a smoke over towards B, which creates pressure that you could have crossed to the box.
All the way back towards the A site. And look at that setup on the A side.
Yeah, look at this kill setup. Kill setup under heaven.
Text to run up and throw a wall up, and then everybody maybe to hide underneath because Sage can block off heaven. Well, everybody underneath is going to get cooked if they try to get there. So yeah, really cool preemptive little setup. Expecting the Sage to push through. And
Get a lot of info with Vanity towards middle. It also means he can have a faster luck towards short, and you might see a bit of a weird luck between Viper and Omen.
Both Rooney.
Yeah, here's a lot going up short. Knife hits 3.
As a knife gets so much information thrown by Zeppa. pivot is out there. 33 seconds left on the clock, but middle is open for them to pivot back.
Yeah, wall goes in. That confirms it. They still have this kill setup under heaven. Ready for the Omen Flash. Omen Flash goes in.
Paranoia out. There's that flood retake. Counter Paranoia. First blood from Zeppa. Traded out by Leviatán, who takes the advantage now. Moose staying on the
15
top,
seconds.
waiting for his teammates.
Oh,
More
they're getting
jiggles
blocked.
out from the attack as there's 13 seconds left until we finally start the plant down on A. Oxy and Rooney with Sheris. Rooney alone.
Yeah, nicely done, especially from Mazzino over towards site. Got a lot of important duels. The Sage slow kind of wrecked things up, and then at the same time, I think they could have waited. Honestly, the main thing was maybe the reactive Omen Flash back from King. I felt like that actually really split them up.
The mollies underneath, meaning nobody could get under there. They weren't trying to kill people under there. They were trying to get the fight in the front of the site, and that's what Leviatán gave them.
That just stopped the full flood for sure.
Maybe double swing, almost triple swings, to make sure C9 could not make it off of heaven. So 1 round in. Aspas with a Vandal. Why not?
Not been here for a while. What's in the cage next to me? Should be a hamster tomorrow. That's the hopes.
Here as they get over towards A.
And a knife was thrown all the way out from the spawn to get the contact there for C9 and information, and he still want to gamble towards B. I respect it. It's an eco round for C9. And they're hoping from that knife that
Got one sheriff into this one. That is the sheriff. Sheriff down, site open. They don't know about it yet.
Rooney with the wide swing and punish right away, opening things up and giving a chance here for Leviatán to walk in for the plant.
So what's their weight? What's their feel good on going in? Another peek?
Only a knife for info. I mean, yeah, but we've seen. I mean, we've seen Foot run that for like a whole year, and they did okay. So it's doable if you're on top of it.
Going in, pretty confident on just making it into the site without too much util, and a big flank watch coming in.
It's going to rely on Com to just be like perma luck, which honestly is probably going to suit him very, very well.
We're in great positions here for Leviatán. Looks in the end here that it should be a confident round.
Yeah,
win
maybe,
on the
Andrew.
pulse for the
There's a
attack,
chance for
converting
it.
the pistol round win. Second smoke going out towards the tree. C9 looking for an opportunity to jump together outside of the smoke, but there's a late lurk coming in on the other end. There's the
A
buddy
name?
jump
Nah,
across
not
the
yet.
and there's a surprise on the other end. So Vanity is left alone. Will probably save at least a Paranoia and die to Spike, but you mentioned it before. Leviatán executed.
Hampy is nice. Dude, our hamsters in the past have been named from like Buffy characters, so it probably have that theme still.
So it really has to come down to like, okay, well, let's just run in, which is exactly what Mazzino just did. Interesting stat as well.
Yeah, very
Spike.
interesting.
Yeah, but I've got another one over there that's called Spank. We have two hamster cages, two hamster setups.
The tide of the 9-map losing streak. Already starting off good, but doesn't mean anything right now with the way C9's been playing the mid game of this series.
Okay, let's get onto this one. Big buy round.
For C9 on the bonus.
Bonus is looking all right.
Cat play, it's been A. So a third time towards A with this look, but Com is on a
Do hamsters fight each other? Yeah, majority of the time they should be alone.
Or mid, as King has something to say about it.
Yeah, in the bonus round, Vandal connects onto Oxy.
But we have two different
At the
cages.
beginning here, Vanity was holding with the judge, and if you've seen Sadak do this with the judge at this spot, of course you'll see Vanity do it. One of the good guys here with the shotguns with the buggy. There's that contact at least on the top mid. At M3, Rooney is forced to fall back. 51 HP remaining. There is that wall for the crossover. And Moose will have to try to anchor pretty much solo at this point.
Moose has to do a lot here. Molly's go in early.
To try to get info. No spray opportunity
Got
coming
no
out here from the
recon.
spawn.
I mean, he has to get two.
So Moose playing the off angle, hit by 2 flashes.
What the hell was this flash?
Tough spot to play.
Oh, that's the round done. Absolutely savage start for C9. Lovely from Lev. Zeno's doing great. Gets his ult for the next round as well.
An ultimate here from Zeno to stop something from coming in, but it does not look like they'll need any of it.
Yeah, definitely not.
Team flash? Nah, I don't think so. I mean,
Last 3 saved up. That's
the
the
KO
third
is
round
here.
coming in for Leviatán, converting.
Pretty sure that's
bonus
impossible.
here, which was still,
I honestly
again,
didn't
pretty
even
strong. They had
see the
Vandal
flash
coming out
from
King's
Mazzino
Head.
though, which is making me
Contact
question
first
it, but I'm
against
pretty
Oxy
sure
on
it's
middle.
his.
You're definitely seeing right now the wall to cross over, trying to run bodies in, wall bangs, double flashes to take sight. So that's how you do it. You don't get scans. but hopefully you're
Glamorgle,
playing your
thank you so much
opponents
for the
when
2
you're moving
months.
in
Thank you, thank you. A Foot fan?
the protocols for the trades. Vanity at
Looking,
least upgrades for
looking
the
pretty
exit.
good at the moment. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
And the lurk comes in from Calm once again.
Of course.
Of course. But no upgrades for him.
No upgrade, no. Lev with a different look
solid
each
start.
round so far. That one encroaching on
Lewis,
mid
he just
quite
does this,
heavily.
right?
Getting
He
a
does
nice dink
default
on
one
the
here,
Rooney.
picks it up, and then
Free
throws
space
it
there and taking
beyond.
sight with a good
The same
amount of
as
utility.
what Liquid's been doing, right? Wait, is it Liquid that's been doing that?
Everybody
Do
lane.
you know,
don't
there's so many
usually
Viper
get
comps
that
at the
many
moment,
people
it's so
lane,
hard
right?
to
The
remember
site's being
what
held, somebody's
team
front,
is
they
doing
keep
what with the
control of
Vipers.
entry if somebody's going to swing in from main, but no. That was a train on the tracks from Leviatán.
No,
going
Viper
through
are doing it
the
over
lane
to,
side.
sorry, Liquid doing it over towards A. There's another team that does this.
A bit of the same look here as they started default.
Is it loud?
portion of the
Yeah, it
map.
might be loud.
And they say, yep. So we're just going to slow
Unless
and
this
run out of
defaults
this one.
B. I think that is
With the
right.
rifle, that Vanity save gives it to Oxy, so he gets forward position now towards main. Getting ready to double swing with the support from a Stinger. There's that first nice little tap.
Yeah,
onto
that's a
Aspas.
big win. Did the
That's a
person that
strong
gets through the
duelist for
choke point,
Leviatán
now they
now
kind of have
down.
to split
Yeah,
through middle.
early.
Huge win.
That's a huge frag, too, because you have a Hero Phantom and Vandal for Oxy there. Everybody else is on a very low buy, getting forced into this.
Mazzino's going to be the one running in, just basically being a Cypher camera.
Ooh, the
And there's
Haven't seen this for a long time. Gotta keep an eye on this Omen lurking over towards short. He's trying to take a timing here, especially as they're making so much noise. Knife goes in, doesn't hit him, perfect timing.
He knows that a knife is close. Oh, the tap there onto Vanity. Miss comms coming through.
Oh, Oxy hit a shot over towards B main that might secure it. Vanity, Zephyr probably just needs to play under bow.
Across now, a pop flash to slow things down, giving a chance for two players to rotate up towards the A heaven. Storming into sight now. Zeppa comes into contact, gets the trade off as Oxy falls. Last one to go is going to be Mazzino. Shock dart lands.
Nice util at the
no
moment.
chip damage. He
Very
gets a blind
doable
down
for
with 13
Mazzino.
seconds left.
They're pretty far away.
There's
Is
a
he going to
big
expect
flip
them
coming
this
out right
close
now
at
from
A
Moose.
main?
So Rooney's just trying to hold it out. Because that wall was up here by the stage. He's just trying to leak around it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Just saw him, picks him off. Elisa gets information from Moose, who swings out.
Damn, that was a nice try. Big kill from
Moose
Moose.
wins that 1v1.
That was a really
and
nice
C9
try.
will finally score.
Zephyr did great, by the way. Really good. I know he kind of baited his teammate a little bit over towards side, but it wasn't really his fault.
So steady when he's been called upon in these
Adza as well.
plays.
Adza 9
Lurks
with the
as
tier
well
1.
from
Thank you for
Sunset
the 11
here now
months.
into Killjoy
Like Lev been
for
stealing
the
Loud's
Ascent
Viper stuff?
play. Gives
Yes,
Cloud9
you're
their
not wrong.
first round. Ultimates are really on deck too as well for Cloud9. There's just a few orbs.
There's no shame in it.
This round one
Saves you a
more
lot of time.
Player standing.
And Moose had to hit that shot first. Mazzino was kind of clued in to what that play was going to be.
Yeah, that's a
Based on
straight
that
up
dart,
sigh
right?
of
He didn't
relief
have to
there.
heaven. Mazzino had only one place to
Okay,
look, and
Op
Moose
comes
still
out. We
wins
got the
that
C9 Classic where they win one. Can they win 2 in a row?
Little A main control to
Normally
start
struggle at the
off,
beginning to do
slows
this.
and just about
Vanity's
the
been
kitchen
judged
sink thrown here
non-stop.
towards the alt orb. Still control
They at
for
least hear
C9.
it, so they're
That's-
very scared of going
that's
over
not
towards
the
A
left.
main. He can
Yeah,
probably
can't
go
feel
to
good
short
about
now
that.
with the
Just
pressure
throw
just
that
being
much in
here.
and walk away.
It's close with the judge too, and you don't want to walk into that. C9 already trying to pull back, and yeah, we have a fast rotate from
Group
Leviatán
up
towards
here.
B.
And we actually
Right
have
into
Oxy
the
playing
hands of the
far back
operator.
spawn. We've got a kill
Oxy
set up over
choosing
towards
right,
lane.
a little bit towards the right side for that first hit, and now ready to tear him down. as
Cross
they
map,
come in
knife
right to the
goes
Killjoy
in. They have
utility as
very
well.
good timing with this.
C9, they may have stacked the site wrong, but they got a good hold here. Lev's util starts to
Ooh,
come in.
yeah.
Nice kill
Pulls
on
the
box,
alarm bot
nice
back.
kill on
Didn't
what
get
would have
broken,
been
so he's
some
going to
of
give the
those
alarm
mollies.
bots do Nash.
Moose there gets that pick onto Tex,
Oh,
who got
oh.
hit by his teammate's paranoia, so that's a small mistake. Aspas trying to find an entry, pushing out towards his
Holy,
wall,
Aspas is
connect
doing
onto
bits.
Rooney.
Moose can still win the round, but there is too many people here for that
Unfortunately, couldn't
peak.
anchor to back of that B site. Vanity with a classic. Crossfire set up, close with the judge.
They know he has the judge,
You know,
though.
it's pretty much over at this point, but
Yeah, they know he has the
he's
judge.
trying to do some damage here. But despite that small mistake,
What a
on the
mess, dude. How did
execution
Oxy
from
go
Leviatán,
down,
the push
though?
out towards
That's
the
what I
spawn,
wanted
seems
to
like
see.
C9 weren't ready for that one.
Yeah, getting through that, especially
Was
without
he
being able
rotating
to
into
hit the
sight
alarm
or
bot from
something?
Killjoy, being able to util destroy with the kind of util you don't usually destroy with.
Yeah.
That Viper or that Snakebite coming through.
Huge.
Incredible stuff.
It's the same story
Just
every
to set
single
up
map, by
Leviatán
the
to
way.
have that
C9
much
have
more
really
of an
bad
advantage
starts
in
on
the
their
round.
defense,
They
and
were
they can
not
just
stopped
never
on
get
lane.
money.
Pushing through, flies in.
Okay, Molly landed. He repositioned to stairs once he got smoked off. Molly landed and then dashed his sight. I mean, that's lovely double satchel in.
And you saw that snake bite on that lane was also a ruse there to force the players to play back boathouse.
Yeah.
So the control is more towards, yes, punish on staircase, but also just fight around switch and market. Take control of that area before you could flood in as a team towards that back of the B site. Because again,
EU Will, sorry bro, I think I missed your sub a little bit earlier.
For Leviatán. So this calls a timeout for Cloud9. Again, they have to
will I ever go back to coaching? If the timing's right, the team's good. It's hard at the moment because I just enjoy this so much. But it's, I mean, I still want to win stuff. That's the issue as well. But yeah, I really enjoy this at the moment. So
that default comp, the snooze comp, as they would like to say.
At one point, you would think that I would start enjoying this less, and then that's probably when I would be tempted to pursue it more.
Yeah,
but
they're all feeling pretty comfortable.
After every year, I'm like open to offers. That's like how I'm treating it. Because obviously, if you get offered like a Fnatic or something, and you can just win everything, then it's kind of like a no-brainer. But it's a heavy commitment, man. It's like a life commitment.
After that 4th round loss, that post plant take by Cloud9. Now on the low buy. Leviatán has not played as aggressive on this as they did with the previous maps. They're getting set up.
It's a C9 go for a Vision Striker's strat. And
what you said before is
they wanted to go close and then Omen flash, and then was he gonna TP somewhere? Like go close, Omen flash this, TP into the corner. Something like that. I'm not entirely sure. There's I mean, it's an eco. Take some gambles.
Positioning here for the middle of the round.
And that's one of the things you could think about here. This type of wall that you're throwing here from Calm, it doesn't really
FNS Som in V Verno Stu.
This is a great opportunity for later rounds if Oxy has an operator really try to hold that mid.
Feels like you got to get Cloud out of his contract as well, probably.
To push them out to get scans. This would be a good way here to punish.
I know who you're replacing now,
though. To see in the later rounds now for C9 when they get the gun round. To start things off, there's a bit of util. It's not being cleared.
Damn! How many dinks did he take? 1 HP? Whoa! Oh boy, it's so on. Guns down as well. So as Making get a gun, they got the spike. Omen goes in, picks the spike, so they got to go a little bit faster. So scary.
And they close the market door.
30 seconds left.
What a heady play off the spike, knowing it could go down in that tight pinch. They get the quick Omen ultimate. Now it pressures this Blade Storm to come up even bigger now.
King has second smoke. There you go. Pops it up, delays even more. Not giving a chance here for Rooney and Oxy to come out from the market. So they have to opt now to go towards the spawn.
Holy, that's really bold pos to play, by the way.
That got popped there by Rooney. A 2v2. Cannot win the fight against King.
Knows where they're by far.
Alone. Another contact gives him a dash. Looks towards the right. Cannot connect. Unfortunately, couldn't pull out the
yeah, nice round from King. Clean this one up. That was close, though, considering it's a 4v5.
At the end of the day, Leviatán still takes the lead on their attacking side.
5-1 on that. And another different look using the Omen ultimate. Sometimes we see go to not waste, but just round after round, no option to use it, but instantly deploying that strategy here with the mess that happened on Cat. They're able to easily get away from it.
Yeah.
And just cause trouble at B. Oh, the chance here too. That moment that made you hold your breath. But Oxy
11-1 on Omen. Wait, slow line up that locks them in so they eat the flash and then you turn. Yeah, that slow lineup that landed here and then they went to flash into it, but we had an early smoke.
Not spotting anybody, and looks like Oxy was ready to rotate right away, but maybe a call to maybe stay there. As Leviatán has not added more pressure towards this B sign. The call from the IGL saying this is a default, this is a fake. The pivot might still come back towards the A site for you.
Ready for the double res round? Mazzino goes in, dies again.
There's a lot of pressure that this smoke creates. Man, we got some really good smokes on this map. This, like literally one for each bit of the map.
And get that res.
These three are my favorites. Obviously, like default mid is nice as well, but these create a lot of pressure.
Not in a position where he could spam through and ult running out towards the A side. So it really comes down to these two.
Yep.
On the high low.
Flash goes heaven. Moose just dodges this nade under heaven. And the pass into bait heaven. They don't expect this guy under.
The first headshot, trying to surprise other ones, but it's 2 players swimming against him. At the jump up is Aspas.
Aspas has
Oxy had a 6th sense, has support. There's the wall. Ping shells now pushing players back into res. Comes up
Oh
on
my
the
god, we still got ult as well. The time of this ult's gonna be great, surely.
To keep them at bay.
Free hit coming in slow. Paranoia, but they can't even play off it. They're still pushed out of sight just for the delay. And God, what a nightmare for Oxy to try to play off heaven there. Caught the slow.
Too much util to even retake this. They had to get more in the initial higher-lower setup.
Goes to peek, gets a wall in his face, and
Nice ult usage from Lev as well, to be honest. Xeno's KO ult allowing the res. Nice util in terms of the wall to block, slows as well.
If it were last season, C9 saving.
Need to play heavier sight. Man, the left stuff's pretty cool. Looks horrible to play against, it really does. You can't play a normal game, you gotta fight a bit heavier than you want to.
So now Leviatán once again snowballing the economy. Maxing no matter what into the next round is calm. And C9 really scratching for something this round.
Yeah.
Bulldog for Moose, but has a lockdown. Doesn't want to play too deep inside the site so they can use their ult for the retake. And also trying to put Oxy in position to play with that turret towards B main.
They're just pushing forward right through the one-way. They are not
Yeah,
really
both of their
respecting the
defaults are
utilities
really good
coming out
because the
here
Viper
they're
pressure
getting
is
the
just
trades,
great
they're getting
either
the
side.
fights, the confidence
Late
just
clear
there
of
for
A main once
Leviatán.
they went through,
We'll
and now we
actually
have
see
a
how they
re-clear
take this,
back.
because not having at least another initiator on here to get them past, or not another initiator, but one to see
This is much
what's
better
going
from
on, like a
C9 at the
Sova.
moment.
They're taking these sites flawlessly. They're finding the angles, creating the ones that they need, and it's not even Aspas having to do a whole bunch
Because
of
now
glorious things to
what?
get
Do
in.
they have to
It's
use the
teamwork.
KO flash to
It's
push
been
through
wild
this,
for
and then they
Leviatán
have
here
no
for
KO
map
flash
3
for the
as they bring
site
out this new
exec?
comp. And it looks like they will just wait again before they pull
Well,
the
that knife
trigger
is great.
on what is
4.
an A hit. All 4 detected, and that's going to mean the jig is up.
Yep.
Yeah, and with that info, they insta leave over towards B site. We've got to start looking at Moose with his ult, because as this time gets lower, Moose could do it all on site. Especially with the early contact from Oxy. I mean, he could literally just use his ult off the contact. But to make sure that it's not in range of the
Thrown on
okay, this is good.
attack.
Not in range of the wall that could go up.
With the lockdown with 30 seconds left. Still giving a chance for Oxy to set up.
Double molly here as well. Oxy gets a lovely shot. Low HP. Dude, he got another one? Oxy got another one before he went down? It's insane. Thanks an ult with 12 HP as well. 2 people hit into it.
There's one. The headshot across. Upgrading weapon and
Okay, nicely done from Moose as well. 3 more on the way to his ult. It was great from C9, right? I said literally just before we saw this, they have to go a little bit more aggro, and we see it over towards A main. They fight over towards A main, and once this team uses its flashes, it gets a little bit harder for them to take map control, and then it becomes a little bit more obvious where they're going.
They don't get the kills, and it was Aspas having to do something glorious this round, right? Could not get in. The kill was almost there, but Moose came up big with 3 to lock it down. Operators there for Oxy. We're gonna get the Odin on to Rooney.
Okay,
now,
also we need to
as we get a quick
we need to see if they can string 2 in a row again.
Still money here to work with.
Money
for
still is
Leviatán.
pretty good though,
Again,
apart from
I think that
Oxy's.
might have been another variation that they showed us on this. So C9 is just kind of getting their feet under them, that Lev's got something different every round. Always look for the second take, always look for the fake, and the reads are starting to come in on the side of C9.
Yeah. And so far as C9, you see it from mid-round, end round. They're not really over-rotating players either. They're setting up Oxy pretty much to watch down.
Where's Oxy's second kill? Yeah, I wanted to see it too in the replay.
Nobody really trying to over-rotate in these gun round situations for C9. So for Leviatán, maybe they'll have to try to up the tempo a little bit more. They had a lot of success working towards that middle before with the Sage Wall split into B. But that was before when, you know, C9 couldn't win the pistol. The economy was really snowballing for Leviatán. But now they have an operator and an Odin to work with. And we'll see that come into effect as we're heading back into server.
Yeah, I think they worked it out, Lewis.
Monitor issue, but our refs, our admins are doing a great job there on the floor. to get us back in the game right away.
Absolutely. Thank you for your patience. We are ready for gameplay.
Knife goes in, they fight over towards A again, seems it worked so well before. Oxy over towards middle with the op. I say middle, sure.
Got himself pinned in the corner already. And again, you called it, Vans. This
And
mid-play
Lev
has
trying
been
something
an
different.
advantage once they can wall off
Walk,
and get themselves through
contact,
this alarm
middle.
bot to
Nice.
crash B. And Calm is ready for just that.
And also, look at Rooney's position. He's just set up to maybe wallbang with an Odin towards B main, but also towards Market.
3 people here.
They actually decide to do that. So the alarm bot just got broken. The wall came up. There's the
I
execution
think
from
this guy
Leviatán.
can just stay alive, and yeah, I think you gotta just hold your gun out here until they go up lane and then flash for your team.
And instead of the
Went a bit
wallbangs,
too
they don't wanna
aggro.
let them know that there's an Odin yet for C9. As now he ADS punished. Moves in the same position, but too many players.
I see done from
Leviatán there.
Aspas.
An opportunity for surprise plays, but all
Yeah,
caught
just a couple of
individually.
situations for C9.
Leviatán gets an open
Hard
B
to
site
play.
for a plant, and the last two players instantly saving.
It might be Aspas that takes a different
Same old
route,
story
but
though.
Lev have
C9
committed to lane side
never 2 in a
almost
row.
every time they've come B.
Market, yeah.
Just a swarm down lane is impossible to stop for everybody in sight.
Sage, yeah,
Tried
the
and
Sage
true
is nice
push
at the
by
moment.
them. They get B to come up again, and again, that mid play is
Comp on
what
defense
opens up
should
the
be pretty
map for
strong,
them.
yeah.
They get this Cloud9 rotation
very strong.
separated. That's what you're saying. Cloud9 is anchoring their sights a bit, so you can split them up.
Got no
if there's
Sentinel
still
though,
those
but
anchor spots.
still very good at
They have
fighting
all
over
that time
towards
to
the
work
mains.
with a spike going down as they rotate over. A hold to come in here for C9 if they can stay alive from Lev's pressure.
Vanity just got spotted now. Lee's trying to stay alive as the upshot unfortunately was missed by Oxy. Now he's gonna head it down at Wine. There's that first contact. Up draft, Shorty!
Damn, it's a nice attempt. Really good round from Aspas. Did good damage. They could get the op out here, but someone would have to take a hit. And I mean, Vanity's on the side, so could buy him an op and then get a judge.
But unfortunately, they lose the operator.
Kind of similar. Buys him a rifle and then
Now
takes a
6
stinger.
ult points for Aspas. Just look at that. One commits the site and everybody else is just like, where are they going to peek from? Fish in a barrel.
34
I
HP.
love that view.
Yeah.
Awesome mouse control there by
quick.
Aspas.
Flash coming out.
Oh, for his gun.
From Oxy. And that's Blade Storm available for that too. So you saw the buy coming out from Vanity, I think, for Oxy for him to get a Vandal here. So he pops the knives and drops here the Vandal for Vanity to work with. So back to a gun round for C9.
Calm is already deep in Wine right now. They're saying he's just pinged the turret. So Killjoy is at A. You can expect a bit of utility to be strewn about tree. And that's what they're going to look for right now.
King's the one lurking
Alright,
this time.
spots.
Made it all the
Meant
way up
to
towards
pop
Pizza
the molly,
Wall.
but the molly got shot.
Aspas is trying to create noise here
While
towards
that's happening on
Here's the
short,
jump
King
that's gonna
just
punish
walks
Vanity,
through
who jumps
middle.
around and gives a nice chance here for the rotate to happen. A potential trade.
He's played really well. Extra TP
Stuck in
out.
the corner though. Rooney trying to fight him. He'll trade it out. Meanwhile, though, the plant is happening towards the A site. Nice little first and second contact once again. Beautiful play by
Damn,
Rooney.
that was nice.
And
Got the
with
tag on him as well.
combination, too, gets the pink
Ooh,
glove,
nice
moves
shots
to pick
here.
the last 2 kills.
But the money must be low here, right?
What
These
a
two,
play there.
kinda not really.
Good adaptation by C9. That was almost an instant round change for Lev, right?
God, it feels
They
so
get counter
savage.
Position, he pings the turret. All right, we take down util on tree, we take down the turret, and then they're gonna move around on defense. Moved around a little less.
The
than
site
they
guys in the
thought.
other
C9
round, it
still
was
able
more
to
the
get into
KO
position to
needed to
retake
flash
A.
them
They were
out,
not
especially when they were,
fooled. Really
especially when they
nicely
were
done as
both
Lev's
back
trying
a
to
site
play this
here.
little
It had to
util
be about the
destroy
KO
game.
flash for when they came
Get
down
C9 out
lane.
of position. It takes a lot
They
more
could have
than
had
that
a
at this
better
point.
crossfire,
7
but
to
in the
3 here could
situation they
easily be
were,
a
and not
7-5.
knowing where the enemy
With the
team was, it
momentum
had to
C9
be
has.
KO.
Oxy still with these early peaks on B main.
Like in an ideal world, they have a better crossfire,
It's a
but
slower fake now towards the B main.
when they're already out in
Pulling
this
Zephyr
area,
away from the A side.
you can't risk it.
But again, the
You
KG
can't risk a
playing towards
reposition.
the A site. There's still a lot of util to try to delay. Moose trying to hop back up to get a position on Heaven so he could fall back. Allowing C9 to play the retake should they get swarmed here. Jumps down.
Flash goes in,
Audio
a
being
main
heard by
control.
Vanity on top of
Aspas gets his
catwalk, and
ult
he
with
was
this
pushing
one,
up
and
the
they
whole
want to
way.
go fast. They don't want to let him react once they get the ult.
Paranoia
An
2
off-site
doing soon,
kind
cleared it
of
out.
Omen's
Snake
close
Eyes
door
to see the
could
util
tank
being
this
thrown
ult.
right now. Oh, it misses!
Oh my.
And Vanity's able to move forward
Vanity,
onto Cobb.
feeling like it might actually get sent over towards door, sends it in. And while that's happening, Zeppa sends it out of heaven, I imagine, with a flash as well. Not too bad at all. Could have gone a lot worse.
Double swing out towards the
Damn,
heaven.
2 in a
You
row.
see confidence right now from
Who would have thought?
Cloud9 breaking
They
it
did it
down.
on
Ruby
Sunset
again
as well,
trying to
right at the end. They do it here.
That is the exact word I was about to use. This looked like their pistol retake where they just waterfall into sight. The confidence behind each other on that swing of heaven was incredible. Absolutely taking Leviatán off guard. You saw Aspas' ulti go right through the door and just missing the shoulder of C9 Vanity, able to pick up a few in sight. So nicely controlled there on around. Leviatán had planned out with an ultimate for Aspas.
Yeah.
And they pushed back hard, so that 7-5 is much more in the mirror. Or in
Is it
view
worth hunting?
King hears this. He's just ready for the swing.
It really is. It's actually really big.
Moose once again.
Yeah, Moose is just cleaning up on these extra kills. No pressure to him when it comes up. 9-7-2 there just behind Oxy. Ultimate for Moose about to come up. If he can get 2 on this round or even focus an orb.
That was the fast kill.
Oxy and Moose have actually been focusing B main pretty
those shots
hard,
were
so
fast.
We'll see if they try to do that this time. Moose isn't back towards A.
Bro, Prodigy disbanding, man. He's just,
It is that A setup.
what is this guy? He's just trolling so heavy.
And Oxy at B. And it is going to be a B hit from Leviatán.
Hens is a 1 tournament wonder after winning 2 tournaments. Nice, bro. Solid logic.
Last round of first half. Gonna make it tough.
Change of pace too. Underhand throw under the Viper Orb to try to push forward. Knife to try to eliminate some of that util. A TP came towards the back of the site, but it got canceled. This might get hurt, and still C9 were able to hold with the 3 players inside the site. More players falling down. Calm is alone.
Not bad. I mean, did this end very similar to how Sunset did with the match managing to get it?
Great control over that round. C9 approached that round like they knew what they were doing.
Expect changes out of Loud.
With
no prac, probably not, man. They got Delta, Savage can't. They just need to hope that they can avoid Ascent or Lotus.
They're feeling it too. They're feeling it.
Yeah, and at least the confidence is high at the end here from them. This comp on defense really might be strong though. Gotta probably just use a lot of mid control against it. The good news is they only have a KO to clear the question marks as well.
He's an old Italian
I think you got to slow play a hell of a lot.
He's been great to work with. He helps balance our relationship in the team a lot. I think he's very good at getting we haven't had many arguments in our team, but if there's ever tension, he's very good at helping us diffuse it and handle it in a professional manner. I think he's probably honestly the biggest addition we've had. I think Moose and Rooney are both great players, but I think that Googly's mind has been helping us a lot.
Oh, talk about Googly, assistant coach. Bro's an old school Bro's an old school player, man. The IGO in Source. He's around in the UK scene for a little bit.
And Moose is finding his rhythm and his
groove. He also played heavy. I mean, he was responsible for most of the good kind of Italian teams.
Yeah, I mean,
not that there was many.
Leviatán, they came out with something new here, and they tried to surprise C9 with this composition, and now it makes it a little bit
from my era,
time, right?
yeah.
Because we mentioned
he's a nice dude.
You can't really spray when there's an execution with these smokes. So how do you play? Do you have to play passively and play retake on your end, and you don't have a Cypher or a KJ to do that delay possibility?
Then around the deadlock on Ascent. Yeah, there's been a couple of teams.
That's right. There's not as many
literally, I think there's only been 2 teams.
Defense. You see those few slow orbs. You might see the raise nade, and 90% of the util you're really worried about is going to be gone there, right? The 0 point's going to come through, but that's 8 seconds of okay, we can wait.
Just flame Italian CS at the end, bro. It wasn't good though, man. UK and Italian CS, bro, it wasn't great.
Be an interesting one how they set this up. About to get into the second half here, all the way to 3 games for Leviatán and C9.
Our scenes were very similar.
These teams as Lev has worked on the current crew and C9 to make changes. Able to put up that 7-5 first half here on Ascent. Possibly take this series to start off stage 1. Little push into A. It doesn't look like Lev's going to want to stay there fully. They'll play retake here happily at this point as Tree is control for them. In this split for C9 though, they're going to look to find a peeker, find one lurker, anybody on a walkabout here.
How's it looking on Ascent? The deadlock? Honestly, not bad.
Himself because he got popped here by Zeppa. And also now the wall
Looked weird to play against. Yeah, you got to break all 3 sections of this.
Leviatán not budging off the noise that's being made.
Yeah, C9 are going to have to slow play a lot. Time is going to run low, and then you got to go into like a Viper.
So they don't know that
A Raze potentially, Sage slows, KO nades, Omen one-ways.
Oh.
Can you find your treasure now? Oxy trying to go with the dash activate, the trade across, not
Yeah, and they see 3 people here. Instant pivot over towards B. There's a big duel at B main at the moment right now. Yeah, Vanity on site. I mean, if Com can get one, he's done incredible.
They're not going to have numbers to sight now.
Exactly.
That's a spike. I mean, no smoke spawn. I guess they had to make a play. 3v5. It's fair. Fell apart pretty fast. Nice stack from Lev. It's gonna be very hard for C9. I'm telling you, it's so.
And that was an important pistol for Leviatán.
They've got to like rush map control. It feels like, and that can be horrible. I think you would have to do the recon knife, take middle, pretty much most of your rounds. Left but right with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you with the 9 months. Lev, yeah, they won double pistol on this, right?
Super patient, and they got everybody from C9 basically to face him in a firefight there with what they chose. Second round coming in, not going to see any of those Vandals. We do have the judge for Com though, as he plays it close on B main. The Sheriff for Rooney already down to 21 HP as he tries to get the first shot off. And that far knife from the other side, a nice hit from Market Mid.
Done a lot of damage at the same point too. Rooney at 21 HP and trying to find a timing, and with that wall coming up, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult.
At least hit numbers here. We're going pretty aggro.
Beautiful flash though.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And that's Icebox down. Upgrading to a submachine gun to dash across the lurk. Couldn't work out for Moose though. At least C9
Unlucky timing with that luck, but it was fine.
Oxy's got that gun too. If they confront one of these choke points, they can get quite a few kills.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to make a play because they got no guns. Oxy does pick up the gun that was dropped over towards A main though.
Rooney also still has
Rooney has a recon
it looks like he's playing
coming
all the
in
way
now.
back here towards the A side. Does he have a lineup for shot darts? No, it was just for a recon on the top.
Ooh, judge to pick up.
First kill on the attempt of a retake from Leviatán. A 3 versus 3. Instantly 2 kills.
Whoa, Rooney hit some shots, bro.
Again.
Yeah, that snowballed because of the gun that was dropped over towards A main. They really overstepped the mark there.
HP at the beginning of the round actually still comes up with kills at the end, but that wall, the wall that Tex plays, I think threw Aspas off just a bit because they were able to land on the wall and peek around it, giving them a high-low to get that first weapon into Oxy's hands. Interesting choice. C9 pushing through as a team, gathering the guns.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, it's a prime example right here where you never take risks against the ecos.
He was huge for them. 6 to 8 here.
Yeah.
Cloud9
just backfires too heavy. This is so on now.
Stage 1 of 2024 to get those eco rounds.
C9 now through a knife. Clears out one.
It's going to be very, very hard against this comp though.
The stone boxes on the right side of the A site, allowing C9 to creep up. Ares being shot, Odin being shot by Moose to try to just wall bang a bit if he can. But that's just a ruse for the rest of C9 to just execute. For planet.
Dodge over towards door. It's going to be a hard retake. Someone could definitely farm this if they wanted to. I'm looking at Rooney who gets a plant 3 away from his ult.
Leviatán even just hide for as long as possible to avoid any alt doors here.
Yeah, Rooney's so close to these, right? Wouldn't be surprised if he's going to start hunting down too. A great start for him in the second half. Did a lot of damage and allowing C9 to win that thrifty and build that money up.
Looks like they don't want to give him too much.
Great position is Moose. Mazzino, unfortunately, unfortunately for Vanity, gets picked off here by Mazzino. Austin trying to move close with the judge, being slowed down. Does get that pick onto Com, but 3 players swing up towards tree. They're making it expensive.
Okay.
Really expensive so far. Oh. The rest hunting forward.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was expensive, but a few of the guns they really didn't mind losing, right? They don't really mind losing the Judge, don't really mind losing the Stinger, so still expensive
So it
though.
allows for them to get a lot of money here to still get a pretty decent gun round.
Yeah. There's one person on low armor as we see once more. Good pressure here. Leviathan to get in. Odin is saved coming in the next round. That's going to go back to Moose.
Of course,
and
Des.
back onto
Of
weapons.
course. This is satisfying.
Really use this defensive composition, or this composition, I should say, on defense now.
Okay, low money, also low money for this in terms of the damage done from Lev on that round. So one person that struggles a little bit. We'll keep an eye on Oxy in terms of how close we get to the orbs.
Or at least it's for him to pivot back towards the B site.
Default wall being thrown here. Not default, but Com using that mid to be to catwall. And this mid push, they're trying to actually see if they'll still get to peek on Cat. They found a fight here almost every round, and Lev will give it again.
Inked, flash from middle as well. Get a good idea of the setup from this. Does Omen with this info want to push close? Yeah, so Omen takes A main as they realize they're kind of heavy over towards short.
As soon as he got the first contact there on
Ball
top,
is a fake over towards B and they walk into A site.
Instantly got dinked, trying to rotate back.
Right.
That's going to weaken things as C9 is also dashless to try to get inside wherever they're trying to go with 45 seconds left.
If C9 only knew, A is theirs almost every round. Where they have to respect the setup they've seen. It's just the
Knife goes in, flash goes in as well. Jojo's making a lot of noise. 3 people here.
With how Lev has played the defense before, making Cloud9 think twice. They'll know they have a free sight though.
It's Zephyr did good to get one.
Big trade in mid as
They
this
know that
plan
one's
goes
over
down.
towards B main. This duel is pretty important. How patient is Com?
Could be the key factor here.
So now you have a 3-on-3 on A site and a 1v1 on B. Spike now planning on the ACF for Cloud9. Owl drone to push forward, leaving Oxy in that same position, spotting at least one. No way. Gets that first kill, turns around for the second.
Damn, on 32 HP, he did that.
1v1 towards B was won by Moose. So it's
Yeah, Moose.
a little
Moose. Ooh.
nice shot at least.
Some of the aim
And he's
is.
going to attempt to save this.
Very nice round for C9. Very, very cool. I love the idea of the fake B. And they kind of picked the right side though, because actually they gambled stacked a little bit in terms of Lev.
And then you're like, okay.
I wonder if Lev are going to time out because I don't think this comp, I don't think it makes sense to like gamble leave a site.
Back of tree, spawn,
I get that they have the wall down towards short, so it looks like what the? I get that they have the wall over towards short, so it looks like they're going B, but I think their comp is just so good at holding choke points they don't need to give anywhere up.
And it was like one-on-one peaks, but perfect trades in the end on both ends that favored C9 pretty much.
Yeah, I think this is the timeout to literally say that. Like, guys, you don't need to leave the sites, I'm pretty sure.
Leviatán starting to get picked apart here on this comp that they're throwing out. Seems like they weren't surprising C9 too much, which forces them to call a timeout here.
There's good timing on C9 there. That rotation out of tree, just so much space for Oxy, and they pushed into sight at 30 seconds on the round. But are we going to get that all the time? Do they draw out Lev as long?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense with this comp though, Matix. It's not what it's strong at. It's not what it's strong at.
Find Killjoy and run away from Killjoy. They don't really have to run away from any site unless they see 4 members of Leviatán. So it's just how C9 want to approach it when they get there. What are Vanity and Rooney saying on how to break the site, and what is Moose offering on the flank to make that happen?
And it's almost like that conversation of that
Self-flame
Sage on split where you don't really see her as much anymore.
Bucky, saved gun.
And then what do you really have to defend? Not too much, right? So early in these rounds, if Texas
Funny, almost getting out of control, to be honest. If they win this one and keep it clean, it's a scary situation for Lev.
Right. So they have to activate somewhere else, but there's not too much of that battle from the rest of Leviatán, at least trying to fight towards B main or something. And what's been really good as well for C9 is that they kept the economy
C9 after the pause, just holding a default, waiting for some aggro strat.
Get an operator out early for anybody of Leviatán.
Yeah. And Leviatán even spread amongst themselves, using the credits they can to get some hero buys in. As Vanity trying to give him a different look to start peeks it again. Oh, okay, Vanity.
That's gun diff.
Feeling the headshots right now that they can take these chances.
Grouping up now.
Walking into the Bucky? What the hell is this skin?
Play close with this Bucky. Orb's gonna get picked up. There's the execution. One of the rare moments of C9 moving in towards B. Combo has
Oh, the recon.
the kill with the Bucky.
Goes back.
Trying to answer back.
Damn, beast.
Somehow. And finally he gets traded out. But this is room to breathe for Leviatán, because Aspas has a hero rifle here. C9 moving inside the B site for a plant at least.
The job? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's slow it down for a bit. There's another slow up too, but it's gonna keep them close.
I think this is a solid shout with the ult. It was
Whoa! Gets the kill with the Odin off from the lane.
I take it all back. That was incredible.
Almost got that kill onto Aspas.
30 seconds left.
Now there's 30 seconds left. It's C9's time to try to do some hero plays, planning outside the
Really
open.
bold.
Arcee
Vanity's the only one with
reaction time to get
HP.
off it, and then to push forward if somebody was fighting back against them. 2v2. Vanity saving the round so far for C9.
Low HPs.
As it's up to Tex. Small shields, there's one. The trade out from Oxy.
That one got really close. There's a very nice attempt from Lev. Com did great.
Oxy planting in the open? I felt like my heart was gonna stop. What? This is incredible. In the face of danger, Cloud9 picking up the wins, playing together in the stall on that.
What about on top of the thing?
Good. Even after these kills,
Depends where you play with
they
it.
still
I mean,
get
top left's
themselves
fine.
in. Against all odds, they lose a bunch of they don't a bunch of alts, but they lose the Sova alt there, and you just
Nice
thought
to get
it was
early
going
info from B.
to the wayside for C9, but no way they take that home.
You finally saw a little bit of that value of that wall that Calm is placing towards this B side to just jump around left and right.
Yeah, and this is much better from Lev, right? This is what we talked about in the timeout. Just holding map control. This comp is great at holding map control. They go aggro. It's a nightmare for C9 to try and clear all of this.
So far, at least seems like C9 doesn't want to test it a second time. Back to what they're known for.
The drone is a nightmare. Yeah, and you got to TP out.
And the yellow drone's gonna clear him out. The wall bangs. Makes it out alive.
Cloud9 pushing back
and they saw the
since that Leviatán
the
timeout.
judge, right?
Mid control, still watching tiles.
This wall
Looks
at
like it's gonna
short
be this A
goes
play
soon,
once
I'm
again, but
pretty
this time,
sure.
Lev's in A. They aren't playing this tree
Okay, just gonna
rotate
spam
out
it anyway.
retake. They're meeting it head on. Still waiting.
3 people
Still
over towards
pushing. They
A.
are going to go back to a bit of the tree hold, but still now have this A anchor and difference.
Quicker way to break down the walls here with the Odin instead of knifing it across. Tex now walking forward as a wall
Spike.
down, gets an instant punish.
And at the same time, they face towards bottom and middle. This is pretty nice from Lev. Shot from Moose. Ult to pick up the spike. Judge. Yeah, can't be jumping anymore with this gun.
Delay from the lockdown to come in, but it looks like Tex wants to make a play.
He made it through. He made it through now. Vanity was squeezed.
It's got 5 seconds.
And as he tries to call it for his teammates, Rooney's there for the
B9 are
save
looking
once
impressive
again
right
from
now.
Amy.
It's been very good from them.
C9 at 10.
Moose just lacing people right now with that Odin from site to site. Where do they go next? A nice bit of a mid play here. Oxy to open things up. Getting the spike down in this Omen play that we keep seeing seems to just be top notch.
Come on, baby. We didn't get Let's go, baby. And we hit the strat.
And they're hyped, man. They are hyped.
Well, especially when you're in the lead by 2 and you're already forcing the second timeout by Leviatán. You have all the confidence right now to try to close
That looks so
out
much
this
better than
series.
kickoff.
Again,
It's been
this
pretty
would be a
impressive.
very
It's been a very good
labored
attack off
victory
from
that
them.
They would have if they're managing to upset Leviatán in this third map. And as you're pulsing now, C9 on the attack. They've won 5 rounds in a row here. Ever since losing piston round on the second half.
Yeah, it's very
they've
similar
been
to
them all
Sunset,
along,
like the
controlling
whole
pace
scoreline in terms of how it's going.
this map. And again, it's really on that conversation of this composition from Leviatán. Is it built to be a little bit more offensive and try? Should they have picked and
Now,
gotten
this
more
comp
rounds
should
here
this
on
comp
the
should
attack?
absolutely
I mean, you
own
have
it
that,
on
you question
defense.
that, and you got to think, what are Rooney and Vanity saying?
So they need to
How
just.
many
I
ways
feel
can
like
they
they're putting
get
too
by
much
this? They know they
emphasis
don't
on
have to deal
short
with
in
too
terms of
much,
this.
so
I don't think they need to use
mid-round
this
plans
wall
happening.
early.
The pre-round is already a good setup where they're actually getting quite a bit of
I'm
information.
not
off of
enjoying
what's
the
happening
Sage
to make
wall
that second
early over
decision, to
towards
make the
short. I
mid-round
don't think it
last.
gives them
The
enough.
last round, rather, it was playing towards mid, finding those few frags, and then boom, again towards A once they get hit.
Is
it.
the fallback
Just
over towards B is so
methodical right
strong
now
if they're
with
using the
how
Viper
C9
roll.
is
Is the
figuring
one
out
way here.
Leviatán instantly denying a push towards B main control right off the bat here.
And that was a paranoid thrown on the attack. Now pivoting back towards mid. Leviatán also rotating out just to try to add a little bit more pressure. Maybe even pinching from everywhere, but they decide otherwise. Just stack up towards tree. They've been reading his hits towards the A site.
It's that play again. It's okay, mid, 2 and 2. Cat and A. We pinch, we squeeze them in, you take them out. Already pushed back towards tree here. This low buy doesn't give Lev much room to work with if they're finding the util dump from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And A site is C9's once again with a big lurk coming in from Vanity.
Yeah, you're able to
Yeah, it's looking alright at the moment. They're not going to pop KO though, right?
Players walking out in that area. The other 2 players for C9, they'll take it. They're holding pulse plants outside towards the A main. In great position right now.
Okay, Vanity on the latest luck with an Odin. Really trying to abuse the no Sentinel on Lev. In terms of no info Sentinel. Goes a lot faster once he hears the util, 2 people.
And there's that lurk. There's 2.
Yeah.
King trying to answer back, trying
nice
to do
shot.
whatever he can, but you definitely know this round is looking to be pretty good for Cloud9 to seal the deal in this round, especially
Okay,
with those 2
big
kills
buy
for
rounds,
Rudy.
which hopefully the timeout was for Lev, and I mean, have they only got 1 round on defense? And it was the
So you're
pistol.
almost expecting there to be no lurk at this point. You're like, okay, there's Moose. Moose is in sight. We saw him a little bit on the take, so we're good, right? No, Vanity is now taking up that job, and he'll be smoking from across the map and coming in a little bit later to help clutch the site.
And a casual 20 bomb now from Oxy on the other end, 20 for King. We haven't really seen too many of these duels of a 1 versus 1 between Oxy and Aspas, right? Aspas focusing a lot on the B side at the beginning. All of C9 really fighting towards the A side, mid towards Cat. It seems there's still no answer for Leviatán. On the amount of times we're heading towards A. Again, but a different tempo. Done early in the round. Spike is already down. Oxy made it across, down to 21 HP, was wall banged.
Dude, Oxy needs some help.
There's the head-to-head, but King steals the kill away. With Spike down out in the open, showstopper available, not anymore.
Keep an eye on the luck over towards short. Might be a shout out to Mazzino on top of it. Holy big 1v3. Both relatively low.
Al Drone available. 3 seconds on a recon dart as well. King hiding it back around the dice. So Rooney runs with no information whatsoever. King looking to move back towards the A main. Out in the open, King gets the pick, and Leviatán stay alive.
Lev very much need to focus up on this round. They finally win one. 4 people go down, so 4 people have to rebuy, and the loss bonus would be 1,900. Just everyone's sitting about 2k for their last round if they lost it. They need to...
Almost looked like they could repair the situation, but Lev come out on top.
5 ults.
5 ultimates coming in around 21. You have to expect
yeah, just Oxy as well, aware that most likely in terms of how they're going to be buying here, priority on the guns, free light armors.
But they'll still use an outlaw.
And he can get great value on those few low armor buys.
Exactly.
3 of them on the side of the Leviatán with his outlaw may string true. Still a lot of pressure on Lev here, the 11-9 score line. They cannot afford to mess up around and have that money reset.
They also need to keep Zeppa alive
Yeah, the attack Odin is pretty strong against this. People have been doing this quite a lot. Attack Odin against a Viper, because most people are Viper rolling here and everyone just hides in this little segment over towards lane. But I like this. This one extends over towards like the corner
Keeping the
boat.
players at bay this time. Yes, Aspas is finally playing towards the A side because they pitted early towards B.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Lots of room now.
Yeah.
That's really the... Not too many weaknesses, but you're using bodies to try to
Yeah, the
get
fake pressure over towards short.
And
The Sage wall got used again early over towards
Such a
A.
look from C9, fully spread out in a default. 30 seconds left on the round as they start to work towards mid.
This is what most of the round should look like, where they kind of get starved out of time.
Because they need him to entry. Jump spotting, finding information. Null command comes out early.
Yeah, look how hard it is for them to split. They got a recall over towards A, and now they're running into Aspas, who has his ult. Aspas just pops his ult, right? Oh, Zeppa pops his KO ult, so they can't use any util.
But it doesn't matter. Aspas gets the first kill. King is there for the support. Finally, the Odin comes in. Tex trying to find a timing towards the back, has a res at the same time. Rooney once again alone. Body is showing out the cape as well. Swings out and
Honestly, a nice attempt from Rooney here. Big run from Lev.
comes in for Leviatán.
Always use double ults.
We're also seeing life.
I actually think C9 used some ults as well, right? They used KO ult and Omen ult.
For Leviatán, they lose this, they get 1,900 credits in the pocket. Now they get a bit of money. Doesn't even mean they can full buy across the board, mind you, but they do get the necessary money to keep this momentum going. What a retake. We're gonna get a timeout here from C9 to stave off this pressure. Leviatán, get a little discussion going and figure out what was working from the coaching standpoint. And get that from Mimi.
And yeah, definitely it's been a bit of a change of how they're holding this defense for Leviatán. Not too much pressure at the
Nah, I wasn't deaf.
Wait,
did you used to watch some of those videos, Des?
They're really able to save that.
He used to like record when he was goalkeeper, right?
Remaining for Tex
They were pretty funny.
on these actual hits from Cloud9 are using it late.
Yeah, I love those videos,
It was
man.
a little bit expensive
videos
right
are
for
funny.
Leviatán, but they used those ults at the right moments, right? The null command that came through towards that under-minute mark, so it doesn't really allow C9 to move towards this B site. They don't have a pit now anymore in the B site. Now they're also realizing that Icebox is also focusing more on A.
Yeah.
So we'll be finally a pivot now from C9 to start pressuring to end towards B once again.
And we see that scoreboard. All things considered, imagine Lev has both pistol rounds, but they weren't able to run away with the second round.
Potentially, I mean, it's a nice time at least for a timeout. Nice and early, not before it's getting too late to recover.
Absolutely punishing.
Still 2 away from the win.
Get their footing back here to come back in.
And Razor.
Lev getting the money sorted
Silver
out.
ult
They
for
did
attack
actually
as
have
well.
enough to drop on those buys, so they do find full armor even with the money going back down to 1,900.
Interesting, but a knife doesn't really allow for them to get more space behind the Hunter's Fury, and now is thrown here by Mazzino to get the information.
A little bit of
on the two
info.
at the beginning.
At
So
least
allows
makes them
Tex to
insta
throw
pop
a
the
wall
wall
up.
over towards A, and they
very
thought it
early,
was
right?
like
He
the
already
fast
threw
A
that
where
forward,
everyone's
and then
just
the wall
dodging and then you
eliminates
just
Util. All he has
overwhelm the
left is a
site.
res.
So they at least got the
Of
wall
course.
out of them.
A Vandal in his hands, and he could do a lot of magic with that as well. But C9 pivoting back to play contact at M2.
Wait.
Spike being dropped to make an audio cue.
Wait.
Right here.
Both players now creeping up.
It's such a
towards
bold
M3.
call. Has he
That's
absolutely
Zeppa
owned
and
it?
Moose. Trying to walk around and trying to get a backstab, and they'll get it.
My god, they
Ooh.
absolutely owned it.
And at the same time, Zeppa is all the way out towards the spawn at B. Yes, there's an exchange of battle here, and there's that lurk play. Beautiful here for Cloud9. Advantage comes in for them, but they're a little bit spread across
King
the
has
map.
to do it
King
all.
has to come up huge now. Oh,
Whoa.
shot there onto Moose.
That's
Last
a
two
shot and a
players
half.
grouping together against the last two of Leviatán. Both of them moving towards the A heaven.
30 seconds
King
left.
pivoted once again to meet up with Calm at the door and looking to backstab the backstabbers.
Perfect timing here. The buddy system going to be working out great for Leviatán as they can
Recon
get themselves back to
back
safety.
online. King has his
Do they stick
flash.
together? No, they decide to split.
Recon dart outside of the smoke.
Oh, he actually
allowing
uses
the
his
flag to come
smoke
down.
against him.
Two
Oh, the
individual
flash
1v1s
hit the little
potentially
lip.
here. Snake bites being thrown from Calm. Pivoting back towards the dice.
good
King is moving
distraction.
towards Generator. Nice little first shot by Rooney. There's King to trade it back. A 1v1, half HP is Rooney. Suppresses
Has
King,
Omen
has
flash.
the paranoid now.
ATP.
TP.
What a god. What a god, man. That was so sick. Really needed to step up, and my goodness, he did. That was so sick.
The Omen play everyone
That
wishes
shot on
they could
heaven
nail,
as well
but
was
some reason we miss it. What a play,
unreal.
King just playing that so calm, and I love the fact
I mean, yeah,
that
is he
Calm
just
was
trying to
the
shoot the
distraction.
turret or what?
Calm made so much noise in heaven that they had to think both were there.
Real
No one
life
was
bug.
looking at the flank.
That was me internally.
And then King.
I was yelling, but holy crap, that was a play by King.
Oh
Yeah,
my
this TP was sick.
The patience he has, hit by a suppress, winning it through.
And that's the vibe they needed.
It's a shame, man. That was a sick call for C9. They literally found the gap. Like, the timeout was very nice from Imi.
It came down to the wire as well. Off a timeout from
A lot of
C9
pressure
that
with
just
the
happened
instant
here.
hit over towards
now the
A,
momentum
make
you
it seem
mentioned,
like
the
they've been
vibe that we
shut
needed
down,
for
wall goes
Leviatán.
in, then
continues
re-pressure
on
over
with
towards
also
short, making it look like they're trying to
now the
re-hit.
economy in their favor.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
too fast and
economy
walk up
also in their
middle. It
favor.
was really cool round.
C9
But
having to
that's
fight
just
back
straight
once again.
individual skill from King.
Not as strong as a lead as they had before. At the beginning of the second half, they'll try once again to go for an instant pop towards the A site. Tech's now waiting just to contact towards Cat. The wall up will not allow the lurk to happen. And there's the exec. Tech's trying to run through, shooting a bit, and they're doing all the damage. Perfect second slow orb. He fully blinded though. Zeppa answers
You
back.
don't go through though,
Rizzo
right?
comes across, and the timing on that one is not in his favor either. And somehow, a slight overheat from Leviatán.
At 11,
on this
11.
runaway. Tap on the spike, the no calm is here. Calm trying to get the wall back shots, but does not connect. Another tap once again. Pain shells.
Why gamble it?
They know Aspas is at the top though. And what maybe could save him is hopefully a knife, but it's in 23 seconds only. So that showstopper may do a lot of
He
damage.
spotted 2.
Rooney down low at 21.
There.
The jump up on the generator. Second shot guard, no contact onto Aspas.
The lovely
A
wrap
lurk
around
around
from
here
Zeppa. They
top.
hear it
Zeppa
now though.
breaking the window. As now the players are running down. Jump spot on the first. Trying to go for a second jump spot. It's at half. Nice little first shot. Second one coming through. And now Zeppa has to try to win a 2v1. There's that first. Could play the time. Comes across on the left side. Aspas pushing forward.
Damn, sick round from Zeppa. Oh my goodness, what was this round? It was wild. Dude, Lever gonna be kicking themselves. That play over towards A was in a 4v3. Tried to end it fast.
Everything from the players in this individual moment, round after round. King doing what he can for the team. Zeppa doing what he can for his team here in a huge
Big round.
clutch.
Shimon with the prime, thank you so much, man. Thank you with the 7 months. Appreciate it.
On the other side, you have a 30 bomb from King on Leviatán.
One chance to end this, and they take a lot of mid-control fast, straight up split with the KO ult. When flash hits spawn, drone clears close. Whoa, look at Tex. Whoa. Whoa. That was, Tex is a lunatic, but it won them the round.
Solo Moose. Everybody
That was so bold. And the res finally comes out. He had had it for a long time. This is a really, really bold play for Tex, but he's absolutely sent it. On top of the wall, sends it down over towards mid when he hears multiple of them. And then they all distract. Like, he kills one, they 180 to try to kill him, and then this guy goes through spawn.
On that defensive side here, as we see the round again, Lev's gonna go back to attack. And we're gonna get this reset. Money across the board. See if we get any Odins in here and how the teams decide to play this one. Van Silly, incredible to see Cloud9 able to bring this type of form out at the start of the split, find so many holes in what Leviatán's trying to bring to the table. And also Leviatán as well.
Yeah, what a map to end it on. This has been it's been sick. Been a few mistakes, but it's been still nice.
To keep this going.
Pop flash being done here to try to get some early orb control. Elise in the cubby for Leviatán. Vanity still trying to jump spot.
King is just feeling it as well. 30 to 13. 30 to 13 over time.
Vanity. A stalemate in this moment. A smoke now being thrown instead of a one-way. Just to keep now the enemies at bay. Leviatán trying to pivot back towards Cat though.
A lot of cat play, a lot of tree play from both teams.
Big paranoia.
Smokes himself off to fight over towards short. 3 people short, wait for the flash. That was lovely from Aspas, yeah, and the flash doesn't get much. They can't push through short because the round would have been done. Aspas is... Tex was responsible for last round, Aspas on this.
A little chip damage, but is it enough? 5v3 here. And they still haven't got tree back.
finally, as they break the
He
second wall,
really centered as well. Like, he made so much space. If they wait a little bit further back and he's not as assertive as this, they basically just eat the flash and they get pinched by 3.
You still have Calm just lurking around the map during all of this too. So many options for
Look at this guy.
Updraft avoids.
Big ace. Wait, what a shot. It's unlucky attempt from him. Really sick round from Aspas. God.
They're the ones now at map and series point.
One of the first rounds we saw everyone try to fight there in tree, and I think the big factor is Cloud9.
Big factor was Aspas Wing.
We saw the push coming from Vanity on the other side, but it was slowed. It was walled, and when it's walled, it creates such a tighter choke point you don't want to get through. That bit of mistiming gives Leviatán the momentum, gives them the upper hand in the round all together. C9 called the OT timeout. And we're going to look to get into this next round, round 26 here. We will get that Odin on the board for Moose.
Good to see you right now in the Riot Games Arena.
I bought the wrong tickets.
For both of these teams. Sold out day. This time for C9 versus Leviatán to kick things off. But man, does it's gotta suck for Oxy this time. It's the second time they had shorter kills against Aspas, a potential, but couldn't get the second one in. And that was almost everything here to not allow Cloud9 to really win that pulse plant.
The Cloud9 cheers coming from the crowd. Leviatán holding strong through it. They've had quite a few throughout this comeback as well to bring it into
Odin,
OT.
defense Odin.
Now to game point. Odin on both sides are going to be ringing out here through the walls of Ascent and possibly our final round. A push towards A main for Lev to get a little bit of early control, maybe wall it off immediately. And they're watching towards mid, something C9 has loved in these rounds. The 3-2 split across the map, though, is the protocol for round 26 in Cloud9's book.
And he's looking to wallbang this from the top of the boxes. Knife is close, recon on the top, that pings him.
That was a little bit scary.
Cloud9 to move forward.
Knife goes in, looks like they're defaulting over towards A, and they 3-pass and walk contact. Take B main.
Look at this push though from
Get a lot of space. If it is worked out that he's playing so passive over towards B.
Towards B main. And Vanity will be the late lurk. Odin continues to spray across. Oxy just trying to
What is this? What is going on?
Everybody stays alive for now.
Reaction double push over towards short. With that, you should know that A main's clear.
Not even a chip. All right, so
I guess Omen normally plays A, so honestly they could think of 3 saves with that. This is a much better timing of the Sage wall over towards short.
All right. They're ready, but this lurk from Vanity could call differently.
Yeah, and then at the
he's got to break this wall, and got a couple of these to go. And this is the thing as well, like they break wall, he thinks that he's creating pressure over towards A, but they just cleared all the pressure. So they get the early info, rotate comes in, Omen's going to be here in terms of King with his Omen flash to help the guys on site. Might be done. Omen flash for your team.
King just waiting inside of that smoke. Players now moving down on the other end. Pinch from behind. Kong gets one. Moose as well. Advantage up for C9. 3
Never Omen flashed.
13 seconds left. The plant will come down. Tex and Aspas looking to fight back. 2 players staying behind the boathouse for Cloud9 as the other 2 are playing contact first at the staircase. Odin in the hands of Oxy. As Aspas is now starting to close the gap. You hear the Odin being shot on the other end. Alarm bot now, Nanostorm. Aspas is now slowed down. Cannot get across, has 2 satchels to work with, but decides to walk forward instead. A 1-for-1, last one on the lane.
I mean, shout out to Oxy for getting the kills here. I think King had a chance to end it. I really do. Maybe he was too scared of hitting his teammate here with the Omen flash that he didn't want to do this one.
This game that was at A. Wait until 30 seconds. There's again not a lot defensively.
At least got to get the guy stairs with an Omen flash, right? At the very least. Flash and stairs, and then the guy back site can swing on stairs, and then they can both focus on lane once they're trying to kill the guy in the corner. It's a different round. Okay, Oxy did great in that round, brings out the op as well.
That late into the round. It's on Leviatán now to put up a strategy back onto attack as we're into round 27, OT number 2.
Odin spray on middle. because of this Viper wall, was trying to get something on top mid. Off in the hands of Oxy. And they actually avoided, walked across the snake bite. Down to low HP, has the dash and trying to move forward to potentially try to get the pick into Calm. But Calm knows better, just tucks in. There's that wall for the split.
Big
now
Joe.
Oxy's just waiting.
Lovely shot from him.
No more splits coming in from Leviatán.
Need to block him off. This is still nicely done from Lev, but they're in trouble, right? No map control.
Nice little shot there onto Moose through the smoke, tying things up on a 4-4. Rooney now
How's Fantasy going to retake with his judge that he bought in overtime?
King doing the same. Oh, it's loose. He loses the fight to Vanity with the judge somehow. Spike, meanwhile, though, has been planted. 2 players left.
Good paranoia.
Aspas is blind, forced to fall back. Tex is trying to make a play. The sprays now from the spawn. One is suppressed. No heals, no slow orbs. So Tex is just trying to move forward.
Whoa, what a shot from Rooney.
Beautifully done by Cloud9.
Bro, C9 going to win this? Dude, Lev could have ended this for sure.
They have not previously taken
Vanity buys the judge in overtime.
on the mid player from Leviatán. Oxy's first kill here was so big on the round to make sure it faltered in market. See the pushes, the plays. C9 shuts it down.
I can't believe that.
Damn, a little slow-mo on it.
That potentially could have been everything too, because that would have been given King position into market. We do have another timeout being called out, this time by Leviatán. As again, series point here for Cloud9, and it's been a great one.
Down in the judge,
Wait,
come on.
Series,
He shouldn't be winning that one.
Maybe on the first
You all
one,
know
but
it.
that second and third map, both teams have definitely woken up. We're definitely seeing the potential of these teams now fighting in the Americas, and GB mentioned it. Shanghai on the line, champions on the line.
Yeah.
So you have to be on point.
Judge
every
and Sheriff
single
is
game.
pretty good in overtime. Oh, you don't have to tell me,
And to
dude.
see right
Trust me.
now that
I'm the biggest Judge
C9
believer.
comes with 2 new players and are able to do this against one of the top teams here in Americas.
Yeah.
Wonder what Ball
Does,
will have to say after this.
I wonder.
It is much nicer watching Vanity on
Oxy dropping a
smokes,
30 along with
just
King,
to allow
right?
him
But
that.
if we think about it, we
To allow him
mentioned
that
King
factor
having
of being
30
able to judge.
rounds ago, so King's been
Is the
shut
big
down
thing.
on these
Even I
last
spoke about it on
few
Plat Chat. Like
rounds.
the actual roles make more sense now.
Aspas started to wake
Yeah,
up.
that's true. That's true. You can never count on Aspas.
Yep. Definitely had a slower start here in regulation. At some point,
Nothing
was only at
crazy, not
13
even
kills,
Odin's.
while Oxy was at 20,
Yeah.
and this time is at 24. Duelist now making and putting
Vanity
work
still IGL, yeah.
both of these teams. Now backs against the wall. Leviatán running the same type of defense. Tex trying to hold up Catwalk. Mazzino trying to get wall bangs here from Market into the top of Cat.
Ooh.
Knife will actually spot
They only hit one?
the Duelist.
See if they get the play here. Wait
The
for
delay on
pop
this
flat bounce from
comp is
Zeppa. As
just
soon as the smoke
wild.
Clears,
One ways
I think we get
nade.
Oxy into tree.
Pose.
Okay,
Ollies.
different type of wall here too, but it gets instantly broken, so no time to react.
Can go on top of that as well if he wants to see over. I'm pretty sure, not entirely sure. Omen Flash hits 2 for the peak that goes in.
Aspas blinded at dice.
Vanity's done really good to get out of the choke point here.
Vanity using his own smoke as for cover, but then just seeing Rooney run through, Aspas
Oh.
gets a second showstopper.
Oh.
Rooney doesn't need it so far.
Damn, bro, that was solid. Lovely second kill as well on top of this. Yeah, what a nice round.
Each round is so confidently
Each round is
swung
insane.
in
Vanity's
favor of
doing
the
it
other
again.
team as we go back and forth, like, oh, perfect, yeah, they're gonna get that
Okay,
next
no,
one.
he's not.
No.
Bro's buying
Leviatán
everything.
snapped back
Judge, Vandal,
that
Phantom.
hard. Round 29 now between C9 and Lev as we get into our third round of OT here.
Yeah, what is this game?
Looks like it's going to be a big stack up by C9.
So
over
open
toward
right
B.
now.
They'll play the retake A, and that's what Lev has their eyes set on. They are behind Aspas on these attacks, so wherever we see him going, they'll follow just behind the wall. That's not going to be damage. Bit and chip.
Yeah, it did look scary on this one. Aspas gets his orb. If they want to go and get the B one as well, 1 kill away.
But that was calm on the other end there, and again, just holding it close. He knew that last time there was a late push with an operator from Oxy, but this time around, C9 are playing a full rifle round with that Odin in the hands of Moose.
Full B I don't think we've seen
Yeah, early pressure as well in terms of the question marks that are here. It's pretty much everywhere.
See if somebody will peek, kill the peeker,
Not deep,
and then take the hit. As King set up with Noya.
2 people here. Did they see Oxy? No.
But everything missed. There's that wall to come out.
All kind of helps him. And does he go? Wow, what a shot over towards site from Tex. That was a big kill. Oh. Dude, the crowd are going wild.
Tex now pushing up on the other end at the staircase. So 1-for-1.
3v3 now.
Spike planted.
As it gets planted, the reposition by Leviatán.
One flash from Azino almost went down from the spam here.
So for C9, they're breaking the wall. Cobb now finally gets spotted. Cobb burst moving out. Oxy running on the other end. Gets that pick.
Oxy, bro. Azino, the guy with low HP.
As it's Mazino alone.
Nicely done. C9, another chance at it. Dude, Oxy was incredible here. Big step up in this round.
Are chaos. Oxy with the peaks. Almost. I don't think he wanted to get on that wall after he saw it was on the other side, but still goes for the peak. And just being on the other side of the wall, he delayed 3 members of Lev wanting to get into sight. They're all like, wait, he's going to come over again. He's going to come over again. Gets the peak on main with the cloud burst to enter, and Zeppa has had some incredible personal rounds there. Brings up 2 on his own to enter the site, even though he had the back.
Nothing too crazy. Attack Odin though. We have Oxy 30 kills, King 30 kills, Aspas 3 away.
With fierceness.
A lot of high frags.
It's going to be a push here. Aspas, A main control doesn't come right away, and they go right back to tree control. Cloud9 is going to run the same strat from Lev's book just last round.
No Odin here for Calm. And the knife comes out.
I shot the knife on this one. Spam doesn't connect. Wait, Com's just on his own. Alright, he's done fantastic. He gets 2. Great flash on this one as well. Big step up from Com. He's been super quiet this game. That was a big round.
Looking like a done deal. Aspas hunting it down, continuing the OTs.
Well, let's go. We don't have to worry about anybody hitting the draw button on this one. We're keeping this one rolling.
This game is going to go forever. It might be here for a while.
Come in after this one. The buyback comes through. Nobody's really flexed the operator except for Oxy on 1 round, and it does not feel like it wants to be the play anymore. They know the site's going to get hit, and they want retake ability. So ops seem to be out of the question right now. 15-15. They're keeping King on 30, but like you said, Aspas is heating up, and that could be very scary for the side of C9. The 4-1 across the board for Leviatán's attack here, as they're just looking for a bit of early util and to prop Aspas up with these orbs.
How about that night's rest? Yeah, it's my 5 hours has been reduced to potentially 4. It doesn't get much smaller than that. The sick game though. Colin Worth.
Pivoting back now towards this B site. Maybe trying to control both. King staying behind right now to get the information, waste out the utility out of Cloud9.
Drone clears so much right now.
Anything right
yeah,
now,
and they can have an early rotate. They even take the map control as well. But a heavy kill setup, Sova might be close to help with recons. Moose on top of this, it looks like. Yeah.
Moose is ready. Behind, yeah, nice little wall bang there with the Odin as Vanity gets another pick. 2 coming out towards the lane, and a beautiful paranoia for him to fall back. As a rotating back towards Cat. Zeppa is waiting right there to TP across.
A nice trade from him though.
Once again. Hot flash on their hand, just trying
Would love to get out of here.
Meanwhile, Aspas has picked up the spike, and he's also the last player standing.
D9 get another go at it. I mean, Aspas, sure, let's not count him out, especially when he's okay, sure. Especially when he's 1 kill away from an ult. I was like, maybe.
The story continues. Zeppa locks down another round from that defensive side.
Yeah, big shutdown over towards B. Moose was very much on top of this boost.
On to match point. Would you believe it? As we see this play again.
Crack some Red Bulls, chat, because this feels like it's going to be a long day.
30 seconds.
Wow, that shot.
The landing readjust. They're all ready for the play. They have to be having a very good time on stage right now. 230 bombs now between the side of Lev. Aspas is caught up to
timeout,
King.
tech timeout, or
And he might surpass him. Yeah, so
they both used their
is
timeouts in
1, 2, 3,
overtime,
4,
I
5,
think.
6,
So
maybe 7 rounds.
has to be.
And just assists coming through for King, so they're really able to shut him down.
Looks like we're just gonna have to do a little bit of a cleanup here. There's a spill on the stage. As of players are hyped up.
Yeah, they're very excited.
Make sure you dry out that mouse pad to continue on here in this game, but definitely just to give us a chance to talk about it, right? It's been a couple of rounds.
Make the
now
day a
since
little bit
King
longer.
had
Respect.
that 30 bomb, and he needs.
Oh, okay, damn.
It might be the difference right now. The
Oh, the
difference
Bay
maker
it is.
if he's able to actually string a couple more kills here for Leviatán to maybe push this and win this. But at this point, him stepping up will allow Leviatán to tie up the game once more.
D9, one away. Attack Odin once again. Early A control, all picked up for Rooney.
Realizing for C9, there's not too much contention out of Leviatán.
Right.
From A main.
Yeah, C9 wants to see a little bit. Looks like Lev is being stingy with their util. That's going to benefit them as their sight hit takes hold.
Knife goes in. The late wall over towards short again at the 1 minute mark.
Keep that safe.
They go for the walk through middle again. I think that might have been the plan on this one. They're on top of it this time and go back over towards short. They're going to see the wall. And a lot of this is honestly down to King on site.
It's so hard to sell a fake this many OTs in.
Oh, he's wrecked.
It's traded out. Once again, King denied now, anchoring towards the A site. Zeppa still low on HP. Trying to figure out who they could give the spike to for a plant. He's going to plant it for A main. Beautiful owl drone actually spots a couple of players up towards the A heaven.
Can
as
play
Leviatán
double A
actually
main
has
because
all
they
4
killed the
players in
smoker.
works.
For heaven.
There's the ADS from a
Oh,
few.
pressure door.
And there's the first to fall. That's
They even
Atomic
break door?
Generator. Shock darts coming out, misses as it's trying to get towards the door. A tap on the spike, the spray through the smoke. Continuing through, but players of C9 still
Sure, they made that one look real convincing. I was really worried, I'll be honest.
That looked like it was the right play from C9. Smokes are down on the side of the Leviatán, playing 2 inside sight, 2 outside sight. Because you're not going to get smoked off, you create that other crossfire. But the shots for Lev on the retakes are hitting. Great start off too, playing tricky spots on the wall.
Texas is looking really good. Ban of the World, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 8 months. Thank you for the tier 1, dude. Thanks for doing that.
4v5 in favor of Leviatán.
Look at this. It's just whoever wins the attack round now.
It seems like C9 wants to try to fight back towards me. There's a lot of pings to maybe to up the tempo for Leviatán, but C9's potentially looking to do the same thing.
Yeah.
They're going
Walking
aggro.
up the contact. There's Vanity getting ready to swing out, punish. And there's a 2-for-1 in favor of
flash.
Leviatán. Will this get clear in the corner? The Boombot will not. As they run across, they try to clear it
Oh my god, the boom bot ate the Omen flash, so it didn't realize it was here.
And he still gets King.
Whoa.
Alpha's inside the site, forced to reload, stuck out towards the dice. A 2 versus 2. Moose has already rotated across with Rooney though. As the owl drones out for info, knows exactly where the 2 players are. The first one planted, the second one towards main. Showstopper now out after the plant. Will force them to fall back.
Oh my god, I scanned him twice.
And they have to wait it out.
Bit of time on this one. With the space created, they switch back over to short from Com. Think of the angles. Oh.
He avoided it.
Oh.
He heard the footsteps.
Damn.
Will get the kill.
That's the turret down, and then Aspas can solo play, and then this guy would imagine the Com is over towards A main. Oh. Oh my god. 1v2. Dude, I think Com just had to bait him.
He's not missing a beat.
Yeah, it's a big round. It really is.
We can give him a little bit on that
No one can win an attack round. I thought this was done. Beyond done.
Some of the clutches Rooney's been hitting has not missed the
That
beat,
was
and it's exactly
insane.
what C9 needed.
That right there from Zeppa was also everything.
Yeah, that round from Zeppa is insanity.
Still flick back to at least get one more to give a chance for Rooney. That could have been a 3 versus 1. It will give another defensive round for Cloud9.
You said we might see our first attacker round. That's how you sound. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, the 4-1. A good detect here coming from Aspos's Boombot right out of B main. They know that's the lurk. And it's
They
gonna
actually
hit on
went
A.
for the A rush. They were joking about the A rush before, but they actually went for it.
Leviatán is looking to play the retake, but they haven't crossed inside yet because everything was slowed by Texas slow orbs at that Sage. Double swing in, Oxy with the first blood. Rooney with the plant.
God, they're gonna
Leviatán does not want to give a chance for C9 to set up.
do it from
as
the
they're
A
already
rush.
throwing utility, 2 up towards the heaven. Oh, a nice shot by Oxy, all done by Rooney's util. Tex answers right back through the door.
Yeah, that's it, right? That is it. How do they win from here?
Calm trying to drop down, trying to get the wall bang, finally takes down Zeppa. King dropping inside the site right now, no smoke to cover him.
Molly off.
There's that Molly, he gets it halfway at least. King and Calm against Moose and Vanity. Vanity at low HP.
Can he just
Moose
stick
trying to
this from
fight
this
long
angle?
range. Smoke now dissipates.
Oh.
The backstab, but the trade. Calm now to 1v1.
Oh my god, vision block.
Comes
Ollie?
out, and he's dying now too.
Oh my goodness, what is this game? Nicely done from C9. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? What a sick game this was. Holy.
Oh my gosh, Cloud9, 18-16 over Leviatán. Oxy and Aspos dropping 35 kills each. What a hell of a series. Absolutely amazing. Cloud9 showing the squad they put together can muster up.
Yeah,
what
that's
is
impressive.
needed
C9
to
doing
take
it
the win,
again,
and the questions
dudes.
now fall onto
They're doing it
Leviatán.
again.
The time they had
Just
to
getting
organize
getting
these, the
wins that you just wouldn't think they would.
They were there, but they didn't come
Man,
out
even
with
I
the
was
W.
questioning
C9
some of
able
the
to find the win and
roster
find the
changes
way
so late, but
through
that's
those
impressive. Fair play.
strategies of Leviatán.
Definitely in Vanity, you
Oh
just mentioned
man,
it at the interview with
overtime for Lev is going to be savage. The VOD review is going to be so painful.
Not just scrimmers today. Winning and upsetting Leviatán in a nail-biting series. And Moose, welcome to the VCTs. That's one way to start things off. But definitely Rooney coming back and finding that he's never left. That guy was on point, on fire, and his util was amazing as well on this solo roll.
We saw the life of the eco wins coming back a little bit for C9. Rooney, Sheriff, Oxy popping off, getting a little bit of that facilitation from his team to go forward, to do more, to be the one on the front line. And Moose coming up so big. A lot of lurks on Sunset were able to secure the rounds for C9.
Overtime, hey, the overtime rounds were just ridiculous.
It almost came down when you were watching this overtime too. It didn't matter what compositions were coming in and out. It was so chaotic with so many good trades and fundamentals that had to come
Yeah, I'll
out
do it in the
both
break,
teams.
Des.
It didn't
Sounds
look
good.
Like there was too many mistakes going on in the heat of the moment. It just came down to who really won those battles. And in the end, you definitely see it too. Like, I mean, look at that. The Sage Walls, you're expecting those here with this comp coming through. So adapting on the fly here for Cloud9. They show a lot of promise now for this split in 2024 for the VCT Americas.
And it ends up, they did prevent King from getting a kill throughout that entire overtime. So they said, no, you're only a smoker right now. That's all you're offering. So big job by C9 to be able to shut down the shot caller in that aspect.
Yeah, such a big start. Taking down one of the big dogs as well.
C9 on that victory.
What
It looks
the?
like we're trying to do some sort of flying V at this point, and that was Moose that started things off when he walked on stage for the first time, and Vanity closing it in as the IGL for the team.
Yeah, Moose walked out on the stage today. If you didn't see the walkouts, feeling it, pointing to the crowd, getting pumped. He is excited to be here, and we see why.
Well, at least now let's start down to Smix with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili and Rivington, and congratulations, Zeppa.
Thank you, thank you.
What an amazing game to kick off stage one, going up against a team like Leviatán. You yourself and your team had to go through some roster changes, so there were some questions in the air, like how is it going to be looking? And after map number one, when we spoke to Coach Imi, he said that this is not how the practices have gone. In fact, the scrims have been ridiculously in your favor, and we saw that on maps 2 and 3. So now that you've had a chance to catch your breath after Ascent, tell us what's going through your head.
Obviously, I'm happy for the win. That was a long BO3. I feel bad for Energy and Furia because they had to wait so long. But hey,
Yeah, it's true. That went a
my
long
bad.
time.
Sorry, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad my team has pulled through, and we stuck through it, and everybody was confident the whole time. We believe we're gonna win, so happy we pulled through.
It was amazing to see that resilience because let's just talk about that last map on Ascent. It went overtime, but it all started on that first half where it started out with Leviatán having a massive lead, up 6-1, but then we saw C9 really be able to pull it together, Moose having some crazy impact rounds as well. So what started to click for you guys?
Obviously after losing round by round, we had to like slowly come to a solution and like figure out how they play because it's not a normal comp that people play. Obviously it's like the first time we saw the comp, so we're like, you know, we knew it was gonna be a struggle in the beginning, but we had to find the solutions. But I'm happy everybody chimed in and try to find the solution. At the end, we did.
Speaking of that comp, you know, how annoying was it to deal with the Sage walls and just playing around this style that you yourself just said you haven't seen it really before? So what was that like?
Like it was just, we knew with that comp on defense that it was gonna be really slow. We had to drag out the rounds and like find out where people are. But at the end of the day, like I said, my teammates pulled through and we believe we're gonna win. So I would say that Icebox map was a fluke, but
Coach Ami said the same, and you know what? You showed it on that last map when it mattered most on Ascent. For now, Zeppa, thank you so much for taking the time. You guys are looking damn good. We are going to head to a short commercial break, but as you heard from Zeppa himself, we're going to see Energy versus Lau. It's very, very soon, so see you there.
Furia.
Furia. Doubled down on his mistake. Yeah, sick game. Oh man, I wasn't expecting it to look like this. It's impressive from C9.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm gonna walk you
Still
through
as well,
attack
dude.
on
That
goal.
overtime
Watch
is
out for the
gonna
stairs, clear
want
this
level a
angle.
little
You're
bit.
gonna be able to fight this.
Okay, let me spam some ads chat. I'll be back in a little bit. Might even get a little bit of food, so it might be a bit longer. If you want to watch any of those rounds again, I'm uploading the VOD. Might take a little bit though. But again, VOD channel is there. If you want to watch anything, first map and second map's up now.
But check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
confronto contra a NRG vai ser rival muito difícil. Realmente tem jogadores de categoria mundial, né? Eles ganaram já Champions, tem jogadores que são muito bons nos halls, tem jogadores que não conseguiram demonstrar tudo o que era para demonstrar no kickoff e agora tenho certeza que vai ser muito difícil jogar contra eles.
You woke up.
Yes, he did. Oh my gosh, that's the Ethan we know.
I think Loud's biggest threat to us is probably not aggression, but just being relentless in the server. You know, they've had really big comebacks. They're never out, no matter how far down they are.
É 4 contra 2, já clicou na spike o primeiro. Cauãzinho, Cauã de novo. Vai Cauã, fez metade. Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã!
Sempre é para jogar com o coração. Nunca se sabe o que vai acontecer no dia do jogo. Então, sim, dá para ganhar.
Well, if you thought that last match was something else, get ready for this one because it's going to be a fantastic brawl between two stupendous teams. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. Golden, we're here alongside with Bula. You got Mimi, you got Beginner, and we are...
Who's Bula?
Bula? That's my new name for you.
Bula.
You're just a Bula. But I said her name right, though. Nailed that one.
Good job.
You're not bullying her.
You've only known
Not
me
at all.
for
Not at all. I've moved the goalpost forward. All right, folks.
I'm right here, Doug.
We have our second match of the day, and it's going to be a good one. We have a continuing chapter in the saga of Loud versus NRG. Now let's go ahead, though, and talk about Loud, of course, defending champions of the Americas region. Also got themselves a couple world champs in that lineup as well. And this is a team that went into Masters Madrid. I think people were pretty high up on them, as you are for Loud all the time, because they never miss these global events. But this time around, it was definitely, even though it was good, what we were seeing from Loud. Mimi, I think you were there. It just felt as if...
You think so? You're losing your memory. You were there with me.
No, I'm referring. It's a question. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say here is that it felt like Loud had that magic essence, and then as we got closer into the playoffs, it just started to fade away little by little.
I mean, I think it's really tough to assess Loud from that event because they went in, they beat two teams, FPX and EDG, neither of whom I think looked particularly great at that event. They go into playoffs and they lose two close matches, but I think I think they looked better in playoffs than they did in the group stages compared to the level of opponent that they were playing. Even though they lost, that's when we saw QCK getting online. That's when we saw them, I think, really starting to tone in when they're playing the weirder comps, the newer stuff, and when they're playing the more standard stuff. I don't think this is a Loud, though, that is in the highest championship form we've seen from them in the past, but I think they grew a lot throughout their run at Madrid, and that's what matters early in the season.
Yeah, I think that that assessment is pretty much correct. I think that first series at Madrid was a real kind of scary moment for me, where I was like, oh, Loud is not going to be as consistent, as firm as they are going to be, in the years prior. But I think they needed that experience at Madrid, and they still placed deep, right? They still got to playoffs.
They were still.
And I mean, close game to Sentinels, close game to Paper X.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a very respectable run.
And this team needs to be able to figure out how deep they can actually go.
Sure.
And I think it is pretty deep. Without Aspas on this lineup, I think that's somewhere where you still have to kind of build up that confidence. Are we that championship team anymore? Are we the team that's going to be able to dominate Americas? And I think the answer is yes, but it's going to take some work.
I think the thing I find interesting about Loud is that there's not a hero on the team anymore, right? So you don't have the people who look to like an Aspas that's like, you have to perform incredibly every game, and the comps they play aren't really built around that either. I think you're going to find inconsistency in the sense of different players are going to show up map to map, day to day, or whatnot, because it's not about setting up your dive agent to go in, go nuts, and find a lot of kills. They're setting up multiple different players to take those opening fights and changing it very flexibly throughout the games, which I think is very unique in Valorant when everyone, for the most part, is playing Sentinels, playing a dive agent, and sort of playing strong side, weak side, especially on defense. I think their style of play is very different, and we also need to learn a little bit as we watch them play the game too, because I think performances are going to vary game to game.
Yeah, what we're going to learn when we watch him, but let's go ahead and learn a little bit more from the man himself. We got Smick standing by with Sadak to get a brief look at what we should be expecting in this matchup.
Hey, Sadak, great to see you. Great to see you. I know that you've had a little bit of downtime after Madrid. What are the team's biggest learnings and takeaways from that event?
I think for us, it's that we have what it takes to win. We just need to adjust some things, but overall, we have what it takes for sure.
Amazing. We're all looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
And that is no question. We always know that Loud, the team, have what it takes to be able to pull off these wins here today. But it is going to be a lot more challenging, as we had mentioned, because they lost that key piece in Aspas, and now they've been building it up. But to Mimi's point, right? QCK definitely found himself there. Where else can this team lean to really find that success?
Yeah, I think just the individual level of every single player is insane. Sadak himself, I mean, throughout kickoff, I think he saved them in their run in that instance. Probably a big reason why they actually qualified in the first place. Then Calzine is popping off, and then Les, of course. That guy is for sure one of the best players in the world, and he consistently is saving them in moments. So I think individual skill is that thing that just is there consistently for them always.
Yeah, but I think that really the guy who really ties that all together is always going to be Sadak. He occasionally has against your point, Christy, where we are kind of always seeing one different person take over, have their moment in a match. Sadak is consistently the guy who I think is giving the team the vision, right? He's talked that even all the way back last year, he was considering playing these Phoenix comps. He was playing these ideas. Yeah. It really seems like he's kind of unleashed this year to really make a Loud that fits what he wants the team's identity to be, which is why I really love watching this team, because their style is so unique, is so different, that he's willing to take those risks.
It's really funny to me that he's like, oh, I was trying to play this Phoenix comp, like way back when. And then Aspas is like, oh, I want to play Phoenix.
Wait a second, you're so right.
He could have done that the entire time.
Well, what do you know? I mean, hey, a lot of question marks there for sure. But one thing that we know for sure that has been consistent ever since this player's been on the lineup, it's Les. This guy has always been an X factor ender for this team. And he's still playing like it. He's still playing like a champ.
100%. And I think, really, to me, Les is always the guy that makes these types of comps work for Loud, right? Because when you're playing without a Sentinel, all of a sudden you need to put bodies on the line. And Les is the guy, whether it's the Viper or whatnot, that is in front, that is taking forward space, getting information from the team, playing so nicely around his utility. I just feel like, of course, he's a shooter, but also the timings he's able to take, he just knows when to go for those fights.
I think for me, when I was listening to Ethan talk in the video that rolled before we came live, was he said, Loud is relentless, and that's the thing that we have to be really careful. And that embodies Les. Right, this guy is so hungry. Whenever he sees a potential kill, he will just push forward. Like he's like a shark. Whenever he smells blood, he just goes for it every single time. And that guy is scary when he does that. And he does it so often that, like, yeah, you have to be worried about Les on the server every time.
Of course.
And if you watch how Sadak is playing the Breach on Ascent, every early round, 9 rounds out of 10, it's just setting up Les. It's like, I am going to make my boy pop off, and it works so wonderfully for him.
It's crazy that they do put so much into enabling this guy in comps like that, but then you see
Viper.
But then you see a completely different style of play when you switch over. He's playing like the full lurk, full rat style, and then you'll watch him go and even without support, take these aggressive risks. He's just a guy who has so many different modes, but his mechanics and his flexibility allow him to just excel in any of those moments.
He is the all-around player for Loud.
That's so true. And I think that is such a valuable tool to have, especially, when the level of play has just exponentially increased, and then you can still have guys like Les that are still consistent, still popping off. It's going to be a lot for their opponents to deal with. Let's move on to the other side of the field. You got yourself that NA super team, and even though this is a squad that did not make it to Madrid, I think everyone still has incredibly high hopes, and how could you not when you have players like this on your team? You got the Optic Core, you have 2 world champions as well. There is just so much, Mimi, to be excited for when it comes to NRG going into Stage 1.
I mean, they were flawless in kickoff until they played Sentinels in the playoffs. They lost a close 2-1 to them, and that's how they got knocked out. Like, they lost to the current best team in the world. So you can't really fault them for what happened there.
What did I miss? They talked about
Infin. My impression with NRG
anything important?
Honestly, kind of the opposite of Loud, where Loud is the team that is lent into Sadak's identity of playing these crazy comps, of playing a very unique, different style. This is the squad that is still that
Les is good.
That you
That's
look
true.
at them, you watch them play, and
Fair
your
enough.
biggest thing is like, damn, this team has insane fundamentals. Ethan's flashes setting up Demon 1, the synergy between Crashies and Victor. They do the simple stuff, they do the mid-rounding, and they execute on it incredibly well, even if they're not playing those same kind of new meta compositions that a team like Loud does.
100%. Look, they've been been around the block a long time. They're not reinventing the wheel either. And that's sort of my biggest question for them is how much have they tried to change coming into this stage? Like, do they experiment
really old
more?
stuff? They were like, every map was like single sky for the most part back in kickoff. So there is a potential for them to maybe pull something out new here.
But the argument, especially for an event like kickoff, you're right at the top of the year, of playing that style that everyone knows like the back of their hand, that allows you to focus on the fundamentals. That allows you to have that pinpoint accuracy that NRG, I completely identify with them at this point.
Yeah, I need to see what the actual ceiling for this team is, because on paper it is way up there. Like, it's limitless. You're right, and I don't think we saw.
So Discord message test.
I mean, you're implementing two world
definitely
champions
forgot.
into what was
Let
like
me
the
check it
winningest
out.
core of the pre-partnership era.
I mean, that sounds easy to me. And
That's what I've
the fact
noticed.
that we
That's
didn't
what I
see
get
it in the
distracted
first
way
3
too
games
easy.
You
from them
say
is like,
we didn't see it, but they lost to Sentinels in a close race.
Wait, that is kind of wild.
2-0 C9, 1-2 to Sentinels, and they lose to 10s on top of the
Pretty
box
mad.
and market. That Riot added footsteps to the top of to commemorate the moment. Like, what do you mean they didn't show us? Like, they lost the best team in the freaking world.
Dude, like, I don't know. It just wasn't. They should be the best team in the world, right? They should be the ones convincing you against Sentinels, right? Like, they shouldn't have. I mean, I guess they should have like those clutch moments, maybe that they're pulling off against.
God, this just feels like deja vu from the last segment. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, here's what I'm gonna say about energy. I feel like this team should 100%
to the C9
win an
Lev
America
game.
split this year, and if they don't, it's a failure.
Lev kind of messed up a little bit in overtime.
When Sentinels is playing the way that they are,
I
when
liked
Lev
their
has the potential
comp.
to go
Maybe
crazy, when Loud is up here as well. We'll see it today.
needs to be on his comfort more than the Viper, but we'll see how it progresses. I don't know, man. Overall, just impressed with C9, to be honest. They had bad starts into pretty much every half as well
I have
in
a
terms
very
of defense.
quick, very serious question for you. If you have a free stream sub to give out, would you pick FNS or Sam?
I'll give it to FNS. I think Sam's got enough. Sam doesn't need any more.
I'm sure FNS is very happy to hear that. Best of luck today.
Damn, solid question.
All right, everyone, we're just dropping a couple gifted in this chat right now.
I need to see Vanessa's chat right now. Prime sub.
Just drop a couple gifted in Finesse's chat, and I'm sure he'll thank you. Well, of course, yeah. What happened?
How much you paying you?
Listen, cannot disclose, but checks in the mail. All right, guys. Well,
but you're paying him? What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, you know, the economy's crazy.
Mad late
And
in
any
Europe,
case,
yeah, it is.
You shouldn't pay for work.
That was a long game as well.
Kickoff, all right, we got to see Demon One on this NRG lineup here, but we didn't get to see the Demon One that dominates the way that we usually expect.
Amster tomorrow,
but
hopefully.
I definitely felt like Demon One needed to find himself a little bit on this team still in kickoff.
And I think we saw matches
Which
where he
maps
did
am I
step up.
expecting? It's impossible to predict with the 5 weeks kind of
They still
off.
won. He then went and had great performances in their playoff game.
I would
think it was
hope
really
that
the standout thing
NRG
wasn't
just
necessarily
pick
how well his
Ascent
stats
when
and his numbers compared to
Lotus gets
previously, but the
banned.
style that
That's
he's
like the
playing.
only thing I'm
Previously
hoping
on
for.
EG, he was flexing over to the Astra, to the Brim. He was like playing the Star Duelist, but also going around to some other things. Now he's
Then you
playing
would
100%
imagine that
only
Loud
Jet is
picks
allowed, and also
Sunset,
Jet's like, if
which
you don't
is
buy
pretty
the
alright
operator
for
every single
NRG.
round, you're off the team.
And
Like,
third map
he's
is
so
anyone's
much
guess,
more than he
really.
did before, but the setup is still really good, and it is just kind of interesting to see a team implement a player like this in a slightly different way.
Yeah, we got like the one pocket.
Oh,
omen from
ranked,
him
is
on
this the
split,
worst
but
map
even
call?
then- Even then,
You
that's
hate
the guy
it?
that's gonna be
Question
rocking
mark.
the off, right? You know,
I mean,
if
I don't know how
you're
you
playing
feel,
that
but
type
it
of
sounds
style,
like you
you
hate
can
it.
let
But yeah,
Raze go for rifle,
I
you
mean,
can look
yeah.
for the ult on those rounds.
Luckily, I don't
It's
play
still
rank that
very
much, man.
just,
But
he is in our op
even when I was
slot
playing in the
permanently.
off season for a little bit, I was like,
like
this is the first time I've committed
Demon One on
like
this lineup,
months
you know,
into
it
playing,
makes
like
sense,
2
right?
months
I
in a
mean,
row
surely
into
he's gonna
playing,
be blending
and it just
into, like,
happens to
this
be this
team
map
and
pool.
just
It wasn't
frying
great.
Eventually, I mean, I just feel like when it comes down to NRG Baller, there's so many question marks with this team because we just saw with Leviatán what happened.
I'm
with them
excited for
falling
it to
to
change, I'll be
C9.
honest.
It does feel
Could-
like, you know, there could potentially
It could
be
get
like
not saying it could get worse,
hyped up
but
teams
it could
maybe not living up to the potential in day one.
I mean, absolutely.
Seeming as the
We're
two
still
worst
very
maps
early
kind of
in the
got
season,
added
of course,
in,
right? This is
I don't see them
development
instantly
period
taking them
for
In
out.
fact, we've only played one match.
Very true. And Demon One is a player that's still developmental. I mean, he was the best player of the year last year, but I mean, he hasn't played that much, right? This is a guy that I think still has a lot to learn in terms of the fundamentals, in terms of a depth of playbook that like Aspas has, right? Aspas has a bag, but Demon One doesn't really have that yet. He's flashy. He
Bro
will hit the
loves
shots.
Aspas,
His
but
movement's
fair play.
great. but in terms of being able to make certain plays, like it's just he's relying on the mechanics most of the time. And I think right now he's learning from his teammates how to be really cerebral. And
but there's no better team to learn from, I think, than these guys around him.
How long was the C9 game? Mate, it was basically 3 hours 40 for a best of 3.
Find out where we're headed.
Hey guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban.
Here we go.
After a coin flip, it was determined that
NRG don't pick Ascent. Oh man.
So Energy gets the first
Let's
map
find
ban.
out.
We'll ban Icebox.
Energy bans Icebox.
Okay, it's a good ban.
Loud, your map ban.
Split.
Split.
Whoa, Lotus is open.
Ban Split. And your first map pick, Energy.
We'll pick Breeze.
Energy picks Breeze, and your side.
Attack.
Loud picks Attack. And your map pick, Loud.
Sunset.
Sunset. And your side pick, Energy.
We'll take Attack.
Attack, okay.
I guess the Lotus is fixed though if they're floating it.
Energy? Oh, sorry, map ban.
Ban Lotus.
Energy bans Lotus, and your map ban Loud.
Well, I guess they don't play Lotus.
Loud bans Bind, so the default map is going to be Ascent.
I want to play Ascent. Did they change up their Ascent? They got Ascent anyway.
Defense.
Fair play.
Energy picks defense. Awesome. Good luck, have fun, guys.
What the hell is this map veto? The 2 maps that I feel like Loud instantly lose on is Loud fast. Is Lotus fast and then Ascent. Still get Ascent. We'll see how NRG want to counter it. Lotus was open and it looks like NRG really don't like their Lotus much, or they're scared that Loud changed their Lotus comp.
Energy.
Loud.
Energy.
Ooh, I love this. All right,
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit more confident for Loud than I was in my pick'ems. I'll put that out there. Still, they have no time in theory, but.
Riot Games Arena, it is my pleasure to welcome this North American powerhouse team that we all want to see more of. Make some noise for NRG!
The map veto bad for NRG? I mean, they leaned more into their strengths than Loud's weaknesses, is basically the short of it, which can be fine for sure. Mo130 with the 16 months. Thank you, thank you. I think Loud can win with these maps, yeah.
Eles chegaram para buscar mais título aqui no Américas. Façam barulho para Loud!
I think they might have to 2-0. In fact, I'm pretty confident they have to 2-0, but... Straight out of Ireland. Yeah, they were stuck there for a while. When did they get back? Dude, it can't be many days ago.
It's Valorant's very own El Clasico, NRG.
It was yesterday. Well, there we go.
Even though in the past, when we say El Clasico, we talk about, finesse being on the team. It is a little bit different this time around, not seeing him on the stage going up against Sadak, but it is going to be quite interesting to see what Ethan can do in that IGL role against Sadak, who these guys obviously have encountered each other plenty of times in the past.
This is a rivalry that we have seen evolve.
I will say that Loud's Breeze didn't look convincing, to be fair, so there is that. The only Breeze they won, right? I think I'm thinking the right team. When they played against Gen G and Gen G just lost every duel at middle.
Always delivered. I think Ethan or for
Gen G
now,
were just
whoever's
over facing
leading
all the
this one
time.
will still be able to bring it to Loud.
It wasn't like, you know what, it was such a, not that you get normal Breeze games, because Breeze is just a weird map in general, but it was a really odd Breeze map. You couldn't really judge too much from it.
They didn't have that pressure on EG in the
Other than the fact that they could hit shots.
If you're one of those guys like Demon One coming in here, you couldn't have asked for a better map pool to play this series out on, right? We've got Breeze and Ascent in, the Jet Kingdom maps, even the Sunset.
And when we saw this map from NRG, it looked pretty strong. Are they still using the Yoru? Was it the Yoru? They had they had like the flashes through the Was it the Yoru or was it KO? All I remember is good flashes over towards A. It was KO? Okay, it was Ethan on KO, right? From stairs, just throwing flashes all the time over towards A. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
And to speak on the Breeze again too, this was a map that I think Loud looked very shaky.
I remember the person on A just getting 2 pocket flashes every single time through their own wall. I mean, through the enemy's wall.
Great read here from Chet and a good game plan going into this.
And this is the match, or the map, excuse me, I was most impressed with from NRG here. The synergy was excellent. Demon One's opping, the way Ethan set him up, it was all really well constructed. We're into agent select, and there is a change.
Okay.
Ethan going from the KO to the Yoru. I honestly love
Guess I
think
predicted
you can
it
still
somehow
set your teammates up
accidentally.
with flashes in a lot of the same ways, but you unlock so much with defensive side rotations and with different interesting double dive pathing on attack.
Exactly, and I think especially breaking the typical
The Cypher can work pretty well against this though, we'll see. Can definitely just have a few bits of the Cypher to feel where the Yoru is going to go main TPs.
More teams need to be playing this Yoru.
Yeah, breaking that trip with the decoy, being able to dominate it. I also just get vibes back from EG where Ethan was playing that defensive.
Yeah, it kind of wrecks the default trips. You got to be a bit more
and I think that was exactly what we're going to see.
This is
out of the box with it.
Very fascinating, but 100% we are in store for a good one.
Ethan's Yoru is very good. Yeah, it is. Especially like the assist flashes that we've seen in the past.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. A tale as old as time. And Dre, you know, we've talked so much about NRG and Loud and the history that these two teams have against each other, but we got to talk about the comps. We got to talk about the Yoru and the Jet, specifically Ethan on the Yoru. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we've seen Ethan be comfortable on the Yoru many times before, right? Especially on maps like Pearl, which is not in the map pool anymore, but he's great on it. But the question I have is he going to be able to support Demon One the same way on this Yoru as he was able to do on the KO? Now, on the flip side, Ender is completely right. You're able to break those trips with that clone and everything like that, which can counter less in the long run. And that's why I actually like Yoru on this map a lot. But
yeah, it's a good map for Yoru.
Running the Jet and Yoru because the KO gets a lot
Probably
of
the best.
Not having that info.
Okay, NRG on defense, Loud on attack.
It'll be interesting
Yoru
to see
for the
how
KO.
that dynamic plays
Pretty
out.
much a
Ethan,
standard comp for Loud.
world-class player in his own right, and he's made quite a name for himself now on the Yoru with an opportunity to set up his star duelist. All that said, though, NRG starting on the defensive side is it's Loud who's going to be looking to set the pace for this map. They've already crept up halls a little bit here. Trip keeping him back, and Crashy's
TP over towards spawn from Yoru, put it out like 5-10 seconds ago. Walking close to the trip.
Keep an eye on that. The dash.
A lot of it is a lot deeper this trip. So the trip normally
the door goes up, the dash is
bit forwards, but they go further back. How has he hit that?
Getting the kill. Opener has been found, but Sonic is there on the trade. Flash swinging through as Ethan is there to greet. Numbers in favor of NRG.
That was a nutty shot.
Yeah, Ethan over towards side. This flash is very important.
I don't know how he did that with a classic.
Yeah, he might have trouble on site, yeah.
Jeez. And they've been waiting, what, 30-something days to play any type of match, you know. The Iceman wants it bad.
Yeah, what happens when you give NRG this much time? When you give Chet this much time in the lab? We'll see if they can convert this pistol as less. Taking a ton of damage. NRG wins
yeah,
this in
just
almost flawless fashion.
individual aim diff there a little bit. And we've got to remember that Loud have kind of had like a week where they didn't have their visas, so need to check if that's, it might be a big factor in terms of just aim diff and just
And honestly,
them looking way more on form. Oh, that is nuts, isn't it? Double dink.
And just a crossfire on the site to clear it all. And I mean, he was sitting on 30 HP, even peaked in the A main earlier there.
Yeah.
So he's already playing with confidence that I don't think we really saw him play with in the kickoff. He didn't do bad necessarily, but he didn't play.
Man, I really think the replays in Americas could be a lot better. I feel like when I watch well, when I used to be in production and do this stuff, I swear the replays are so good. Like there, you would always replay the Yoru kills because you've seen this already. Like you should always be aware of what's been shown on the main stream and then show the others. I hate when we get replays of the same stuff, unless that's like the only important thing in the round.
There's plenty for the defense. And speaking of which, as soon as we call his name, he delivers with another kill.
The production can be like the production's good. It can be like way better.
I mean, that leans into confidence a lot too, right? I mean, it's early in the game. Yeah,
Observer slander.
Frags, you know, whatever, I mean, but these are confidence kills.
Yeah,
a little bit, yeah.
It builds up, and that's
but
why
the replay person's a different person to the observer, so there's that.
Let's not let a player like Marv get hot. But the problem is, it's the 1-2 punch combo. You gotta run into Demon 1.
Yeah, sure would hate to not get Marv all worked up with Demon 1 on the other side. I mean, you're damned if you do.
Like the plant goes down. Yeah, didn't want to overstep to stop the plant on this one. Can he pick up the gun? Yes, he can.
Can he do it, Doug?
I was gonna say, could you imagine?
No. 35 HP, and he's been good, but this is a different level of good. Have a couple of targets to deal with now. 3 bullets left.
Dude, look how calm he is. Such a rough situation, just super calm.
As Energy get their second, and I do think it's important here too to note they are going to keep 3 Guardians going into the next, so they can buy around this, and they've got a couple of options here.
Yeah, Energy invested heavy money into this round, and I mean, it ended up paying out. They only lost what, like 2 guns, maybe, or maybe not even. They probably lost.
They lost the Guardian and the Spectre.
Yeah, there you go. So already investing heavily into this, not trying to get cheese at all. That's a crazy stat.
Akno, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate that.
Crazy. This is truly
for the tier 1.
A Titan v Titan matchup that we have on our hands.
That's a treat, and I don't feel like it's something you can say very often.
Yeah. I mean, we might have 10 eventually, right? QCK has been spectacular on this roster.
There's that early flash. Demon 1 with the dash procced.
Great damage.
The dart over the top 2. You can tell what the idea was there. The setup is pretty. Shots not landing on a Coenzine yet. A little bit of damage done, but no kill found.
And I was curious, you know, how will Ethan start setting up Demon 1? But there it was, the Yoru flash, I believe, in that mid-pillar area.
Yeah, I think
so still trying to set him up, similarly to when they played the KO.
Yeah, that and the dart. The intentions were clear.
What?
Coenzine finally, it was a bit labored, but he ultimately does meet his demise. Energy with the numbers advantage. And Loud, they've played this a bit more methodically.
Did he start this spamming with 46 HP? That's really bold.
On their approach. See that Viper wall go up towards A. You do have some defense here, courtesy of Ethan and Marv. That knife only tagging 1. Surely you expect this tight.
Yeah, Marv's ready for this mid-door peek. Oh, it's just easy for him.
I mean, QCK falls, and that's the tip of the spear.
Gotta get at least 1.
However, Ethan is surrounded. Now position given away as he has to swing out and take the fight. Falls to the hands of
very much
Sada.
on now.
And now Loud with some
Crashies is gone down over towards middle, I'm pretty sure.
And that early neural theft is certainly going to help.
Don't know exactly where retake is coming from here, but
can he get a gun here?
He should be able to get one. And Sadok is low after that altercation he had with Ethan.
Keep an eye on Les as well. Insta reposition from him. This flash was incredible. Yeah, it did great. He was the only person on low HP as well. And Crashies just came from door, so they're going to think door is clear.
Look at the minimap, Doug. There's a reflank from mid.
Is he going to get the timing? Les on the prowl. The first one falls.
Lovely. Really nicely played from Les. It was perfect. Good damage from NRG, though. They should be happy with this.
Taking their 1v1s and winning them. Honestly, that kill that Sadhak got onto Ethan was the knife in the back of NRG. If he had not gotten that kill, the round was surely over. And then on top of that, dodging the shock dart, being aware of the audio cue, and then just going for the YOLO Hail Mary flash play through the wall. I mean, he's 1 HP. What more can he do in that spot? He knows if he just sits there and does nothing, he's just going to die.
He's going to die, right.
Yeah, giving the vibes up as well. Okay, sorry. So, because they managed to kill 3 people, we get 3 people that can't buy next round. So, big swing round. Everyone from NRG can't buy. Victor takes the hit and actually just has a sheriff.
He looked great with the op and kickoff, honestly.
Demon 1 with the op.
Glass cannon though, and Victor's left.
Sadak
just the sheriff in light armor.
with his ult.
I want to point out
Ethan
how
with his ult.
aggressive QCK has been playing this attack so far. Yeah, he's sitting at 0 and 3. He's been getting punished quite a bit. But he's been like taking all
very
this
committed
mid
with a
space.
Viper here. It's good off angle though.
As well, like very aggressively.
Wow. Dude, that was off of Marv getting a timing and taking some space. But Sadak, again, aware of where his weakness might be, takes care of him.
That's a hard read from the IGL because he actually tagged Demon 1 with the dagger earlier in the round. So to actually just re-aggro there, understanding that like the Jet's not going to sit there the entire round. It's not likely for that to happen. He could be, but to just
One
check
person
it
fake over towards A with the knife as well.
On top of it.
Yeah, and as we can see, we have the push down, B full retake on this one. In terms of retake, they got a good ult for it.
Shouldn't be getting hit by this, but they've managed
The
to
nightmare is
slow them
that they
down
have a retake wall, and
So they've gone down on
obviously
their
the
side.
Viper's dead.
They're starting to push into spawn. NRG with a lot to do here.
And I wonder why they're pushing so far ahead when they have this trip, but maybe their plan is to just
How did Bayon look? Honestly, did good. It was like role play. He kind of just played his role well, and everyone else on his team just really carried heavy.
Ethan just has a sheriff. The rifle's been handed over to Victor. You see the ult instantly used and it's put right into the steady hands of the Sentinels. He gets a second. Now Ethan pushing forward purely a reconnaissance mission. He's getting all the info he could possibly want. The only thing that's been left unanswered here is where is Les? A flash over the wall as Ethan goes up top. Victor's there to trade. Now Les left alone. A 1v3. Spike has been taking for a little while. He has a lot of targets to deal with. That's not been halved.
No way.
Time is of the essence. He's gotten it down to 1v1.
Nah, he's so talented, bro. That's mad.
Clutches were tied.
Oh my gosh, and he almost dies to the bomb playing with fire there. What an animal. I mean, we saw this in Madrid, and he brought it back with him.
Dude, you
The reposition, yeah, even the wide swing against the op once he realized the op was holding him was insane.
I mean, it was a little delayed, but yeah, he hit it.
And the IGLing already from the side of Loud and Sadak, so beautiful. Like I said, tagging Demon 1 early with that dagger, and then on top of that, re-clearing the space, getting the kill on the Marv so there's no smokes online, committing the KO ult to sell the fake even further. Look, that's why he's cheesing so hard right now.
I mean, if I was IGL and Les was on my team,
Yeah, and that was the massive swing round that forced them down to an eco. So in terms of impact, you can't actually get a more impactful 1v3 than this, to be honest.
It's just sheriffs, and because of the lack of weaponry, they decide to play this in bunches.
QCK and Halls. Can we just name him, crown him the king of Halls?
I mean, if he
might have to after this year.
Yeah, if he makes a play, it might be worth donning the title.
It's just like even if he doesn't kill you, right? Just the fact that you have to like keep somebody there the entire round.
Yeah,
it's so annoying to play, like to deal with.
Sure.
Well, that's one done. Still plenty of work to do. How much work can they find? Again, a reminder, the weaponry here is not great. Don't really have the resources to make this a fair fight.
Numbers here,
And
though.
you're starting to see
Util's good. Did they expect this guy?
NRG continue to fall apart.
Hey, Les is farming.
kill found, maybe a little bit more.
My bad again. They did really good damage. Look how close some of this was, though, in terms of the duels. 4 HP, 45, 17.
That was clean.
It was, I mean, it's a lot of damage.
I mean, Demon
9
1
to
hit a
3 as well.
Nasty shot on Sadhawk, but after that, you know, just
I'm out coming in
mellowing out the round,
early
slowing
for
it
the
down,
big buy
not
rounds where
rushing
they
the
would go
plan
down.
is really important in rounds like
Eventually,
this,
how
and
the
then
op
fighting
can
together once that
have
wall's
the
about
best
to go
play
down.
here as well. We'll see.
Oh, we missed it. We've been teased by this replay.
It was a very nice shot, though. That one, too.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, guys.
Wow.
Your fault.
I mean, just a pixel.
That's all it takes. You know,
Everybody
there's been a
killed.
lot of conversation about Demon 1 of last year compared to Demon 1 of Kickoff, and how it really just felt like Demon 1 during Kickoff was a shadow of the man that everyone had grown to know him to be. Given what you've seen so far, what is your read on Demon 1?
I think that even last year, he had a slow start to the year. I mean, he just got put into the roster straight up, and it took him a little bit of time. And I mean, I'm a player that's exactly like that. I usually tend to heat up like towards the middle of the season.
Sure.
So in a format like this, I think you can get away with it. But in a tournament like Kickoff, where you got to win every single match, and keep in mind they only lost one match to not qualify for Madrid, and it was close.
Yeah.
They almost beat Sentinels on that first map. It was 16-14. So I think he's actually looked pretty good.
I'm out.
Overall.
What is the?
We're missing out on
this
too
retaking
much,
A?
and I think that it just takes time to be comfortable with the players on your team. And I think
Looks like we're
this is a good
making
opportunity
some
for
kind
him
of play
to show,
towards
like,
middle.
hey,
TP
now
at the
that we have
back,
time under
and
the belt, I'm still
Yoru's
here,
gonna play middle. Maybe we're gonna watch this angle and Yoru watches above. Wait, allowed on top of this? They see a lot of pings towards middle already.
A little bit of a peek mid, and that's where there is some loud presence.
Yoru walks down middle.
Dark getting
Yeah, he
some
goes
early
to a
info.
different position that I thought, and they pinged, but they were so ready for this
Looked like it
aggro
was just
position. They
and then a dash away.
sniff out the Yoru,
That's a
TP
lot of
away.
pressure.
Another big miss. Missed over towards B, main misses here.
Yeah, that's a miss that we don't see super often.
He had everything for that too. He had the audio cue. He knew exactly where they were. Maybe still needs a little bit of time to heat up on that operator. And look at this. Since they got the drone out early, QCK putting all that pressure in mid with Sadhak.
I like this from Loud. They play real slow, and as we can see, focusing on Ethan, the Yoru, right? All the TPs have gone 40 seconds in. Or 50 seconds in.
And actually re-clearing space.
And honestly, I think on the other side, Demon 1 gets the opener onto QCK. Man doesn't miss twice. I really like the way Sadak has approached calling this round, and the last couple of rounds, to be honest.
He's picking the right side every time.
That's a good amount of pressure, forces them back. Lovely shot from Sadak. Free sight after that kill. They have been playing retake over towards A for this one. They have Sova ult to get here, but they still got to worry about the guy who they think is in holes.
Crashies tries to get some damage done
Massive
with the
kill.
ult he does. Sadak down, numbers in favor of the defense.
I like this reposition, and is less only going to show himself once the person at door has shown. Because that makes sense. Anything else doesn't really. Yeah, so he's waiting for Sova to be seen. Oh, what the hell is that timing? That's incredible.
This opens up the post plant. Look how confident he is.
Ah.
Oh, 1 for 1. Colin with 2 shots. It's all under 2.
Joe.
Ethan on the other side. Wow. And
Calm,
big
bro.
moment in favor of
Calm with it. Another big buy round. Energy goes down.
It's early, but they've all done their way. You're right.
And that's scary because I feel like Loud is a team that takes a little bit to heat up in the actual series.
Derry Avery as well. Thank you with the
I feel
prime,
like most
man.
of the time when they do lose a
Derry,
series,
appreciate you.
it's
Thank you,
because
thank
they
you.
give the
Welcome
first
in.
map for free. Yeah. But now they're already clapping. It's 4-2.
11 to 4 for
They've
less.
controlled the pace.
Another eco has to happen. They get a hero gun on Crashies. No armor though for the hero gun. We get knives out, so we have that as well. It looks like we're going aggro.
Pit to play with. Blades online for Demon 1.
That dart is to set him up, but doesn't get a scan on anybody.
They know. They know.
Oh my gosh.
There was a triple peek intended for Halls there, which is just crazy. I mean, they had Demon 1, they had Vic, and then Ethan over the top. It was a cool setup. It just didn't amount to anything.
Yeah, Demon 1 just whiffed that last knife that he had, but Victor's been so crispy with the headshots right now.
What? Drop ult, 2, he's spamming through the cage. Dropping 2. Now the Viper wall goes up. The side is theirs.
For a team that landed yesterday and couldn't play for a week, they look so crisp. Look at it.
Glad look good, man.
Yeah. And something I want to point out is how slow they approach the anti-eco rounds. They don't want...
It feels like every round.
Yeah. Well, kind of. In some of the gun rounds, QCK has been taking a lot of space in mid or a lot of space in halls. Sure. Where yeah, on the extremities they are playing very
That's
aggressive,
wild.
you're right. But on these anti-eco rounds, they're waiting for any type of aggression at all. Because they know at some point, right? NRG wants to make
Alright, what's this in eco though? So we won't get too carried away, but money is getting
Especially when you have Demon 1 of
nice.
knives, you know he's going to try to go
Again,
for some
good amount of money. Knives is here, K ult 1 away, Sova ult 1 away. Pop comes back in again for Demon 1, insta Viper ult on B with the trip. They go heavy, knife hits the Viper, so the trip goes... Yeah, he's shot. Yeah, they at least played a good... at least they had the Cypher pretty far away.
Can invest the K ult as well. I feel like he just had that.
So much value out of this. And they're still taking their time. They're walking in, Doug.
They know they're walking in because of the KO sound.
Just around the corner, spotting the first, but less delivered
Bro,
once
the
more.
trades are
This guy's
instant.
trading like an animal.
It's only been 8 rounds, and I'm tired of
They
saying
don't
his
have too
name.
much map control, but the good news is for Loud, there's no vision
Where's the
block.
response? Currently, Demon 1 finding some value
Wait,
at the op. It's not gonna
they
matter
just
as much
vision
with
blocked
Pinch's
themselves.
face.
Did they
Less
not?
than 2 he's left alone. A 1-for-1.
No mollies on
2 he's still up. Looking for any target. The dare challenge. That dare creep forward into the goo. The spam just barely missing. It's a game of chicken. He's gonna hold it the whole way. In the face of the pit, NRG get their third.
Okay, 4 HP on this one. Ah, man, I hated it.
From Loud. I like the change of pace. They read into that Viper ult from Marv, and they went for a set play to try to counter him, and they actually took him out.
Yeah, right off the bat.
It was nice. And even on the post plan, I like the idea of using this Viper's pit to just kind of spam the bomb.
Yeah.
Doesn't go their way, and Demon 1 hit a really nice shot.
Nah, I
on the
really
side.
hated it because he had the smoke,
Honestly,
so it's like
that
if you wanted
flash
to
would have
vision
been-
block, you
had
could
it
have just
been, like,
smoked
a
up.
millisecond
Then you could
later.
at least drop it a little bit
But
faster.
that's a nice flick from Demon 1 onto him on the default box.
Yeah,
Blades
in my mind, a
unlocked
bit of a
VCT.
mess up, straight up.
And Cohenzinas is all.
That's now 16 to 5. Bro, 16 in 9
in tow
rounds.
right now. As much like we've seen for Loud, it's
that slow default.
Trashies is taking a ton of space hauls. Wow.
Oh, wow. Ethan still didn't see him on that last jump spot. That's who he thought he saw him.
You gotta be careful here. Demon 1 is playing contained mid
8
with the
rounds.
op.
Yeah, true. He's got this round.
What a heads-up play from QCK there. He understands that a lot of these rounds he's just been dry peeking, taking that fight aggressive early on, right? So now he knows, okay, they're probably going to try to punish me. I have to jump spot this in case there's an op. Or a rifler, right? And the info's gathered, and Demon 1 has not moved from this spot. No rotation being made. Maybe second guessing
Goes
himself
in.
from the
When
last
does
time he
this
got spotted in A
TP
main, deciding to
stop?
stay. Maybe they
That is the
re-walk
real
in again.
question.
But it looks like it's just going to be a B hit here.
They've cleared all of the trips.
And not in time. Yoru manages to get the TP, so 3 people over towards site. That is huge. That's the flash from the Yoru that managed to rotate in.
Oh, great dart.
Whoa.
Continues to hunt, continues to
God, I
hold
thought he got
W.
that last one as well.
The kid's just not missing.
Yeah, mate.
I mean, at
This
point,
guy
the money's
is-
not great. It feels like you call for a save.
It's insane.
Right now, man. He's trying to prove a point right now.
Yeah, he really is. He's just strolling into the site and just 2-tapping everyone.
He's the best player in the world is what he's trying to say. And he's showing it right now.
It's hard to make an argument against that, given the performance he's had so far.
They can definitely heavy hunt for this 1-9 loss
certainly worth the
bonus on everyone that's
conversation.
dead, 1,000 for everyone that survives.
I mean, you said it best.
They would love
he's
to keep
on
these
one.
guns.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, even in that previous round where that Viper's pit went out,
These
and he
guys
got the
landed
trade on the
yesterday,
Viper,
yeah.
He instantly trades Crashy's back sight. It was like so fast.
Can you not tell?
And he's winning clutches.
Insane,
These
isn't it?
guys-
They must have had PCs in Ireland. There's no way.
Loud looks super confident on this map so far on their attack. And they didn't even have to use Soval into that round, so they still have it and knives going into this next round.
I think this matchup too gives us a really interesting opportunity.
I'm so sorry.
No,
He's
go on.
18 and 5.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, how many 30 bombs are we gonna see today?
Hey, we're certainly pushing a limit here.
Life goes there.
Don't have computers in Ireland yet.
Yeah.
Ah, right.
And it's just round 10.
Okay.
Kind of a light investment.
Managed to squeeze out a buy into this one with the save guns. Op is here. They have the Euro ult to retake or go aggro if they want to. That's a lovely start into this one.
Brick that's been laid. Sadak falls.
Nice trades. Holy hell, they got another one. What HP is he on? 15?
And doing so in a big way.
And they just didn't expect
Oh my goodness, they're getting wrecked, bro. But it is, I mean, it's very attack-sided. We got to keep that in mind.
This was a bit of a labored force here, right? There was a stinger, there was light armor, trying to build up around the op in the hands of Demon 1.
Spike planted.
I mean, jeez.
Why does it look like they're getting aim diffed? Like they're getting aim diffed heavy in some of this.
For Kawajin to just walk straight back into the op line after his teammate gets taken out.
Yeah.
And then he gets 2 on top of it. Like, you just don't, you're not ready for those peaks sometimes. But in a match like this, you have to be dialed in. You have to be aware of every possibility, especially if you want to be the best.
I think this situation gives us a unique opportunity to have a conversation around value in playing in internationals versus being at home and prepping and watching film, right? And obviously, if you've been keeping up with the Valorant season so far, Loud just recently returned from a trip to Madrid where they came in 4th.
Yeah.
And you can have the conversation around whether or not that was good enough.
Breeze the name up, yeah, very much so.
The truth is, NRG was home, right? While Loud was getting live reps against the best teams in the world. It really seems like they've benefited greatly from having that.
Costly miss again.
I mean, when you're making these international events, you're scrimming the best teams, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to scrim somebody, and they only have each other. So, yeah, NRG had a lot of time to maybe scrim against the other teams that didn't qualify, and et cetera, but the level of play isn't as high as that big moment, because you're trying to win a trophy.
Another eco, 7-3.
And also, match
We gotta remember they won pistol. There's been one by round 1. What the? I've never seen an instant all like that.
Side op is Cypher.
Not on this map.
If it ain't broke. Why not, right? No, they try to swing ahead of the drone, and there it is.
Shots.
The fight continues to ensue.
Shots, bro. What?
The Sheriff lights up the kill feed as he finally gets away. Not able to convert on much else. Crashies has managed to upgrade a weapon. Not going to connect, and Marv gets another. Les once again in a position to make a play, but this time the antics are stuffed.
The server is so stacked right now. It's not even funny.
See a replay of what Demon1 just did. That third shot was so disgusting.
My third shot is a pre-fire, right? There's one. Dude, this has to be a pre-fire.
County walks into his crosshair, and Sadak just teed up for the last.
Oh my gosh.
Marv also hit a big shot in there.
Yeah, he did. That's the Demon1 we know. The Loud fans going crazy right now.
For good reason. They've looked very good. This rivalry that goes...
Oh, he sees his arm.
So far back, Sadak falls the blades.
So interesting they use his knives there instead of all.
IGL and Victor joining in on the fun.
Get out of my way.
That was great support from Victor there. Understanding that last time they were in this scenario, somebody, I think it was 2Es, peeked from window and killed them both for free. So just to be dialed in on that angle and just let Demon1 just reign supreme on that line is beautiful.
This one's been a bit methodical, but they're finding the value in the kills they want. Really anywhere across the map.
Ending
now
it.
QCK to see if he can do a bit of the same. This would be something. If he could pull
what
it
a
off,
weird round.
enemy lines. They've got to know where he is.
Yeah, he's making footsteps everywhere right now. Easy for Marv.
And it all falls onto Kawanzine in a 1v4 to close out the half.
And he got spotted. Oh, what a
Oh boy.
Turns it and still lands the shots onto Ethan.
It ended up flashing Ethan actually as well. But it was a very cool lineup flash. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see that in our ranked games in the future.
Okay, nicely done. Good recovery to get 5 in the end. A lot of nice shots hit in this half.
3 on the round, NRG gets a 5, and honestly, it's a closer score than what I expected, given what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Les kind of just dominated the entire first half, like first part of the first half. But I'm glad that NRG started clapping back and actually fighting back and hitting their shots, because it felt like for a second they were just getting out-aimed.
I mean, 18 kills for the youngster for Loud in the first half, 18, 7, and 4, and that was on attack.
That's so funny. That's a savage replay.
It truly was. Loud look incredible, and NRG still have a little bit to do. Let's take a listen and hear from Ethan and get his thoughts on what it's been like to join the NRG roster up until this point.
So in my career, like every team you join is basically just starting from scratch, no matter how good everyone is. So it is just all about time. And we definitely didn't have a lot of time. So that's kind of just how it went. And, you know, now we have a lot of time to improve. And so, you know, over all of Madrid, we've been practicing. I think we started literally the day after we lost in kickoff. So we've been practicing the whole time. We know there's a lot to do. And, you know, we've been putting the work in. So hopefully it pays off.
Again, Dre, the age-old conversation around getting those experience, getting that rep on the international stage, or being at home,
monitors
working,
as a coach
grinding,
have?
being in the lab,
Normally
like
2.
that. And I think
You just have like everyone's.
I'm surprised that the score is as close as it is because it felt like for the majority of
You'll
that
have
first
everyone's
half, Loud were pulling
POV
away.
here, press a number, and then it comes up here.
Had that 3v1
Right, so like 1, 2, 3, meant to be numbers, but I'm messing them all up.
Game or even
Press 2, 2 appears here.
in the lead, so they're playing good
Press
right
1,
now.
etc.
You know what I didn't see?
Freezing in June. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Thank you,
setting
bro.
up Demon 1 with those flashes. You can't really set up
Appreciate that.
flashes the same way on Yoru as you can with the KO. It's just not possible, you know, because like with the KO flash,
Norwood as well. Norwood Stafford with the Prime and 5 months. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for the Prime, mate.
It's not as strong here, but maybe on this attack, we're going to see the Yoru actually reign supreme because of the fact that he can TP past the Cypher chips, because he can use the clone to bait him out, and etc. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of NRG on this attack.
A bit of both. The coach can call a timeout, or the team can do it as well.
Flashes in Demon 1 and how they
The players can do it.
It's like tried and true Jet dashing into the cloudburst.
Yeah.
The Yoru flash popping just on the other side, and then the sling. I think we saw hints of that on defense. Again, I think about the second round on mid with the dart that was over the top two. They're trying some of those things, and I imagine it'll be much more prevalent here in the second half. NRG on the attack now, facing a 2-round deficit. There's questions abound on how Ethan will be able to support his star.
Just hit the mid cross,
really like this
and
orb,
it's
though.
perfect. Oh, that's such an easy
This
lineup
orb
for
is so
this.
sick because it not only lets you lurk up mid and not get shot from any AWP or mid door or any rifler that's holding it, but you can walk all the way in. You have 2 options. You can pop flash through to the left. You can go to mid door, split A. It basically just denies a lot of info from the defensive side.
Look like
It
there's a
also
little
still
gap here
leaves the
though.
wall as an option. You know, sometimes you'll see Vipers use that wall to cover that exact same area.
Yeah, on the
Didn't know
wrong
that
side,
one?
on the
No,
mid
I did
splits,
from
you're
here.
100%
When we
correct.
look at the bottom left
So they still have
lamp.
that tool at their disposal, and you imagine it'll be going up any moment here. The setup is there for an A hit. I think also what's
Amy,
noted,
thank you so
Cypher
much for that as
utility
well.
is normally set up on B, is currently
Amy,
posted up on
yay,
A.
thank you.
And
Thank
it's
you with the
very
Prime.
far
Appreciate the
back.
3 months.
Like usually you see chips maybe a little bit more in front of the default box trying to kill the bomb planners.
Thanks for
and
the
whatnot,
kind
but
words
this
as
one
well.
is for anybody that's trying
Very
to
nice
push
to
a little
say,
too
thank
far
you.
and maybe go through this Viper wall.
Especially on a pistol. Oh, the shocks. He was decayed. Ethan had no shot.
Oh, but he didn't even get to play the game.
No.
What are you doing? This trip is still up. I don't
You
think
didn't get to play the game.
They managed to get the spike down and
Even
Demon
I
One
the
has managed to
luck
get
going
behind
in.
enemy
1,
lines.
2.
Assassination style on the first couple.
Lovely
Was there
dash
trying
away
to
as
fight
well,
back.
and then when they're focusing on that, we have the
falls in the same way.
flank from where
And
they
now
just
you've got
cleared
Marv,
in
who's gonna
terms
be
of
hitting the
door.
late flank. They're
It was
starting to
lovely
swarm
from
around
Marv.
Loud. The defenses, or what's left of them, outnumbered and outgunned. 3 now for NRG. Is Sadak and Tui's only 2 that remain. Crashies with 2.
3
with the
shock
darts
dart
leading
kills in a
Tui by
round.
himself. He
Holy.
falls as NRG get the pistol.
There's a lot of
Double
layers in that
pistol for
first round that
NRG,
we just
right?
witnessed.
Who
You
knows?
saw already the mid orb being conditioned to set up the mid splits later in the half, or maybe even trying to catch out aggression from Loud top mid. But you saw Demon 1 flanking halls, Marv reflanking mid door. All these different layers make it nearly impossible for this retake to come through from Loud.
You take a look at that first shock dart kill from Crashies, and then the second.
And he even delayed it for that. That was
We got
cool.
teased. Back
Nice
into
replay.
action, NRG with the gun advantage once more. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the first half.
And not opting to use that mid orb this time. Just going for the straight up mid door orb. They don't want these guns that have close range angles. There's no point of putting that orb up in a round like this.
Yeah. You can tell
And this is
perhaps
pretty much
paranoia
gonna
or
tell them
concern
the
of a
site
death ball
looks
that could be
clear.
waiting on the other side. They're sending 3 up mid with the drone to pave the way. The dart invested as well.
And they're going to get all this info. No one's been peeking them. If I'm Marv right here, I'm telling him, yo, Demon 1, keep going. Keep going. I got your back, bro.
He's going to see that knife soar across the sky,
That's good info.
land beyond the site.
Site on A,
really-
the C1
I mean,
on
this
B
has been a
looks
war
easy.
of
We've got to keep an eye on the
information.
KO. It's like the only
Really,
person
both
making
halves.
plays at the moment.
But so far, this bout is going in favor of NRG, as it should.
Now, will Sadhak pick somebody off here? Oh, he actually goes down the tube.
There was the pick off onto Ethan.
He jumped down.
He jumped
You
down the
rarely see
tube
that,
and
I
then
feel
won the
like.
1v1.
This is the 3v3 here. Yeah, they still have pistols, but they're making this costly.
Demon 1 is so pushed up in the spawn.
Once again, the late flank, this time courtesy of Victor, as QCK is waiting on the other side, unawares of the damage beneath them.
Nice.
Victor gets 2, the Bulldog cleans him up. Now Les is left alone, nothing but a classic in hand. The spike's been ticking for a little while. It's an inevitability, we're tied at 7.
Yep.
Good damage from
Yeah,
Loud.
they got 2 guns out of him.
Yeah.
And they went into that like 3v3 retake with the notion of just trying to get guns out. They weren't actually trying to go for that whatsoever. They wanted to do as much damage as they possibly could. And I think they did a pretty good job of doing that.
Headshot.
Yeah, I would say
that was the player who just pushes all the way hall and just jumps down. What an animal.
Yeah, I would say all things considered, mission accomplished. If damage was
Op
the
comes
intent,
out for QCK.
they did it
And
again.
looks like
And there's an
he's
op
just
online
going to
right
be
now
going onto
from
window.
QCK.
No armor to protect it. Knife tagging, what, 3, 4 potentially early on? Sadak getting early info.
Straight up B head.
Very interesting.
Probably going to see a
that
TP
NRG
for the
decided
Yoru,
to
but is
not
this a
fully
trip
invest
on
into this
site
round and
for
just
the
go for kind of
Yoru?
like a light buy? Like they're really focused on setting up their economy and trying to get as many gun rounds as possible. And I kind of like that because when you have a gun in the hands of Demon 1, like anything is possible, right?
Right.
This is going to be interesting. They
managed
took
to
out the
get
cam
past
and
a
they
lot
took out one of the
utility
trips as
here,
well.
and they
So
saw the
This is
site.
really good.
yeah, this is really, really good for.
The thing is, how do they dance around this? There's Op in the hands of QCK. You mentioned at the beginning of the
Actually,
round.
still has drone as well.
The dash at the ready, not used.
Les got tagged up to 18 HP.
The only thing here is Valentine still has his dart. Now finally invested. It lights up backside, and Sadak and QCK pounce on it.
Yeah, and I guess we have some molly lineups, right? Marv's last molly's just gone in now. Smoke on the spike. Very hard for them to be able to do it. Yeah, I think it might be done.
QCK and Tui's left alone, trying to figure out how things have gone so sideways. Tui's there to deal with things on his own, but time
A
is
bit of
just
damage,
too
but
short.
not the round on this.
And they made it work. NRG makes it work.
Yeah, I mean, they just got into sight for free there as a nice exec.
But I mean, Marv had a ghost the entire
Ooh,
time.
and didn't save the gun. It's
And they
huge.
get the kill on Tui's. And everyone on the side of NRG so close in terms of their scoreline.
Well, and I think as we take a look at that round again, there were a couple of things key here. Yes, they managed to get out onto B. They did so without having to deal with any of the annoying Cypher utility. There's the molly that you were referring to. But they did so with Guardians that they invested in the previous round. So it was a hefty investment on the front end, but it pays off in dividends.
Yeah. And I like this from Demon 1. The Outlaw and the Anti-Eco. I'm a huge fan of this.
And you just set up your money so well. Yeah,
It doesn't
gonna
kill,
hurt.
but that's enough. All it takes is for you to just spit on him
Oh,
if you
that's-
need to, and he's gonna go down.
Good amount of damage.
A
Bit
warning
of
shot.
pressure as well. No one now wants to
Look at the ults,
reface
too.
this, and you can
Building
just
up
leave
from
holes,
NRG.
but
You
it
already have
essentially
Yoru ult. You
creates
already
so
have
much
Silver
question
ult.
marks, and someone has to always watch it from
If you
spawn.
want to
so-
invest that Cypher ult after you get a pick, you can as well. And this drone's gonna fish out QCK for sure. But wait,
oh no! He doesn't know. Finally drops out of the drone. I was worried here that Crashies was going to get caught. Marv was supposed to be the line of
What's
defense
going on?
there.
It's the double info on this
Big
one.
kill from the Jet.
Ooh. Oh, this is looking a little bit scary.
If you're less with a deagle,
It's just a pixel.
share.
That's all it takes.
Everyone here.
NRG left in tatters. Oh no! It's just
Oh,
Sheriff, so
boy.
there's no investment around this.
Oh boy, how many upgrades do we get?
Tie us again.
Throwing the guns back.
NRG tried to
Only
invest
Les
for
isn't
that
in
not to
position to
happen.
get
You
one.
saw it. They tried to drone
That's
mid,
all
but
it is.
QCK found his timing. Swinging before the drone can see him, catching
So
them
many
off guard,
shots hit.
catching them off guard.
So many nice
And
shots
then
in.
still being so confident, he just sat there in the open. Oh, that's a crazy shot on Marv.
It's filthy. And again, it was Marv who was supposed to be the protection for Crashies. What a shot. Unreal.
This.
Yes, let's look at this. We looked at it, now we're back into the action. Because of
A
how
lot
they
of
handled
ults,
their
though.
money, NRG have enough to buy with Demon 1 with
And
Blades.
the reset in terms of the 1-9 loss bonus would be savage for these two.
this time with
Bob
the
comes
Yoru
in,
ult.
they got a retake, but this they pretty much were fine with this anyway. They realized the Yoru ult was hit, and damn, that's a nice kill.
Decapitated.
They decided to
Little bit
double
of high
push
ground
down
found,
middle.
but no target to speak of.
Here we go again. Nice post plant. Victor's gonna get such a good timing here.
Yeah, just here's the running, that's the freebie.
Where do they go from here? You start to see some of the flashes come through. Crashies. Trying to see if he
And they're
can
just
attack.
delaying, and then Molly has
Confuse it,
missed.
It's done. Yeah, it's over. They're calling it quits. Cutting
so
their
good.
losses, tuck and tail, and getting out.
And that's a smart call.
They got they got to save the guns for sure, especially when these two can't buy.
And you were down 4v5. It just makes it nearly impossible, especially with Victor getting that kill.
Ideally, they're keeping weapons here. It's actually Victor who falls.
Saving the op in this round is huge.
Yeah.
Well,
They managed to do so.
kind of
Carry it out into
expected
the
it.
next
And this
lap
is a
call for
very
timeout.
good timeout. They just used 4 ults. If you can reset them off, they've used 4 ults. Scoreline at 9-8. Whoa. Pretty much on. That was a
the success
sick
we've seen so
shot.
far from NRG on this attacking half has been get the bomb down and play
What
post.
the?
I mean, it's a simple concept, but it's so hard to pull off sometimes. And if you do it right,
That was
it can be
impressive
the,
in
like, most
slow-mo,
impressive
let
thing to play
alone
against.
natural speed.
They're doing a really good job of identifying where Loud is playing retake in this half. So I was praising the IGLing from Sadak, but actually Ethan having a really good read on how Loud is playing right now.
Well, I think that's another thing. We talked a little bit about this during kickoff, and now an opportunity to revisit it. Ethan in the primary IGL role. And there were conversations around, would he be able to learn in time? Would he be able to adapt in time? How do those dynamics play out? Given that, yes, he was on a world championship winning roster, but it was Busio who was at the helm. Now the calling responsibilities and duties resting on the shoulder of Ethan. And yes,
The reset for this money, it's not like detrimental, but it would really help. So this is a massive round. Again, I really like the timing of the
For
timeout.
Ethan, but I love that you're highlighting the calling of him because you're right. It's been very good.
And it's not
Got some options as well if they want to push and try and get one of these orbs. It's one of the harder maps to do it on.
Because you want to be taking a lot of engagements first. You want to be doing pop flash plays. And you want to do TP plays too, but like at the same time you're trying to mid-round for your team and like tell them where to go. It could be very, very hard.
Oh, that was an early fight.
Great shot.
Right into elbow. And QCK wins it out with the op. And now NRG left with a couple of
This
decisions.
is a very
Still have
fast
plenty of
push
money.
into
But they
also
turn their
from
attention
Victor.
towards A. Victor has gotten deep into halls already.
Yeah,
A
Victor
tap
has
of
a good
the door.
chance
You
here.
imagine the fight will ensue here in just a moment. There it is. Tui's falls with
Good
the
luck
help of
on
the
site
dart
for
from
Sadak.
Crashies. Sadak again doing it on his
Great
own.
trade
There,
from
Mark
Mark.
was there to trade. I mean, KO just provides you so many individual playmaking opportunities. But a 3v3 now. Blades online for QCK as he goes up high.
Oh,
tries
that
to
was
find
sick, bro.
anything. He
That was
finds
so
Demon One. I
nice.
thought it was gonna be more of Duval as
Oh
QCK
god, look at him
continues to
go.
push forward.
And they know this guy was over
3 on
towards
the round with the
holes,
Blades,
so
and
they should
Victor
at least
left
expect those.
alone. Not gonna
Damn,
find
sick round from QCK. Really, really good.
And it might seem like
It's just a
why
massive
Sadak
round in
do
terms
that?
of the
Why not
econ
wait
as
for
well.
retake and have a 4v4?
Reset
Just
goes in.
evening
This
it
is a
out there, he
big
has
buy
so
round for
much
NRG
confidence
now.
that team
Kind of
won the
flips it a little
3v3.
bit.
That's why he goes for plays like that. And he does it like quite often, not only on maps like this. He does it on Vine, he does it on Ascent, where he's making plays like this. He's an animal. And then QCK, beautiful updraft.
I think also the tracking through the wall onto Demon One because Marv was the one who was exposed when that kill went down.
All of this with a 2-4 loss bonus.
Those little things that often kind of get
9-9.
lost in conversations of just.
Absolutely
He's
savage.
starting to wake up now.
Let's see.
On that
Where is this
attacking
op?
half, you know, he started off like 0-4 or something.
Op in
So bringing it
holes.
back. It's the op
Well, they
bomb
know where
now.
it is now. Sadak has his ult. Kalen'Zin has his
He's been
ult.
repositioning a lot with this op. I like when oppers are mobile like this. It can be so hard to tell where he is. Did he go B?
Might
Is he
work
in
well.
mid now?
He's at A.
Did he see him?
Ethan might find out. Suspicions confirmed.
And he moves again. Now he's going to take the mid angle.
Meanwhile, Demon One is trying to get the best of Sadak and does.
This would be huge.
You're right, he's everywhere.
Great though at the moment.
No trip online now. That opens up a flank opportunity if this bomb goes down on A.
I think the drone saw both of the middle. I'm not entirely sure.
That drone saw both. In mid.
Whoa.
This is a dangerous game.
And Marv knows. Look at him crouch in the
Oh, what a flash.
And they read that like a
That was
book.
sick.
That was so sick.
What the hell's going on?
Questions.
Why is he me?
They had the pop flashes. Ethan has them.
Yep.
Especially on the A site.
A beautiful setup. Work still to be done. Slough trying to figure out where they go. Demon 1 caught, knife out. Mark snapping onto 2. 3 on the round. The 4.
Oh, what
as
the?
NRG get to 10.
Oh my gosh.
Server is
I mean,
2
You
stacks.
can tell he's been putting in the hours.
Yeah, he looks so good.
He's looking crispy. Headshot after headshot right there. Look at this flash.
How does that angle even? I mean,
the fact that he knows that it's gonna hit that.
That's
exact
such a
angle where
nice
QCK
flash. It really is.
That's beautiful.
that's the mark of someone who has played a lot of Yoru.
That's a chef's kiss.
Yeah.
For real.
That's someone who's put in the time. Energy hanging on to a 1-round lead here. Op still in the hands of the defense. QCK, you mentioned he's been
And
heating up. He's been
similar
very
story
effective.
to what I was saying earlier,
posted
just
up
opposite
your
way
aggressive
round
line
again.
end.
Just losing this resets everything.
Energy are certainly
They're waiting for
2 in a
him to
row
get
is
this
just
stuff.
well,
big.
they're not being quiet about how they're doing this.
Go
suggesting
in
that there are multiple
early.
people going down
Yoru
halls.
opens the
I
door,
love what
TPs
they've
away,
just done.
creates a lot
Between
of
the
pressure,
clone and
even
Ethan
pulls
going.
the
It sounds like
rotate
their
over, and then they go
running
hit
down
B
halls.
site. This
It was
is a
all just
nice
fake.
round.
So you manipulate the rotations towards A. Now you have a little bit of room to work B.
And that's what you can do with this Yoru, the mind games.
Double kill trip over
And
towards
they
site
need to go
though.
now, Doug.
Yeah,
Or
this-
they're gonna miss their timing because
You're right.
This is taking too long.
Kind of know where the KO is with that
Window will
flash.
shut
Les
soon.
is already back.
And the benefit is the Cypher utility should give you a little bit of room to work with.
What a molly.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
traded
the
1
molly
for 1.
trades him out. Could cage
Les
this.
with so much to do, tagging onto the first. He's swinging out from behind the wall. Crash is lit up. Crash is dead. Les continues
What
to
a
fight,
calm
continues to find
guy.
value. And that timing window shut.
It was a
just
really
when the
good
moment
util
was
from
right.
Kanzin as well. I think it was a recon that got the tag on site. I'm not entirely sure, but
That's one
it
of
was
the
a
things
lovely
about
ult.
Yoru that is so tough.
Dude, it's literally just
When
back
you
and
go
forth,
for a
back and
big play
forth.
like that, you almost
For like
have to
what, the
commit
past
right
6
away.
rounds,
Yeah.
7 rounds?
Or you just need to play the rest of the round slow, because if you wait, if you have any type of hesitation on when you're running to the other side of the map, you see what happens, right? Les is able to come back into sight, and you don't want a player like Les who, honestly, he's been kind of quiet since he had those 18
Yeah, you can
kills,
tell
but
with how
you
he
don't want him to
plays
start
Des.
getting heated
He
up.
just doesn't.
Wow.
Like, he's just the calmest guy.
You
Just
saw
during
him
all of
backside,
this.
holding everything down. Sadok's ult also, you know, we didn't talk about that, but
was good.
massive.
Yeah, it was good.
massive.
Sadhak looking surprised. I love watching him play because he just looks so happy all the time.
He's
win or lose.
emotive. Yeah, he's very emotive.
He's just truly has a love for the game that I don't think a lot of players have.
A stark contrast to the other side as Chet calls a timeout, often known for the stoic expression that currently sits on his face. In
Honestly.
highs and in lows, consistent.
Yeah, honestly, all of NRG, from what I've seen so far, even when they've lost like that 1v3 or whatever, they've been so calm.
EMEA
like,
did
no
not deliver
reaction.
like this, bro.
I mean,
We
you
just
saw
had
Mars get
2
that nice
nils every
4K,
game.
and those are nice
2
shots.
nils.
Like, that
There was a
feels good
few
when
close
you're in a
maps,
game
but
like
not
that, you get a
many.
Nice 4K like that, and he's just cold. Just another day.
As Iceman. Tied at 10 apiece. We'll see what things look like on the other side as timeout for NRG.
Timeout goes in. Demon 1
buy here.
takes the hit in
They don't
terms
really
of the
have choice,
money.
do they?
Wait.
Give Demon, give him a
Okay,
gun.
Ethan
Yeah,
takes the
please.
hit. Someone drop
like,
Ethan
surely we're
a
not gonna let him
sheriff
just
or
sit
something
around
though.
with the
Okay,
Eagle.
Stinger.
Which, by the way, he's amazing with, but
They've managed to buy around it
You
a
go
little
faster?
bit. Stinger.
and if you're loud, you're like, how many rounds have NRG
Okay, they
had
push
done?
over towards A, and
Sorry,
the
very
spike
quickly,
needs to go
it's
A.
QCK with the op
And
this
they
time.
push.
It's Colin. QCK falls.
Oh,
I
that's a
believe
lot of
you heard a
info.
shot
It's going to
rattle off
reveal
you, and if there
3
was
people
one
here.
before,
I mean,
there is
this
one
is a
now, so
simple
they
call. Just hit
understand
it over towards B.
what's waiting for him on the other side. And off of that, NRG feeling
Luis
the
needs
pressure,
to
feeling the
somehow
damage, make a quick turn over to B.
Instant reaction.
kill everyone.
But can they find the timing, or will Tui's keep him at bay on his own?
Bro, he
Not
did
able to
so
land the shots,
good
not able to
though.
settle the
35
crosshair.
HP, 15 HP on
And it falls to
Ethan.
threes. Loud, quick to rotate, now arriving. at
You
the
really
scene.
have to
Now they're
keep
gonna
an eye
have to
on
deal with
Victor.
Pit.
Are they going to tunnel vision on site and not think about
Cypher does
this?
come out, though.
Oh, they use their own Cypher ult. They realize that he's short and they can go fast, and that they've left the Viper ult.
Options here on how they decide to play this, but there's no late flank. There's nothing like that. Crash, he's quietly creeping his way forward.
Nice cover.
And he's gone undetected, but he's on his
Double?
way out. Less on the other side. He's been so good.
Oh, he's hit fast.
Crashies with an opportunity to play spoiler.
Nicely done from Crashies.
NRG take the lead back.
What a mad round this was as well.
And I was going to say in that retake, they knew where Crashies was that whole time. I was going to say he needed to do some crazy heroics
Keep it going.
to win that round. But the fact that he just sat there, stayed alive, understanding that Marv has his back, it was honestly really well played from him. And I'm pretty sure Victor saw like a pixel of QCK on his cam there. I mean, that collat. This was almost the end.
Last player standing.
Had Crashy shown up a second earlier.
Loud timeout.
His way, but another timeout called, the last one for either side. This time courtesy of Loud as NRG hang on to a 1-round lead.
Was MA any good as in Gentlemates? They had a lot of cool stuff.
This is just about one.
I think they might fall off a little bit like mid-season. People have seen like their playbook, but
flashes, you know, I mean, Energy looked good and Loud looked great as well.
in terms of their first game, they look
we're getting
decent.
what's expected out of Les, right? He's going to continue to pop off. He's going to continue to
Yeah,
do
I was
things
asleep
that
when
you
I'm gonna
wouldn't
get. Oh,
necessarily
not many,
expect.
bro.
Somehow
4.
surpassing
I reckon.
expectations, and I think QCK
This feels
also
like a
continues to
free.
grow into this role
Feels like a free mapper.
that's been kind of put before him. And yeah, you know, there are conversations around you don't replace Aspas. And to a large degree, that's true. But you do need some firepower out of QCK, and so far he's delivered.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty exceptional in this map so far.
We finally get around though. That breaks
Another
both the economies
A-side default
that
from
have just
NRG.
won.
But they are going to dart top mid here. Get any info.
Scanning ahead.
If there's a walk down or anything like that, and that dart not being broken gives them so much info. But what do they do with it? Just gonna farm.
One away from
Silver
Sovereign.
I think that's wise. Maybe you're gonna see Crashies plant the bomb as well and just play a post plant scenario once more.
Assuming he can get out. It's always such a barrage of bullets as soon as there's any tap.
And they're so confident that this was a retake setup.
Oh,
They just committed
he
on
gets
that
a scan.
TP, and he gets punished for it. But the trades.
Deadly. Crashes gets 2 on site, even though he got scanned.
Crashy's committing to the plant. That volley just a little
No
wide.
way he gets the plant.
Spike has been
Keep
playing
an eye on the
inside
guy
of
over
left
towards
alone.
door.
Still so hard to win.
Ooh.
A rare miss.
That's
Again,
the opening though.
buzzing his ear.
Dash across to get info. He did
Dash
good.
across.
On the person on door can play a little bit.
Marv still has a spit, and he's on a late reflank through mid. As the wall goes up, the setup was
Wow,
there, and
man.
Sonic gets both.
Oh my gosh.
It's all under Marv now. A 1v1, and it's this time in favor of Marv. The Red Bull clutch for NRG.
These rounds, my god.
And I think worth mentioning, how many times did we have conversations at the beginning of the map? Everything was going in favor of Loud. Those big moments turning in favor of NRG.
Yeah, Crashies into Marv's pretty much. Double hero play. I mean, this was a hero play as well.
Boy, it was still off of heroics from Loud. Sadak with 2 enormous kills.
This was the pistol round strat, by the way. I want to point that out. The Halls lurk, the reflank around in mid to secure the dub.
Okay, 2 chances to end this, and the money does get a little bit wrecked. Les takes the hit.
Now Blades for Demon 1.
And if Demon 1 finds QCK, Sadhak, or less, it's an insta one-shot in the body. Abusing the power of the Outlaw. And yeah, they got ecoed last time. He ran it, but I don't think that's going to happen again here, Doug.
Crashies has his ult.
This is going to be
If he
very
gets over
hard
towards the
for
left
Loud.
side, it would actually be pretty
This map
devastating.
potentially ends on B.
Les has a deagle. It's like, again, it's like, why not give him the rifle? He's been popping off the whole game.
He's got Sadak close by. 1 point away from his ult. And we know how devastating
Good
of an
dagger.
ult that can be. That knife tags a couple. It didn't tag everyone, though. And now his ult.
Cool, I was
Demon
talking
1
about
going
him while they're
up.
dodging it.
The Hunter's Fury down low and Les finding value once
I mean,
more.
Les did
But
great
he
to
can't
get a
find
kill with
anything
the
else.
Sheriff there, to be
The
honest.
benefit for Loud here is that it's a 3v3, and the 3 that remain are rifles. Cow and Zine, they might not know he's here.
Spike planted.
He's
Oh.
creeping up on this pillar area.
QCK not far behind.
Here's one.
Marv playing behind the wall as Victor's left. Knife out. Now out spotted. A 2v2 now. 2 is going to have to do it.
Marv is good at the
Do they
moment.
know where he is?
Yeah, big
Drone's gonna
impacts
tag him.
back to
Oh,
back.
no idea that Marv's waiting on the other side too.
He's going to tag him again.
The 2
What a
again.
miserable feeling. No good options. Time is of the essence. And there's really nothing he can do.
Yeah, they played it so well. These two were so good in the back-to-back rounds.
He's gotten it down to one. Crashies with the dart. Crashies with the swing, and it's all a game now. He's gonna get the kill, but the
Nice map.
goes in favor.
This was a solid map to watch, man. It was just filled with just people taking tons of doing massive hero plays or massive shots.
Piece by piece. It was really nice to watch, and we were questioning it. You know, like, how would this roster be with a little bit more time? They look great on this map.
Well, I think worth mentioning too, we had so many conversations around Ethan and his pop flash abilities and how he's going to be able to set up his team. And we had plenty of theories, right? We speculated plenty on how that would play out. I've got to point out, they did that in ways
Double
that
pistol for NRG? Yeah, that's actually a big factor. That was a big factor here. That's overtime with a pistol each,
It was really
you would imagine.
pleasurable to watch this match. Even from just the pistol round, Marv had such a great map. And big props to NRG for like not letting this game slip away from their grasp, because at one point of this map, it looked like Les was just gonna absolutely roll them. Like at a point, he was just running into sight solo, taking out 2-3 players.
I believe he had 18 kills at half.
Both teams look good? Yeah, I agree with that. Some of the rounds is just stupid.
We've got plenty more to
Again,
go.
it's
We'll
just
see you guys
a
on the other
really
side.
stacked server. Happened? What happened? Okay, I'll be right back.
Fosse o Derek faz a troca e agora o QCK vai buscar o Nature. Tem mais um. Olha ele!
Why not? Surely you don't expect him there. Vanity decapitated. Kate follows suit.
Hey guys, it's Mick standing here with Coach Chet after NRG take map number 1. Earlier on, we heard Ethan talk about the practice period that y'all went through after kickoff. He talked about how before kickoffs, you didn't have as much time to prepare, but you've been busy practicing ever since you were eliminated from kickoffs as Madrid was going on. So from your POV as the coach of this team, especially with everyone knowing how much talent there is in this roster, how close do you think you are to seeing the team's full potential?
I still think we're kind of working on it, but we've been working on expanding agents for certain people, so we're just going to slowly show it throughout these series, throughout the regular season, and hope we can keep improving on that, because I think that's what's going to like make us better. Also, shout out Sam.
Shout outs to you, Sam. Thank you very much, Chet, and best of luck on map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And NRG manages to pick up a massive win. I tell you, I looked away for a second. Loud were doing pretty good. Looked back, and then we were like basically at a tied game. What a matchup to start things off, Ender.
It was such a fun game, right? Because it starts off, the first half looks like it's going fantastically for Loud, right? Yeah. They've got a couple of 1v3 clutches, like coming out of nowhere. It's like, okay, wrap it up. You know, Les is out there with 18 kills in 9 rounds. Like, surely no one can come back from that.
Yeah,
right?
but once you get the second half, I think you start to see some of those issues crop up. NRG, I think, had a lot better ideas on their attack of how they wanted to use this Jet and Yoru combination. Their dives together between Ethan and Demon 1 were super successful in that half. You see that in the difference of First Blood, First Death. And on top of that, I think we still got to see some of like the classic Ethan setups, right? Even though Yoru instead the KO.
Exactly, the supportive Yoru comes in absolutely clutch. Mark having a just ridiculous round right here, and it's followed up just 2 rounds later with yet another insane clutch, right? Houndsy gets the collat, but then Crashy's had the walk up. It's a 1v2 for NRG. The round after that is another 1v2.
I will say as well, Ethan in that round where Crashes is lurking up in that was because he TP'd out. That's why he has that space to go there. They all think, oh, there's nothing left on site. And it's in those moments that you find, again, that value from the composition that they're picking.
And in that second half, I think you do have to point out kind of the Jet diff here, right? Like, there were so many questions about QCK, how well he can do in the straight-up primary duelist Jet role. And in the second half, Demon 1, I think, really put a lot more on display on his attack in getting his team early advantages. On that attacking side for NRG, they were constantly playing from man-up situations, courtesy of Demon 1. Loud never had those opportunities. The majority of their rounds, the reason this game was so close was late-round clutches and less dominating.
Less dominating, right? Especially like the first half, lights out, 18 kills, right? But you get a lot more freedom on the Cypher, on that attacking side, right? When you can go on your lurk missions.
I mean,
on
defense, you're in prison.
Defense, you're literally jailed. You're like, if you click E and go out of your camera, you're off the team. So at the end, you're playing against a comp that is built to dominate the Cypher setups, right? So, like, he's in a very, you know, unenviable position. And I think that, of course, you're not going to be able to shine to the same level on defense.
we need a crowd fund. Let him out of Cypher.
Get him out. Help your boy. Help your boy.
7-map Viper player.
Let's go ahead and hear from the coach of Loud to hear what they have to say going into map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach STK after that map number 1. Coach, I heard that you and the players are putting up not only a valiant effort, but doing so despite the fact that you're obviously very jet-lagged. You just came in from Northern Ireland last night and still putting up a wonderful fight. I think it's not surprising because Ethan mentions that he thinks that that's actually Loud's strength in your mental resilience. But tell us, as the coach, how are you keeping the boys focused, especially when you just traveled from so far away?
We entered this game with the mentality that, like, just have fun. I think that will be a tough game. Of course, we wanted to win so much, but we need to understand that it's a process. Maybe we are not playing like in the ideal conditions, but I think that our team is capable to do anything. But this game was really close. We lost like 2 1-on-2s on the end of the game, so probably on Sunday we are going to be better, and I hope that we win both maps.
Absolutely. Best of luck on map number 2.
Obviously a difficult situation for the Loud guys, but it doesn't, I don't think, take away from what NRG did on Breeze. I mean, it looked like, you know, they were starting to find that rhythm, which is quite scary here. And I'm excited, Ender, to see really what both teams bring to the table as we get ready for map 2.
For sure, right? The Breeze was so many scrappy, you know, rounds that went both ways in the late moments, right? Clutch from individuals. I think Sunset, much smaller map, right? A little bit more about the set pieces that you can actually work into things. This is also a map that Loud are playing their unique, you know,
Demon,
flashes and smoke
Demon
style.
1
I would
headshot percentage 36% when he uses an op. That is wild.
Sure. Sense, right? Because
He was 7-0 in First Bloods. I mean, it was a big game on individuals on both halves, really. I mean, both sides.
It's the game plan overall that keeps you away from
That is
those
just
being
Breeze,
the
though.
difference maker.
Especially on Breeze, right? A map where it's oftentimes going to come down to those. The 1% is the difference, but it always comes back to the game plan of how you're going to be able to close things out. But yeah, I think this is going to be a very different
What's this?
game
Sunset?
here
Man, there's
compared
so
to
many
Breeze.
demos
Loud
out on
has shown this
Sunset.
a lot. It
And
was pretty much their most played map
Loud's
throughout their
comp, if
run
it doesn't
in
take
Madrid,
A
even
control
back to
early on
Americas.
attack,
And they looked
really seems to struggle.
kind of improved, I think, in Madrid compared to the first two times they were showing it. Especially their defensive protocols, the way they're fighting for space. QCK somehow looks way better on Phoenix.
So
normally
I
than he
imagine
does on Jet
NRG
as
should
well.
have a pretty good game plan coming in with
Much
this.
improved, but that's also a lot more tape to be able to work at and come in here. And I actually want to talk.
Yeah, pretty
Chet
much
said
is that
something interesting
Polo.
there where they've been working on expanding, you know, the agent pools, right? And
With the
this is a map
chances we
that
see
to
this
many
matchup in
people
Shanghai
thought Demon
playoffs
one
is
is
pretty
playing
high.
Jet. Who's playing
Yeah,
Jet
I would
on
say pretty
Sunset
high.
this
Solo
year?
Sky last time, who's doing that? Like,
So my question is, I don't think we're seeing the
Can we get rid of Breeze?
pretty excited.
I'm in for it, dude.
Too busy talking.
Massively in
Wait,
for
but
it.
is it like fraudulent the way that Ender set it up earlier?
I mean, it's not going to be the craziest thing of all time, but it is definitely going to be. I mean, speaking about Chet,
Demon 1 playing Raze?
expanding
Oh,
some
they
players,
switched up
like,
their
who comes to
Sunset?
mind in my mind, obviously Demon 1. You're talking about the Jet here.
Really?
Other teams are playing. You've seen Neon from Heretics. You've seen some Yoru from Cloud9. You've seen a lot of Raze.
Oh.
That's exactly
Okay.
Raze.
And the Gecko.
It's the Sentinels comp right here. And
Yeah, everyone's taking the
everyone's
Sunset. Well, everyone's taking the Paper X comp.
with this composition for
I think we got to call it the Paper X comp. If Sentinels stole it from Paper X, but still, it is super strong.
See that Raze coming out from Victor.
I think the KO2 is
And
so
yeah, like I
great at
said,
shutting
this
down whether it's the
has
default
this
control
comp here,
or even, you know,
lot
what
of
Loud are going to be running here
lot
as
of
well. There's a lot of
demos
stalls
on
they
this
can
one.
break through.
I really think though that Loud is very experienced against playing against this comp. They
Paper
play
X
against
setting the
Sentinels,
meta
and
for
you already
one
see
map and then switching their comp, yeah. But they're a step ahead with their change, I feel like. It'd be interesting to see if they keep it with Jing.
Just go ahead and send it to your casters. Hopefully you guys got a tent ready. We got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. I'm not going to lie to you, Dre. I hope so, too. I certainly hope it goes 3 maps. We've got Demon 1 on Raze for the very first time ever. And, you know, you and I were chatting about it prior to the series starting. You were like, Doug, I've got a feeling. You were right. Demon 1 on Raze.
I mean, I think he's been grinding it for quite a bit of time, and I'm happy that they're finally.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. He can definitely op on this if he wants to quite a lot, but says he doesn't like opping, right? Or at least in an interview with that I saw, he says he doesn't like opping.
Historically, right? Like it hasn't been out for.
So maybe Raze would like really suit him.
And
would
when
imagine.
I saw the Jet, I was a little worried about it. I was like, this is not the meta, right? It can be countered a lot easier, I think. And I think just Raze in general on this
Okay,
map
so
is
the
more
KO
versatile.
Gecko comp
We'll see if he's any good
against
at it.
the Phoenix
Demon 1, he can
of Loud.
work his
Loud
way
on
through
defense,
most
NRG
agents,
on
but
attack,
again,
and
a treat.
3
We've
ghosts
never
and
seen
1
him play this
frenzy.
agent before.
I have a good idea that he's going to be pretty nice. I think you can put Demon 1 on anything from what we've seen, and he'll be adequate. And maybe a little bit more than that. Astra, Omen, whatever, you know.
NRG on the attack. You see Wingman already going.
Oh, that shock dart damage is big.
That paranoia is certainly going to help. Demon 1
I think it's a
already
good plant, and they have
getting the
smokes.
first.
It's the done rounds, probably.
That was a free one, too. His Tui's couldn't see a dang thing.
He's going to try to fight backside with
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on Marv there.
She's swinging out.
Marv,
There
oh.
with 2 big kills, flirting with the 3rd.
And Marv smokes himself
Ultimately
off. It's just
doesn't
a
find
spam fest.
Victor's
It
left
does
with 10 HP.
worry me a little bit in the pistol, but I've seen it work
Inside
before.
the smoke. Sadak trying to creep his way out, trying to find a kill with the frenzy and cannot. Less now in a 1v2. Cam cleared. Yeah, and he hasn't gotten that far. Victor's just playing with him. Playing with his food. There's a swing out.
Okay,
Less
nicely
false.
done.
NRG
It's the
gets
classic
pistol. I
B
believe
plant. It's
that's
hard
the
to
third
lose it
of
if you
the
play it
series.
right.
They've won every pistol
Nicely
so far,
done
if I'm
from
not mistaken.
NRG. That is
Something
3
that's
out
so
of 3
different
pistols.
that we're seeing now in this this new and improved NRG is their trading is so much better. Like Victor just getting this trade on Kawazin, huge. And then just jiggling this. They're playing these scenarios in the post plant so well. And I think that's just a time thing. Like I think it's just the synergy is a little bit more there. And I still don't think it's fully there either.
I would agree.
And that's scary for other teams.
What is this? A late swing over towards the middle? Or are they
Here we go, just a nice slow mid default. Not trying to get cheesed by any deagles like they did on
Wait,
Breeze.
timing on this is pretty good from QCK.
QCK. Rewalking
Insanely
this
good.
is so much info gathered from him.
Yeah, they've cleared so much space. QCK, you mentioned him coming not far off.
That's wild. The most perfect timing you could ever have for this.
Oh, and he just gets sat down. We got to see it through the wall.
You remember here for Loud, they didn't invest very much at all. A little bit here, a little bit there. You've got a share for Kawanzine and for less. A ghost for Tui's, but
Yeah, I mean, it's always great when you can get a kill
in
and
the face of the artillery
anything
that
else
NRG
on
has, this will be a difficult one to pull off. Although we did
Phoenix.
see
What is that
signs
bounce
and
of the
hints
nade,
this
man?
on Breeze, so
So unlucky.
we'll see how it
A
plays
bit too
out.
high.
Oh my gosh.
All right, never mind. I think we're clear.
Yeah.
Crashies, 2 away from his
Nice. Victor just
2 away
patient
from
on
his
those
ult.
shots.
Speaking of ults, Victor has his ult,
That's
so
scary
if they
when
get a
when
pick,
player
it's
is
pretty
dialed
important
in
in
like
terms of
that,
being
they're
able to
actually
make an
just
instant
taking their time
decision.
and just making sure they hit every
Yeah,
single
Loud
shot.
need to make
I
sure
mean,
they
he's
don't
already
give
at
him a
6-0.
pick here.
This is his first appearance on Raze. Isn't that insane?
That's just wild.
And I gotta point out, Crashies is already like 2 orbs
1
away
out of
from his ult, and that's the
278
power of running the
games.
Gecko on this map. You can literally farm this Gecko ult, maybe and have like 3-4 a half. It's kind of nutty, and we've already seen like Saucy do it.
Yeah.
We've seen PRX use the Gecko on this map. It's quite good because you can pick up the utility after you clear space, and also you don't have to plant the bomb yourself. You can just use that little Gecko to plant for you while you just hold.
Right there.
And you need that against a retake comp like this.
You see the ping on the mini-map. Just on the other side of the wall, they realize there's a pocket there from Les as well, and it's actually Demon 1 who fills that space for now. And the thing is, if
Okay,
they're
mid
really
default,
patient about
they
it, you know
insert
that
one
wall's
over
gonna get
towards
toggled
top
again.
mid. They'll be able to hear some rotates with this as well. Now they want to
Catch
push back
something
loud.
special,
We're
assuming
holding
the
one
rotates
person
through
over
either
towards
way.
A.
NRG turning their
A
sights
nice
towards A.
default at the moment. We are walking in towards market. Holy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they make... Do they even make sound over towards A? I'm not even
Literally had
sure.
nothing to do with Raze, but yeah, he can
That was sick. Just felt like he had a timing. It is a bonus round. Lovely.
Cypher all invested just to secure the W.
Oh no. I thought it was going to happen.
Me too.
Tui's managing to stabilize, and Kawanzine there to help. Remember on Breeze, there was a massive bonus.
Good, a
energy
little bit
to
harder for them
cash
to
in
win
on.
this one. Obviously, they got no vision block, or
This
if
time
say
the
is they
possibility
throw
to
some
do it
vision
again.
block down in terms of the cage. They do have fish ult as well if they want to.
And you've
Got a
the
dizzy
Molly at the
next as
beginning
well.
to keep things back. This feels borderline impossible if you're Loud. Taps through, and Dizzy's not going to find anything because of the smoke, but you're right. There's the ult. Demon 3
Yeah,
with
it's
Demon
just
1
all
was throwing
worth. It's
around.
all great at the
Not
moment.
Brand, though. As
Whoa.
Tui's is left alone. He's got to tuck tail. He's got to get out and save that Vandal. Dre, talk to me as we see this round expire.
What
The
a
spike
what a
off.
sick round
Talk
from
to me
Demon
about
1 here.
The
What is
financial
this?
implications of being up this big.
I don't know what the cue for him to move there was. I swear they didn't even make sound over towards A. Just straight up went. Maybe he's heard something.
It is just a snowball. You get more confidence because you're not scared to lose your weapons, right? So if you're
Damn.
not scared,
First shot is
well,
insane.
Sorry, these are beautiful shots.
That's terrifying.
He timed it perfectly, by the way. If you're not scared to lose guns, you're gonna take more risks.
Yep.
And if you're confident in those risks, I mean, you just saw Demon 1 just walk straight into market right there and just get a free 2K.
It's fearless.
This is a nice spot.
6-0 for Victor, 5-1 for Demon 1. And the buy for Loud, not great. Tui's has a rifle.
And
you've got Les, who's taking a little bit of space too.
yeah, he's so pushed up, but he only has a deagle.
Yeah, but-
The thing is, that camp
And
can't
he
see him.
hears so much. The way, yeah, the way these guys are jumping around here, they have literally no idea that he managed to get into that
What's
corner of the
response
cam.
from NRG? They're gonna try to reclear it. Not letting Les have this gun, I think, is really important.
Yeah,
Pushing
just
him
throw
off
it out the
line,
map.
Throwing it off
There
the
it
map.
goes.
And that's
Yeah.
an upgrade too. I think Crashy's had a Guardian right there.
So they managed to keep their prized possession, keep it out of the hands of Loud. And we saw how
They
good
push
West
back
is
to
with
A,
it.
they hear the fake run off, and they're actually close. Contact, tuck in, flash, double peek.
Kawanzin has his fault line too. If there's enough of a Q, he can turn onto this very quickly. But they
had a
made
really
up
good
those
setup.
flashes.
They messed
don't
up.
really show anything. That paranoia, I mean, there could have been a footstep, but it felt like a timing thing.
Yeah,
There's
maybe
the
they didn't
fault
mess up.
line.
That was huge.
Tui's getting his kill and then getting out.
Push down. I mean, Leicester shoots them all in the back here. Ah, man, why do I talk, dude? It's just outrageous. How does that even happen? They're not looking at him.
Yeah. May not have been the kill, but he did get some damage done. Now Sadak.
Nah, they can't win this round, though.
Hello, bro, and he can't. Demon 1 there to greet him. Crash, he's swinging backside. And
Oh my goodness, what's going on?
But the job was done.
He's got a raise, Naze.
63 HP as the spike ticks away. 8 bullets. That's all it is. QCK on the flank. Tui's was there on the first. Crashy's left alone. They're patient with this. Oh, I can't believe he didn't land that shot. Tui's with 3 on the round. Loud on the board.
I don't know what's going on.
That was all off of what Les did, taking all that aggro space into that B main area, understanding that NRG hasn't really been pressuring that area too much in the previous rounds, and understanding that they like to take mid. So he found the perfect timing to finesse this cam.
Never saw him.
It opened up the entire round for them.
Then not only that, and then you remember the damage that was dealt mid, right? Delayed the rotation just a little bit, set up Sadak to get the shock dart kill.
You know, Sadak gets so much value from the shock darts, even if it's just chip damage.
Yeah.
Hey, pretty important rounds, considering the money's low.
Might be the first raise rocket we see out of Demon 1.
Big reset.
If he chooses
Recon goes over towards A, clears everything. With that, they
Demon
straight
fans
up just
everywhere
gamble
are praying
stack
that it's not going to be a Rosa.
towards mid.
Waiting with bated breath.
Just knowing that they're most likely never going to disrespect an Omen one way.
There it is.
Go.
Well, that was underwhelming.
Oh, wait.
He got out though.
Was it?
No Rosa! And he gets the second kill.
Oh boy, Phoenix ult close.
Swing out and try to take the fight. But Victor pushing
Yeah.
forward, cleans him up. That's a round for NRG.
Zidane is a good, it's a good ult in the end. Took so much space.
100% success rate. That's not bad.
I could never personally.
Loud calling a timeout.
Timeout, they got a low buy, they're one away from a lot of ults.
And Doug.
That's unfortunate.
That's so sad.
Just trying to throw a smoke.
But back to what I was trying to get at. We're 5 rounds in. This is round 5 or 6. This is round 6, I believe. And Crashies has another ult. This is what I'm talking about with the Gecko. You can just farm this ult on repeat. It's so good.
And I mean, it's not like he's been quiet, right? He's 5-2 right now. He's getting his kills, you know, he's doing his thing. But you're right, farming the orbs has been so valuable for them so far.
That's the scary thing, because let's say he just decides to just snap and just turn it on. Now all of a sudden you're talking about like infinite ult glitch.
Yeah, like an ult every round, every other round.
It can literally be possible every other round. And Loud struggling against this comp that
Demon 1's raise, I mean,
PRX
so far,
basically
very good.
invented. Sentinels taking over the reins of that. And now NRG playing it, but you know, it might be the same comp that they're playing against, but not every team plays it the same way.
Right.
Despi having none of it,
That's
respect.
what's so unique about the game of Valorant. So many ways you can play and approach certain things.
2 rifles for the defense, 1 for 2Es, and 1 for
Okay, like we said, low money on this one, but next big buy round is going to be, I mean, a lot of ults. They still have Fischl. Wow, they came up fast.
Oh, that's a mid.
Dude, everyone just gets 3 fish ults a half, I swear. Even when they're not stacking it.
They're just going to commit to the B site here. Oh my god.
That's the thing about, there's some of the value that
I
you
just
see in
one-taps
Phoenix.
everyone.
Yes, there was help over the top, and that was the cue for him to take the flash and then swing. He's gonna get more. He's gonna get more. QCK with 3 finally.
Holy, dude, I can't get over how stacked this server is. It's insane. The instant round the world is really strong as well, and the fact is that Crashies has a lot of util, right? He can jump, throw his molly, then he can do his dizzy like we saw earlier. Then they're just going to heavy focus on this, and then the flash comes in, and now they're focusing heavy on this guy, and then the Cypher could just shoot them both in the sides. Oh boy. Oh no.
But the pressure applied and the time bought. They're not budging.
What?
Crashies! Full commits with the crouch peek.
It's so stupid, man.
5 rounds for NRG, and you're right.
Everyone's too good at the game. A little bit unlucky for Victor though.
QCK just had a ridiculous round. But yes, ultimately
Bro,
doesn't go the way
I felt like 4 people had a ridiculous round.
That Gecko ult saves the day. Yeah. Maybe he would have gotten all 5 members.
He showed no signs of slowing down.
Demon 1 has been a menace in this series with the First Bloods. I think last map alone he had 7, and I'm already
man, the money's really high on NRG. This is starting to get way too one-sided. They got to win this round. Oh man, Marv just insta walked through middle. He's here in the dude.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Oh, and the breach ult came out. Chat, he's top middle in the first 10 seconds. The big buy round, distraction over towards A. They try and make it look like a fast hit with loads of util, and he just walks straight into middle.
If I'm other VCT teams watching
and he got
right
the
now.
breach all out. Oh, I've never seen someone one tap as much as this guy.
I mean,
NA Scream.
I thought we'd have a massive fight on our hands.
All the one taps.
But Loud I know it's early on Sunset, but it feels like they left a lot of what they had cooked up on Breeze. And it's tough, man, when you've got Demon 1, Crashies in, Vic at the top of the scoreboard, and then Marv just starting to get online and making big plays like that.
It's insane.
I mean,
Fast bullet accuracy is through the roof. Dead, right?
I mean, it's
fine.
insta. As soon as
Oh no, it is instant. Yeah. Dude, what a play from Marv. What a play from Marv this was, by the way. Have the confidence to do this, and this was just a cool round overall as well.
That was such a good setup, but this
The distraction was sick. But 3 people and an ult is way too much. He got everything.
On Omen, aggressively TPing, aggressively taking space, getting behind enemy lines, finding timing windows.
And so early on too, to be able to get that read with only like what 6 rounds in play.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's been like lurking around in mid for like most of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been hitting B, they've been doing some pressure on A, and they've had Demon 1 walk into mid. And I think maybe it was somebody that was just saying, you know, like, hey, like somebody from the roster, like, hey,
take the timing.
Jimmy, I think you could take this timing top mid. Okay, bet.
He found it.
Bet fam.
You sounded just like him. Energy of lean towards A for the majority of this round.
They take a B, could be interesting.
Don't really have much to fight back with.
He's gonna have a jump spot, and then they've got the
and you see what the trap setups are
Phoenix
already.
close.
Is rotated back A in case someone hits with 2Es taking contact. There's the contact. Les can take contact. You
Clear this though, right?
Flash. You see the layers, right? They've got traps. Yeah. Everything is a little bit considered.
Especially with the wall that got. Honestly, they didn't put this wall up. I think there's more chance that they don't check it. Now they probably check.
They should hard clear this, and they do. And more.
Again,
hey, where did the KO flash come from?
He committed the ult. Collinzine and 2Es left alone. A stinger and a ghost.
I got you.
I gotta say it. These rounds honestly have not been very close at all.
No.
This is very convincing so far.
Yeah, it is convincing.
I don't want to rule Loud out because you could never rule them out. They're resilient.
I mean,
that's one of the traits that
I think there was a few.
Is aware of.
Dude, what?
You know what else?
Everyone I look at is just eating KO flashes.
And jet lagged.
That is very true.
And you kind of wonder like how much of that is having an impact on the situation. Running out of gas a little early, perhaps. But you're right. We've seen Loud in positions like this.
So many people in chat who haven't like typed all day, just going in for desk. Everyone chimes in.
All it takes is a couple rounds to string together.
That's crazy.
But NRG's not making it easy for them. Not getting thrifty. Understanding that if a thrifty comes through, this might be another close game. like that first map.
With all the absolute savages. Even the YouTube chat.
Another timeout.
That's their second.
First time chat
They
is.
have a lot of ults to work with. So
Dude, Bren's here as well, man. Bren's been lurking the whole time. He just gets involved.
On one side of the map, and then a trap play on the
Guy's
other side.
PC's just broken.
Up into play. Maybe we'll see a little pocket strat with the breach stun.
You came into the stream just for it.
Yeah, well, I do think, like, for Loud, we've seen them try things like that. We've seen them try things like
Cheers,
that a
Brent.
lot. I think, again, everything has a consideration to it. Everything has contact and then a swing, or contact and then a trap, things like that. And they just haven't really come to fruition for Loud. And then I also think worth noting, for that side of the stage,
The late
to go
timeout.
hands off the
You gotta
wheel,
say
the
that
rest of the
much.
map, both timeouts called.
I mean, no, wait. You called one earlier.
Early.
Take that back. I take it back fully.
But they understand they need to salvage this half if they want any chance of winning.
Yeah. Yep.
Actually, a very early timeout for the second timeout, to be fair.
And I want to point out again, guess what?
Yeah, point it out.
Crashies has another ult.
That's third of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's just so insane. And he only has 3 more kills than the last time, but it's just, that's how easy it is to farm this ult, especially when you have someone like Demon 1 just getting the first blood every single round and just giving you the 4v5, giving you the site for free.
12-4.
Okay, timeout. Big change up is Omen op for sure. They have a lot of ults to play with as well, so this is by far their best chance. Ethan 1 away from his ult, though, could cancel all this.
I know it's just one map, it hasn't even been a full half, but he's certainly answering a lot of the questions and silencing a lot of the doubters.
Oh!
Damn, that is unlucky timing. Lovely.
Falls here, but Ethan's there to pick up the pieces. Victor not able to turn on Cowanteen.
All the info gathered here, though. The entire map is their just playground right now. They can do anything. They're aware of where Loud is. And I want to point out as well, I feel like NRG...
I just feel like the timing on this luck is going to be incredible.
And it's been working very well.
I don't blame them.
Like, the only time we've seen Les get...
Not the good plan. They just check in. That was kind of nice. Just an ult to just make sure that no one's going to rush in to stop the plant, secure the plant, pick it back up.
Behind enemy lines.
Yeah, keep an eye on the Omen. We've got to keep an eye on the Viper as well. They're expecting the Viper. They're not expecting this Omen. Does he wait for 2?
And he's
patient with it. This is a scary sight because I've seen it go wrong, but this time it goes well.
I mean, Les did the same thing back.
As soon as the star heats up, the counter punch is there, but now 1v1 left. Marved has been good. The tap is there. The snap is to the right.
Lovely from Marv. I mean, both of them did great. Marv did really good trigger discipline here.
Nothing going the way of Loud right now. And they still have 4 ults
Arch King, dude, he's been having mad impact, right?
I spoke about it. The trading has been just crazy from NRG. Even getting the insta trade off of Demon 1 there, and then even flicking the guy top mid. Wow, that was
Lineup.
Just as Les gets to, Marv responds with 2 of his own.
No emotion.
Oh, I think that was him smiling. 7 rounds for the
Still.
attack side. An ult in the hands of Demon 1. We'll see if he's able to keep up that streak. That was almost dangerous. Little pre-fire almost connecting.
Dude, Victor's taking... Dude, Victor wants to go.
There's no cue to flash.
Yeah, taking the risk so that Razor can get over towards the site.
And it connects. 2 for 2. Sonic's there on the trade. The spam through. He's so weak. Ultimately falls. NRG once again in firm control of the round. A Guardian up and a Stinger to boot.
I just can't with this Gecko, Doug. I just can't.
100%
He's
ult
already more than
ratio,
halfway.
yeah.
You're right.
I mean, it's just...
And he might get more.
Yeah, I mean, if he cleans up these kills, he's 1 off.
See if we can get how many... Do you think we can find how many ults, how many Gecko ults have ever been used in half? Like the most amount? That'd be crazy.
Even the flash into the smoke.
He's certainly pushing it.
Oh, they actually look really good on this map.
Having it online again.
And a lot of success from NRG has been walking into space and not allowing these traps to be set off by utility being used. And then you see it, right? QCK is walking up to set up the flash, and he just gets picked off because he's not aware that Victor's already walked up.
Yeah, there's no safety valve. Right, there's nothing to allow him to get into that position and be the cue for him to flash.
This is good prep work from NRG. They definitely did their
God,
homework
dude,
against
I would
how
be
Loud
tempted
likes
to pop
play
some of
and
these
how their
ults
trap
instant.
setups are built. So walking into a lot of this space on the timings they're doing, it's not just by coincidence. They know what they're doing.
That certainly seems like they know what they're doing. Up 8 rounds. Loud have found very little to...
The person committed is the Phoenix, though.
At this point, just pushing all the way up B main here with a one-way.
Oh my.
They're just starting to...
They don't know.
They don't know about the idea. The QCK falls.
The Victor's,
carry that ult.
their confidence is too much.
Now they
I
can
respect
just slow the
going
round
in though
down,
from this.
Grab this B main orb if they wish. Cam was broken though, so maybe second guessing themselves. Nope.
Brahma, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Surely we grab
Thank
this
you so
orb.
much, dude.
Oh, is it already?
It's
already taken.
grabbed,
Yeah, it's already taken. Okay, that's fair. Look at Marved again. Mid area of the map.
Recovery.
Ethan once again on the trade crash. He's swinging out, deciding he didn't want the fight. Throws it in reverse and gets out. That's because Marved is so far
Surely
up.
not.
Kills everything.
Oh boy,
Lands on
that's
the
an
list.
open sight.
And just like that, the map is wide open.
Ah, it's such a good idea to go spawn.
He's just a freak.
He's a menace.
He's a freak.
He's an absolute menace. You see the pings on the minimap, understanding
So good.
there's a real good chance he's taking that timing, and they're right about it.
Yeah, and they just have everywhere locked off so early.
Hey, we have Gecko ult again.
That's actually insane. The reposition from the
Yeah, the
controller.
Gecko ult needs to go to 8. No doubt in my mind.
They're both playing an elbow here.
Oh, this timing is everything for Sadak.
So often.
Fall line should be enough of a cue. Marved on the turn.
Oh. Had to insta-cancel his ult.
Has to push forward, feeling the walls closing in around him. A 1v1 now. The molly to buy some time.
Oh.
QCK tanks it. He has no idea. Oh, he heard him. Footsteps betraying his position, and now the
Nah, he's way too confident, man. Dude, they're toying with him.
clutch for Crashies and the 10th for NRG.
Last round
Oh my gosh.
This is ugly now.
This is
savage.
This is a roster right here.
It is fully over. It was a while ago. I mean, Marv did great to get that kill, make it doable. Crashies, the shot on sight is ridiculous.
NRG, even with only like a couple weeks
Dude, this has
practice,
been
maybe not
this has
years,
been a life for so long. They gotta
almost
just
made
put
it
him in a
to
position
that
to use
event.
this ult, surely.
They were so close.
Retake a
Taking
site or something, or
16-14
just
on
insta
the
pop.
first map. They lost it. With time under the belt. I mean, they look clean.
I'm pretty sure I've only seen QCK use one ult.
And the trades again.
Ethan's been so, I mean, really, NRG from top to bottom have played this map so confidently. But Ethan really stands out in memory of how aggressively he's played, how confidently he's swung. And I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, the trades.
Yeah.
The reliance that they have on each other and the confidence to take these fights and know that there's a good chance they're going to win them.
They're so dialed in on the basic things.
Big Joel over towards
that
the
just
middle.
opens up the
Damn,
hero
Prius is
plays
fully
like
on it.
this.
Yeah.
From Demon 1, another first blood.
QCK
Every Joel,
took
they
that
lose the
ult
middle.
Into halftime, saving it for the second half, I guess. I don't know. He held on to that
Oh,
thing
do
for a long
we?
time. Les has found
Oh
it.
boy.
They knew about the pocket mid. They don't know about this one. 1, 2, oh no.
Bro, the Dizzy. Nicely handled from Les. Can't believe the Dizzy got him still.
I don't know. We can call this salvaging disaster. They get their second round, but
They double their rounds at the end. The chance. There's a chance. Small, minute chance.
10-2. This is insane.
and almost 11-1.
Yeah.
That was crazy because the Dizzy Flash was thrown forward and it gooped backward.
Look at Sadak, he's vibing. Hey, we got one, boys. We got two.
There's a lot to be said
Yeah,
about
I
a
mean, the
leader
coach
that
said they're
maintains
just having fun with
composure
it.
In
Fair
positions
play.
like this, we're actually going to throw it down to Smix, who's standing by in the co-streaming booth.
Thank you very much, Doug. Sitting here with the lovely Piplup Tiny or Anita, as well as Kelly. Kelly, I'm going to start with you because I know you have a certain husband that is currently playing on the server right now, and I have to think that the score is making you quite relaxed.
After watching Ethan play for all these years, I can never be like relaxed, so I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just hoping for a good game.
Okay, I like that. Let's not jinx it. We don't want to jinx anything going on over here. And Anita, I know earlier on you were talking about how you're watching C9 and how it felt really nerve-wracking. How much of that do you think is because A, Ascent was mind-boggling, and also B, you're here in the Riot Games arena?
I think it's both. The crowd is super loud and really energetic, so it's like adding to everything, and it was really hard to tell. Like, yeah, it's really hard to tell who's like gonna win the next round, but it's really exciting and fun.
I love that you guys are emotionally supporting each other for the different matches, because had it been C9 versus NRG, I don't know what would have happened on this co-stream. Before I let you guys go, obviously we would love to see them be able to close it out, but we do see some interesting things happening with NRG this time around. Some new agents coming out from different players. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, they've been doing a lot of shuffling and practicing in scrims, and I'm glad they're finally like solidifying like the agents that they're trying out, and they have more reps, and I feel like along the season it'll just get better.
Love to hear it, love to hear it. And Anita, I know we saw earlier C9 be able to close it out, which bodes really, really well, especially with the roster changes that came in. What are you most looking forward to in the rest of the season?
I'm really looking forward to seeing how they skill and like experiment a little bit more. I know they said they were destroying during practice, so I really want to see that come out a little bit more during the games.
Maybe make it a little bit less stressful for you and the other C9 fans. For now, thank you both so much for taking the time for this quick interview. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Smix. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the house. We've got co-streamers. We have Tupperware who's here as well. It's a party, and I wish I could say it feels like a family-friendly show, but given what NRG are doing aloud, I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah, it's been pretty savage. I liked, I mean, the first map was really good.
Really doesn't feel
this
like
is
that'll be what plays out.
is just more.
Loud on
I mean,
the
they've
attack
just
side now. They've got the
wrecked them.
concealed away, but they're going to be pushing into elbow. They're going to be pushing into this crashy demon.
Ah, it's so short. It's the short one.
Oh no, Doug.
At least we got our close game for the first best of three.
Kawanzine took some damage there.
It's just not.
D9 Lev worth watching. 100% the last map.
No, and I think if this goes the way we think it's going to go, the way it seems like it's going to go, this will be 4 pistols for NRG. Unless Loud can pull off something pretty ridiculous. And so far, this might have the makings of it. Kawanzine and
Wait, Omen should make sound here.
The spike is still a bit further away, as now it's
my god. I mean, he's back.
Yeah.
I mean, he never really
Solid, it's a solid first showing for his Raze.
And it's on Raze. 18 and 8. I mean, he's trying to shut up everybody who thinks that he's just a jet and controller 2-trick. Now he can play the Raze too.
Spike down A.
I mean, the man can do it all. Wait, he's smiling for real?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh my God.
For real. Yeah, no plant on this one. They managed to go for the force buy. When I say managed, they don't get much out. I got 3 Sheriff's double stinger.
It was a close affair on Breeze, but this has been anything but.
I
This
hits
is the
4.
tough thing about like playing at the internationals. I know we spoke a lot about.
Well,
how,
they
like,
know where
that
everyone
being
is now
advantage,
after
right?
getting that kill,
But
and with it
also,
they take so
these
much
teams that
space.
are sitting
Marved
back
is
are watching you play.
fully
And
in
they're
B
able to
main.
see in real time what you like to do, what your tendencies are, because they have nothing better to do. Every single player is going to dial in on that. I mean, let's be honest. They're
Where's the mouse bug?
gonna watch you play.
Doesn't even matter.
Throw issue there. Crashy saves the day.
Hey,
Gets
10
3 on the
chances,
round.
and it's gonna be a short one.
It's flawless and
I get my 5 hours after all. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's an absolute wash.
Yeah.
And if you're an Energy fan, you're happy. You're very happy right now because on paper, we knew. Everyone knows on paper this roster is supposed to be one of the best teams in the game. But to actually see it happen live in front of you, to see the work that they've put in not that long of a time, I mean, this might be the start of a
No, dog, that's actually true.
Well, and I think, yeah, for as much as we've talked about this team on paper and how good they might be.
Man, they're just running it down A every single round.
I still think QCK is swinging at this point. Legend has it, he's still swinging all the way around. Les is weak, Tui's is healthy. Got a Guardian, no armor. Marved and Victor left alone in a position to put the series away. Spam not gonna connect.
Oh, man.
All onto Tui's now.
Yeah, he has full utility though.
Yeah, Omen Flash probably wins in this.
A chance. Cover going out. To keep this going, but I honestly don't think that Loud can bring this one back. completely.
They're waiting.
Did he smoke off the spike?
Victor's managed to get it, not like this.
Oh, he got him though.
Yeah, but he's flashed. The counter paranoia is there. It's going to buy a little bit of time. It's been half, but now Marv with a whole lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. It doesn't matter.
Okay, nicely done in the end here. Very, very dominant, like we said. First map was sick, though.
On Sunset as NRG take him down 2-0.
A convincing map win. I ran into Chet backstage when I had to use the bathroom on accident. We almost bumped into each other.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had to use the bathroom.
No. When I had to.
Sure.
And he told me, he was like, it was pretty sloppy. That's what he said. He said, it's not what I liked. Yeah, we won, but it was sloppy.
We gotta ask
and
him
look
if
at
you
this.
like that.
This was clean.
Yeah,
I'm sure
Yeah, it
he's
really was.
ecstatic and happy for the boys. 5 first bloods for Demon 1 on that map. 12 total in the series.
Yeah, his Raze debut turned out all right.
11 plants for Crashies. And I'm pretty sure all 11 were from
11 plants.
the little guy.
Yeah.
That's why he had ult so much.
Wingman himself.
That was honestly a sight to see. And to do that
At least Loud's got 2 scrims today.
Loud's caliber, I mean, that says a lot.
Our players not even tilted. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much, they knew the odds were stacked against them
It's
now.
not over for Loud. That's why you saw smiles across the board. They understand that they're a top 4 team in this league right now.
Okay, chat, I'm going to stop this one here because obviously we're streaming again in, what, 5 hours or so. So if you're up in 5 hours, you want to watch some Pacific, the Pacific games will be here, and I should hopefully be live as long as I don't oversleep. I'm pretty confident I'll be fine. Last map of C9 Lev, 100%. If people missed Ascent for Lev C9, like, go watch it. It's an absolute banger. Shout out to the mods as always. Thank you, Desp. Who else is around from the mods? You might be the last person standing, Desp. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, I'll see you all in about 5 hours or so. And again, we'll be here for Americas. Just every game that isn't China basically will be here, and even on Friday. Even on Friday, I think we're streaming some of the Chinese games. Prodigy still here as well? Okay, thank you, Prodigy. Thank you. Okay, peace everyone, take it easy. Wait, who should I raid? Give me, who's going to stick around for like the interview or something? FNS? He an interview kind of guy? Surely.
No roses, a bunch of first bloods. Crashies really popped off from top to bottom. I think there's
Sean
a lot to be
is?
excited about for NRG, for the
Okay.
NRG faithful. You can
Yeah,
walk
Sean
away
is an
from this
interview kind of guy, you're right.
It's just a step, but it was a big step forward. A complete map like that.
Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Take it easy. Peace.
They didn't really have to show much. I mean,
Appreciate all the support.
13-2. There's not a lot they had to show.
Thanks for
especially on
watching,
that
huh?
defensive side, so this is a map that if I'm a team,
All right, take it easy.
that they're playing next, it's scary. You might not want to have this go through again because you haven't seen their full strategy yet.
A lot to be excited for NRG. Unfortunately, we're going to throw it down to Smith.